Hey there, and welcome back to the channel. It has been about 3 months, but as you can see, we have been busy. I've been working on this 10-hour painting lesson, something I've never done before, but I wanted to really do a deep dive into realism, into landscape painting. I wanted to render a crystal clear reflection, something we don't typically do because it does take quite some time. But this was such a rewarding piece to create, and I am so excited to share with you every part of it from start to finish here in this video. The goal is, of course, as always, to take something that's rather complex and break it down, make it feel a lot more accessible, simple, comfy. That way, whether you are an intermediate or an advanced painter, you can still jump into this, and by the end of it, likely have something that you feel very proud and excited to have created. But with that, I am going to show you my brushes, and then together we are going to have some fun rendering this big piece right here. As for brushes, we are going to start off here with a 1-inch flat-headed brush. This is fantastic for blocking in subjects using this sharp edge to craft sharp edges, and it's really going to be our primary brush for mixing as well. From there, we'll also be using a liner brush, and this will be ideal for our finite details that we want a lot of control over. Now, for the details that are going to be a bit more sporadic, we have our stiff bristled fan brush. This is great for our trees, our mountains, really anything with a lot of texture, and this will turn into a real MVP throughout the lesson. The next brush here is the smaller filbert. As you can see, it has these rounded edges, and it is fantastic for rendering softer applications. Things like your mist, your fog, snow. It really adds a lot of atmosphere to paintings, and we'll also be using it for our light rays, which are always just a lot of fun. Finally, here we have a larger brush. This is essentially just for the sky in the beginning. We are working with acrylics. They do have a faster dry time, and this is going to help us ensure that we get those smooth blends pretty quickly. So we're not actually using that many brushes. We can do a lot with a little if we are intentional, and we are going to be quite intentional with this one. That said, as per usual, if you are somebody who loves painting, but the drawing process kind of intimidates you, you feel like you're a stronger painter than you are a sketcher, I can make it easier for you. I do have the traceable up over on Patreon. I also have a real-time drawing video where I sketch everything out onto the canvas. So again, if you're interested in that, if you would like to just ensure that everything, the reflection, all of that is right where it should be, there is a resource. It is ready for you, and up there you can also get a bunch of other larger real-time realistic bonus lessons, and you can also get cool things like the color breakdowns where I take the reference photos, I bring them into Photoshop, and then we figure out which pigments we're going to use based off of what we learn in there. So it's a really fun exercise in just figuring out what pigments to grab based off of your reference photos. Again, I think the real thing that you're looking for right now is the traceable and the real-time drawing video, but I will leave a link to that in the video description if you're interested. That said, we are going to pick up a much bigger brush, and we are going to jump into this wonderful, exciting, but also relaxing 10-hour painting experience. So we are going to begin here today by taking our large 3-inch brush, and we're going to dip the bottom third of it into just a little bit of water. This is going to help extend the wet life of our paint, keep it wet longer. Then we're going to head to our palette here. We're going to mix some colors directly onto our reference photo to make sure that they are correct for our canvas. With that, I'm going to look inwards right towards the sun, and as we can see, there's almost a pure white right there in the reference. So we'll just do a little tap on, make sure that it is in fact that bright, and it is. However, often we don't want to use a pure white or pure black in our canvas. We want to add some hue, some color. So I'm going to make a small change, and I'm going to interject just a little bit of my Naples yellow. And you can see that it actually matches that spot really quite well. As we continue to proceed out this way, our palette's going to change, and that we're also going to be interjecting a hint of our cerulean blue. Now, cerulean blue is a bit of a cooler blue, and when mixed with the Naples yellow, it should gray a little bit, at least when we use them both in abundance with a good amount of our titanium white. So we should have this neutralish grayish green that happens briefly. We can add a little bit of oxide black in there as well. That's going to help further desaturate our pigment. But you can see that I'm actually just starting with a very small amount of paint. Doesn't need to be grand. Not for this part of the process. We do a little tap and we can see that it's far too dark. So interject a lot more titanium white into the mix. Always try to get a good mix, that way there aren't some areas that are darker, brighter, more green, yellow, blue. And that looks beautiful. I think that's a really good transitionary pigment. And then as we get out here, it's more of just our standard cerulean. So I think what we do is we double down on the Naples yellow mix. We go and apply this, we transition into that, and then we work in our blue. Okay, now I'm switching over to the 1-inch flat-headed brush, just because the area in which I'm working in isn't that big, and I think this will be a good fit. That said, we are adding our sun right over to the left-hand side of the canvas, doing a nice soft blend. Often people find that their mixes get a little streaky when they apply too much pressure. So something I try to stay mindful of, especially when I'm working on backgrounds, is applying as little pressure with the brush as possible. It's just soft motions in all of those directions. And if you're finding it hard to move paint out, you can always do one of two things. You can add some extra water, or you can just add more paint. But that right there is nice and easy. Now we are going to switch to our other color we mixed, which is more of the greenish teal. I'll make quite a bit more of it because we are going to need a lot to cover the space in which we're in. You can see that it gets pretty full pretty quick. And remember, we need to make it bright. The first time I mixed it wasn't nearly bright enough, and we mixed the small amounts first, that way we can apply the correct amounts in large. Now we're just going to wrap this around our other pigment. Nice and easy. Trying to be mindful of my drawn in mountains. Then we need to do a subtle blend between the two. And we could do it with the larger brush, but I think it'll be safer to do it with this one right here. So I'm actually going to go back to the Naples yellow and the titanium white because I want to move that out rather than moving the blue in. So now we're going to take our mix that we have here. I'm going to apply it over our initial area. That way we make sure that it's nice and wet, nice and blendable. And then we'll grab a little bit more water, a little bit more of our paint, make it a little more Naples yellow heavy, and then we'll start combining. And here, I move in my brush in an X-shaped pattern. That way, our pigments don't only mix left and right, not only up and down, but both. Really easy way of getting these softer, larger blends. You can also work it in this arched shape, but you do have to be careful when you do that, again, you don't get any streaks. That said, I think this is a rather nice beginning. Making sure that I pay good attention to the edges. Often, if there's an area we neglect, it is the edges. There we go. And now, while this is still wet, we're going to try to work some blue into it. So I'm going back to my much larger brush. We're going to interject some extra cerulean blue into our mix, like so. We're going to apply our next blend. Oh, starting to get a little runny. That's okay. It just means I have a lot of water on my brush, which is good because it'll keep my paint wet longer. But I do have to be careful that we keep that which we've done looking still nice and finished. Here I'll get you up close so you can see me refining it a little bit with the smaller flat-headed brush. And we do have some streaks because it is so wet, but that's okay because as it starts to dry, we can just continue moving it. And right now, we're just going to slowly, meticulously get this nice and smooth. You can see how this area now looks pretty great, where before it had these markings. I'm also trying not to stop my brush in the middle of the sky, making a real effort to go all the way around that way. And I'll show you, we don't have areas that kind of stop here and then you get a marking like that. You can see just how noticeable that is. And we can avoid that pretty easily. Now we'll take a step back. We'll grab more of our cerulean blue, a little bit more of our oxide black, just like so. Don't want it to get too dark too early though, so we'll interject some extra titanium white. And here we're looking for a nice bluish gray that's darker than that which we have on the canvas. We'll take it over here. Perfect. Actually perfect. Apply that to the top. Create those soft blends. Continue to work it around our mountains, like so. And then very loose, low pressure markings. As we move on over here to the right hand side, we continue to interject more blue, more oxide black. We just make it a little bit darker, maybe a little bit more rich, like so. I'm going to put my palette down. And I know it's a big area, it's a big mix. Typically, I think when a lot of us start painting, this is the scariest part, it's just getting a big gradient. But I think as long as we keep our brushes damp and we work semi-quickly, we get there pretty consistently. It's also worth noting that we are working with acrylics, which are innately pretty thin, and it's likely you'll have to go back in and do a second layer. So if your first layer looks a little awkward, that's a-okay, because it's probably going to prompt you to do something you should have done anyway. And if the first layer looks amazing, then I think a lot of us are hesitant to go in and add that second layer. So again, think about your first layer as a practice round. Just get some paint on the canvas, get the idea going, practice your strokes. And then if you love it and it's thick, then great, it's done. If you feel like it could use a little more work, that's okay, just do another layer. And if you love it, but it's thin, then we do another layer anyway. And we probably do a better job because we've already done it once, we've learned things, and now we go and do it with more intentionality, good ideas. But I think this is nice. I think it could also probably use a second layer just because it is a bit thin, but I like it. Now, if you're wondering if yours needs another layer, here you can see little streaks where the canvas is a bit more prominent through the pigment. You can still see a lot of tooth, and if you can see that, it's a good indicator that you should probably go in and do that second layer. I'm personally going to wait till this is fully dry before I apply mine. That way I'm not just adding too much water, which can rip the pigment off. So we're going to wait about 3 or 4 minutes, head back in, and just do that again. Now, this lesson, much like the rest of mine, will be for the most part in real time. However, as you can see right now, we are doing a little bit of a time lapse, and that's simply because it is a much larger canvas and this is going to take quite a long time. So when we're doing things that are heavily repetitive, I will tend to do this here and there. That said, don't feel like you do have to get this correct on the second layer. It's okay if it takes 3, 4, 5, really just keep at it until you have something that you are personally happy with. each time you do it, you should learn a little bit more. And I know that it's just a gradient, but sometimes the gradients, the big ones, are the hardest part. So don't beat yourself up if it's, again, just taken a little while. I know when I was starting painting, big open skies were kind of what I what I would feel would be the biggest thing to conquer within a painting. It's also worth noting that we are using a blue and a yellow, which are typically pretty difficult to work with together because they render a lot of greens, but the Naples yellow specifically with the Cerulean blue shouldn't render too much of a green, and you should just have a really nice blend between the two where it is a little green, but just a little bit. So here we have the painting after about 4 different layers. You can see that it's no longer thin in any spot, and I like it. That said, I want to show you a comparison with my reference photo, because if you look at the two beside each other, you notice that the reference photo has a lot more of a rich, darker blue, where mine now has a bit more of a green hint, and that's because we expanded the yellows out in the mix more so. And that's something that I'm actually really happy I did, because I think it makes it look a bit more like a colder setting, a cooler landscape. And that's what we want, as we are going to have some snow towards the bottom, towards the tops of the mountains. So feel welcome to do exactly what you see in the reference, or to get a little creative, take those liberties. But I really like this. I think it's a bit more unique, and we are going to head into the mountains. Okay, so from here, again, the mountains in this section, we're going to break this up into multiple parts, because you can see that the mountain here is a bit more gray, a bit more blue, and then we have some oranges over here, and then through here we have more green. So it's pretty varied. With that, we also have a cadmium orange now on our palette, but I'm going to begin right up here in those darker spots. To me, it looks like a bit of a grayish blue. Hard emphasis on the gray. So we'll begin with that, and then we'll make it a little bit cooler by interjecting some of our cerulean. And this will be nice because it'll be cohesive with the sky. We're going to have a lot of light from the sky reflecting down onto this color. And then we'll do a little test. Looks so close. I think we just need to make it a little bit darker. And that should be it. Okay. Now, again, very blue at the top because we have a lot of reflective light here, but we have the warm light reflecting this way. So it's going to change as we move down, and as you can see when I do this, it's no longer the right color. So what we want to do down here is you want to create a new mix. So I'm just going to wipe off a little bit of pigment, clean my brush quickly. Now we'll grab some titanium white. You have a little bit of gray still on it. That's okay. We have some cadmium orange, a little bit of our Naples yellow. Do a bit of a test in here. Very gray, so we need more saturation. Add that cadmium orange back in, maybe a little bit more titanium white to keep it bright. Work that in here. Definitely closer, but now it's too bright. So we just interject a little bit of that oxide black. And that's perfect. That's really close to what we have here. So we know we need this pigment to range into this pigment, and then we'll have a lot of other colors in between them, but we essentially have this for the tops of our mountains and over here, and we have this for over there. We'll blend them, and then we'll start creating all the details and such. So we are going to begin right over here on the left-hand side using the 1-inch flat-headed brush to block in a lot of these edges. Fantastic brush for these situations because, as you can see, it has that nice sharp ability with its markings, but it also can cover just such a vast amount of space easily. So I'm going to begin by blocking in a little bit of that, and then we're going to make it slightly darker as we move towards the right-hand side. So we have another little mountain that comes down in front like so. And we're going to change a lot of these colors. This is really just to get things started and blocking in. So don't worry too much about getting it right. We're more so just getting paint on the canvas and trying to create a little bit of depth in the process. Start to distinguish our multiple subjects, right? So we'll move over here, and then it'll get, again, a little bit darker. And maybe we even interject a little bit of this color because it has blue in it as well. And we do need to start making that transition. So we'll just block this in. Looking at my reference photo, this is actually a really nice transition of hues and values. The fact that this is brighter makes it look farther away, makes it look closer to the light. And as we move towards the right-hand side, obviously we're getting farther away from the light, but closer to us, and therefore it should get a little bit darker. We also have these little separations. You can see that they're all different. The edge for them has unique pieces to it. And now we have this movement down in through here, which gets quite a bit more cool. So we'll interject maybe 50-50 with our blue. And I think I need a bit more water on my brush. Keep this paint alive. Here in Toronto, Ontario, we have a very unique weather occurrence. We have a polar vortex, I think it's called, which sounds very extreme, but essentially it just means things are quite cold. And while I have the heat on to the highest capacity, it's I think 17 degrees in here, where typically we keep it around 20, maybe 23. But because of that, I can tell my paint's drying quicker, which is something you need to consider depending upon your climate, right? Just things you don't really think about when you watch these tutorials online, but we all have different weather and climates, and that's going to affect our dry time. That said, I'm grabbing some cerulean blue. I'm going to grab some Naples yellow. This is going to render a bit of a green, as you can see. Grab some Oxide black, titanium white, work that in. And we're just going to work this towards the bottom for now, because it is going to transition into a green. And we'll use a different color for our actual green, but this will be a nice base. Just get us started moving in that direction, you know? There we go. I actually like that a lot. Again, none of this has to be perfect. We're going to do a lot of layers on top of all of it, but we do need to get some paint on the canvas and some idea of form, and this is how we do so. Now, as we move over in the mountain, I'll show you what I mean on our reference. Essentially what we're painting right now with this big triangle is this triangle right here, but we're going over to the right and we're painting this piece. Much darker, much more blue. And that is, again, basically here. So, darker and more blue. Blue, oxide black, a little bit of titanium white. You can see I still have some orange in it because I want it to still work with the rest of the painting. Maybe a little bit more orange. And none of this is an oxide black. None of this is just a pure darker pigment. Yes, there are a lot of shadows in here, and I think if I was just beginning my painting journey, I might paint this with just an oxide black or a gray. But now we know we incorporate more color, and it'll probably end up being a lot stronger for it. I think I also need to go back just a little bit and extend this to be farther down. Just going to make it a little bit more green than it was. Still grabbing our titanium white, our oxide black, Sometimes when I need oxide black, but just a little bit, I'll grab the portion of the titanium white because I also need that. It helps me clean up my white mix just a little bit. But probably doesn't need to be that dark. Use the Naples yellow and the cerulean blue to brighten it rather than the titanium white because I still want that hue in there. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Again, we'll turn a lot of this into a green, but for now, have these really complex backing colors. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, this painting is going to be a little more tricky than our usual ones because we're going bigger and we're trying the more elaborate mixes and the more elaborate colors, but I think it'll be more rewarding, and I think we'll have a lot of opportunities to play in a way that we don't typically. So I'm really excited about it. That said, as we get up here, this area is going to be interesting in that it's going to have some orange and some blue, and then it's going to get more and more blue as we work this way. So to begin here, I think I'm actually going to go back to more of an orange mix. Briefly. You can see my pigments are a little bit muddy, that's okay. We are painting rock that has sun on it, that has cool shadows in it. There we go. Just adding this to the edges, essentially, which we will go back and fix later on. But I'm just trying to find a little bit of my form. Looking at the reference photo, just trying to find the areas that are sticking out, catch a bit more light. And then once we have that, we again need to start transitioning it into something darker, so I'll blend it into the more dark blue mix. Just use the corner of this brush to paint that in. Right behind all of the highlights we just applied, and if you don't blend it, your highlights and your rocks, your mountains will look a lot sharper. If you do blend it, then your mountains will look softer. There isn't really a right or wrong here. They're pretty hard mountains in the reference photo, but you could take the artistic liberty of making them softer. And that's something that I'd really like to note with this lesson. While we are doing a lot of color matching to the reference photo is really meant to be a guide and to help us understand the subject better. It's not meant to handcuff us to a certain way of painting. I still think freedom in painting is important. I still think expression in painting is important. And we're trying to keep all of that alive while also using a reference photo. So I'm going to make changes throughout this, and you saw that I did in the actual color of the sky, which is something I'm really glad I did. But yeah, just don't worry too much about it. Feel welcome to make it your own. Here, I'm admittedly kind of fighting with the value of this right here. It needs to be brighter. A cool gray, for sure. I think we have the right hue, but I'm trying to make it brighter. And then we come down to this. You can see that it actually matches really well. This is slightly darker, and it should be. Now, my pigment and my brush are starting to dry, so I'm just going to get some extra water on there. Do some little taps, some blends, nice and easy. Beautiful. Okay. Now I think we continue to work this way. These areas are going to be quite dark. I think we start by implementing them. So just more oxide black, slightly more blue. So we're moving away from the titanium white. This is more exposed, really dark, cold rock. There we go. There are 3 of them, which is nice because it's dynamic. These are just openings in the snow, by the way. But 3 makes it dynamic. They're all their own unique shapes, which is important. And we'll just paint snow around that. That said, as we get this way, it does need to get darker like this, but we're going to take a little bit of time to get there. So here, I'm adding a mix of this and this. It'll look a little silly without the snow, but we will apply that. It will look great. Again, a big part of painting, especially big painting, is having faith in the process and yourself, and recognizing that if you just keep painting, you will get there. And let me tell you, we're going to get there. There we are. Okay, now as we continue this way, again, we'll just get a little bit darker, but this is starting to dry, so I'll remix it. Still using a hint of our Cad orange. A little bit more Oxide black. This might have too much orange in it. That's okay. I want slight bits of orange on this side, but we will switch more to the Cerulean. The Cerulean is a relatively bright pigment, so we need to darken again. More Oxide black, and that's perfect. That's just what we were looking for. You can see I'm changing the size and the shape of the mountain minorly, but you can keep it perfect if you want. Remember, that traceable is downloadable up over on Patreon. And if you haven't seen it, you can watch the video where I actually sketch this all out on the canvas up on Patreon as well. Some of you are watching it up there, and to all of you, thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. I hope you're finding the traceables and the color analyses and all of that useful. To everybody up over on YouTube, I also appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the channel. Just know that you can get a bunch of extra resources to make the painting process feel a lot easier, a lot more comfy up over on Patreon. Might even do a much longer version of this over on Patreon. We'll see. We'll see. That said, just going to make sure my lines are nice and sharp. You can see I'm endlessly expanding this mountain. Just trying to make it different from the others. Very good. Now, it's always a little intimidating going from the canvas back to the reference photo because you see so many more details. And you say, oh, will my painting ever look like that? And again, the answer is yes. You just need to keep going. And with that, now we are going to work on the snow that we see up here. And I think a lot of us default to thinking that snow is just a pure titanium white. However, this has a lot more subtlety and variance in it. You'll notice that the snow right behind this mountain is a bit of a darker blue. You'll notice that it's a darker blue right here. And then you'll notice in this open area, it's a bit of a lighter blue, all of which with some gray in it. And the idea is that the light's moving this way, and all of the snow that has a hard shadow on it, so the snow here, that is going to be darker because it has less light. This doesn't have any direct light, but it is less of a shadow. So we're going to have a gradient for our snow moving downwards, and this is going to have a bit of blue. So let's start, as we do, with our titanium white. You can see that my titanium white has a bit of orange in it. That's also okay because this light that gets over here will be a little bit warmer. So having a little bit of that ultramarine blue, while it might seem counterintuitive, is actually pretty beneficial for this setting. Now we'll also grab a hint of Oxide black, and I do mean just a hint because it's a very powerful pigment. And we want to keep this pretty neutral in the beginning stages of our mix. Do a little test. It's actually quite close. Value-wise, we're almost there. It does need to be a little bit more saturated. So I'll add some extra blue into the mix. Go back in, another little test. I think we also need to brighten it a little bit. So titanium white, cerulean blue. Again, not going with the first color we mixed, going with the correct color. Or, it doesn't have to be a direct match, it just has to be something that you like, right? Something that fits with the rest of your piece. So I'm slowly interjecting more and more. That looks pretty perfect to me. I'm very happy with it. Up here, again, darker. So let's make another little mix right over here. Still using our titanium white, our cerulean, hint of orange, initially by accident, but now by intentionality, or rather intention. Mixing that up. We're also putting them right beside each other. That way we can blend in between the two if we get tight on time, or if we just want to make it very intuitive. There we go. Let's do a little test. Close, could be a little darker. There we are. Another little tap up top. Now I think it's too dark and a little too desaturated. So we interject more blue. A little more titanium white. It's a very relaxed process, just going back and forth till you get to what you really want. Okay, I think I actually like that a lot. Is it a direct match? You know what, it is in some areas. Okay, we have our bright pigment, we have our darker pigment. Let's add these to the canvas. Okay, so again, the snow that we have right up towards the tops for the most part is going to be a bit more of our darker pigment. So I'm going to grab our darker pigment with this larger flat-headed brush, and I'm just going to tap on some snow to B. You can see it's pretty similar value to the pigments we already have, which is great. And the areas that we leave out that don't have the snow are essentially going to be areas that are still open rock. And I'm just trying to fill in the general shapes that I see in the reference, but they're pretty indistinct, and you can see that I'm using the corner of my brush to do quite a bit of this. I like making markings that are on the same angle as the side of the mountain to create the look of the slope. And I know that right around here there's a lot of snow, but it gets a lot brighter because we get farther down and more light can work in. So I'm actually not going to use this brush for all of that. I'm going to switch my brush, but before I do, I'm going to move on over here. I can see that there's a lot of snow that kind of works in this shelf-like shape. So moving horizontally, would throw that in, a couple little more taps towards the top. I really like this color next to the sky as well. Kind of gets lost and it makes it look like the mountains get lost within the sky. Another goal that we have in this. Now we have some very abundant snow on this mountain. And if you cover up too much of the darker portions, don't worry about it. We can always go back in and resketch pieces of that. I certainly will be. Work that over here. And now we are getting closer to the bottom of the mountain, so it's important that we start switching our pigment to something a bit brighter. That we've already mixed. So we have a lot of lighter snow through here, works its way up into this. You can see that I'm tapping some of the light snow into the dark snow to create that transition. And then it also works its way around. Remember how we did this shape? Works our way around that. So easy to understand. It's going to work up here. And then lots of little taps, creating unique markings. I like to start with less snow and then I build up to more and more. I just find that's an easier way of making sure that I'm not overdoing it, because it's easier to just add more snow than it is to take the snow away. So we take our time, just grabbing a little bit more paint. And then we have these three rock structures, which are now a little bit more difficult to see, but I'm just gonna sketch around them with a little bit of this snow, using very little pressure with my brush because I want there to be minute openings and again, unique shapes, and that will be best achieved with very minimal amounts of pressure. And then again, this is a bit brighter because it's lower. Connect it to there, connect it through here. You can leave these little toothy areas in between because again, that shows texture and dimension. Then we'll combine it into this, leaving this strip, because by having this lighter snow here and then the darker snow up here, what we really do is we create this illusion that this is farther back and this is closer to us, so we create this extra layer of depth. If we blend them, it'll still look like this is farther away, but it'll look like a gradual transition into this mountain, and we can just get varying levels of depth, different kinds, through our blends. So just remember, if you do a larger blend, you are likely going to have slightly less depth, but a gradient of depth, a soft transition. Where here it's a bit more sharp, it's one color and then another color. On this side, this is the exact opposite example, where it's this highlighted pigment, and then we work it up into the darker pigment through a tap, and you almost can't distinguish the change through here, but through here it's pretty dominant. You know what, it might be slightly too dominant. I might just do a slight tap up here, but not a dramatic one, not at all. I like that though. Now for the real details, we're going to switch to a different brush. So here, for the first time this lesson, we're going to be using our liner brush as a nice sharp top, or at least it will once we make it a little bit damp. And now that we've added water, as you can see, crisp and clean, excellent for details. We are going to apply some details. Now I'm going to begin with some of the darker pigment and bring it up towards the top. It was difficult to move around all of these minute pieces with the larger flat-headed brush. So this is an opportunity to go and clean up your edges first and foremost. And then we can work our way inwards and we can create all these little taps, drags, and impressions where we have this large blocky area. And I like it, but we can move down the mountain, as you can see, with these additional markings, which imply that there is these slopes, these pieces that protrude out, and this gives it a much more classic mountain aesthetic. And then we're also, in addition to that, going to go in with little taps to break it up, to show that there are protrusions in the mountain which have snow, to add extra levels of detail. We're working on a really big canvas, so we have an opportunity to add a lot of detail if we so choose. So I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that we do have this extra real estate, and that looks really nice. It's a good mix of three application styles: the larger flat-headed brush, the taps, and then the minute drags that move down in the same, ideally, movements as the edge of the mountain. So, good start with that. You can see that we're progressively working our way from the top to the bottom. Here it's rather interesting in that we have this almost pooling shape. You can see that in the reference, and I changed it a little bit, but I still keeping the idea. And a lot of this is in the darker palette, but we will switch to the lighter one relatively soon. This is all areas that I left darker initially. And now that we're getting farther in the painting and I can see what we have and what we don't, I feel more comfortable kind of filling it in. But it is starting to look like mountains, and really nice detailed ones at that. This is pretty preliminary up here, but this rock, this mountain, has a lot less snow than this one. And I'm going to try to honor that by doing less of these taps and less drags. I think the tap has the more visual impact rather than the little lines. So I'm going to try and do more taps with this, but less lines. Because again, I want more of the darker area showing, but I still need it to feel cohesive. I still need it to feel like snow on rock. And therefore, I still need texture of some kind. So we're doubling down on one while kind of allowing the other to sit back. There we go. Just a couple taps in the negative space. Not too many. And I think we might need to interject some of that darker pigment back in here, just because it got pretty full pretty fast. But that was inevitable somewhere, so I'm not worried about it. Again, you will do areas that are a bit more overdone by accident, and it's an easy fix. Now we'll move on over to this one. And this has a lot of snow towards the midsection, a lot less towards the top. But I might do a little bit more in the top than I see in the reference, just to create a good variance between these two. I would say variance is the real key, even more so than trying to get your reference photo perfect. A lot of snow down here. There we are. And this area is pretty interesting, but I might switch over to the lighter pigment because we are in the lighter area. And then again, we have the separation of these three larger markings. You can see that there is some line work, some taps in the opening of this one, which is pretty neat. I love painting mountains. One of my favorite subjects, always has been. I just think painting rock and snow is so cathartic. It's easy to get wrong, or sorry, other way around. It's hard to get wrong. It's easy to get right, and just create all of these unique little shapes and such. So it's just kind of a relaxed way to start paintings, I feel like. And it's great because they're often in the background, so it is where you are starting your painting. I'm just moving some of this highlight up. That way we have our blends. A little bit of snow towards the bottom here I can see in the reference. We have another little hook divot. So we started with three very simple shapes, and then they expanded fairly dramatically throughout the piece. But I think that is pretty beautiful, and I would say we're almost ready for the next step. I'm just going back in, doing a couple little extra additions. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Also, we are going to do a lot more with the snow and highlights, but if we look right here, we can see despite the trees, there is a good amount of snow in this spot. So we're going to pre-paint that onto the canvas before we add the rest of our trees. And we'll just slowly build this, but we need a slightly brighter blue for this area and through some of here. Okay, so we're just going to grab some extra cerulean, work that into our previous brighter mix, said cerulean. Cerulean, but also a lot of titanium white. Titanium white really is the key. Still need to be a bluish gray, but that is a much brighter bluish gray, and that is great for our next area. So we'll grab our little liner, we'll grab our highlight. This, I believe, is essentially that area. So we'll just work in a little bit of our snow through here. Have it work down the mountain slightly, and then it works towards the other side of this mountain as well. It's kind of a hinging point with that. You can also take this highlight and start working it into the brighter areas of the mountain over here on the orange side, because this does have a lot of snow as well. It's just that it's a lot brighter. And we are going to add additional highlights to all of this. Really all of it. There's a lot of room for detail, but one step at a time. And again, we're just trying to connect this over to a lot of our pre-existing snowy areas. Looking pretty beautiful. Alrighty, even in simple form. Tap a little bit of this highlight into the rest of our darker snow. Start to create those extra layers of depth and variance. Good. Really good. Have to be careful not to move this too far this way, because it really is a lot of light and it needs to be intentionally placed. But so far so good, I think. There we go. You know, we are eventually going to have to build up the highlights on the edges of these as well. So I figure this is a good time to start putting in a preliminary base. Much like over here, we don't want a lot of this working its way in, but there are definitely areas for opportunity. We're just applying an incredibly minimal amount of pressure, because, you know, the more pressure you add, the more you expand the bristles on your canvas, and the larger the stroke you get. So right now it's very, very minimal. Very, very minimal. Yeah, just like that. Over here, I think we do a little bit of a double down. Good. Oh, I love the texture. If I could paint one subject for the rest of my life, I think it would be mountains. There's just something about it. There are also so many little techniques that you incorporate to make the subjects look the way they do. You know, it's the taps, it's the drags, it's the layering, it's the... so many little pieces. Maybe we add a little bit more highlight right down here. Look at the depth that added. Such a simple little thing. Now, because my brush is almost out of pigment, you can see I'm going into the midsections, which I didn't recommend earlier. But the difference here is that I don't have a lot of paint on my brush. What I'm working with predominantly is water. As this dries, it'll get darker, but I'll have these little incredibly subtle lines and taps, texture that I wouldn't have had otherwise. So this isn't real paint. It's important to recognize that. And you can apply this as well by just getting the majority of the paint off of your brush and then having a relatively damp brush. You don't want it to be wet, because if it's wet, then your paint can start dripping and you don't want that. But you want it to be so subtle. And then again, you get these beautiful wraparound effects and subjects. There we go. Making this area brighter because it's at the bottom. Good. This area as a whole should be a bit darker, but we can have some light working its way through. Yeah, doesn't need to be more than that. And there's also this beautiful orange highlight on just the edges of these. So I think even with our liner brush, typically I don't mix with the liner brush, but because we have just a very small area to work on, I will do this. We'll create this beautiful, almost glowing orange mix, like that. I'm going to take the majority of the pigment off my brush. That's another thing. When you mix with your paint, often you get a lot of buildup pigment on your brush, and that can make it difficult to apply really sharp intentional markings. So do be careful with that. Sometimes you need to take the paint off your brush before you can grab more and start painting. That said, here, as you can see, little taps, creating this outline to add a bit of a glow. I'll get you a bit closer. Okay, we are now quite close. We need it over on this one. So, mostly taps, occasionally a little drag. The drags are typically going to happen more so towards the bottom, towards the sloping area, where the top is more of a very minute touch. Again, minute touches. This will work really well over the orange that we have on the side. Again, just building more and more layers. This won't be the final highlight, won't be the final detail, but it'll start really showing us just how much variance you can create. I think this is one of those steps that makes a big difference, despite being so small and subtle. Now we'll pull back out for a second, and when you look again at our reference photo, over here, this mountain to the right has this really nice snow coming up. It's catching light. It's right through here. That's what we're going to do next. And we're going to do so with actually the same pigment that we were just working with, but I'm going to make it a little bit more watery. So I'm just going to add water to it. And then we're going to paint this semi-opaque snow that just lifts off into the sky, catching so much light. You want it to be wispy, so it's not a lot of taps, it's more drags that kind of connect into each other. We want it to be more opaque towards the mountain, and then as we get farther out, it dissipates, it dissipates, it dissipates. You can do a little finger painting to make that happen. But we'll grab more before being again close to the mountain. And then we'll have that work its way up and get softer. Oh, that's perfect. Did not expect it to go this well, but it can be really quick and easy. You just want these little squiggly lines that connect to each other and again dissipate the farther up you get. beautiful. Really beautiful. You can do a little bit up here too, but you want to be careful that it's not too much. You don't want to overdo it. Maybe we make it a little brighter. Yeah, that was the play. In the opaque area, predominantly, just have a bit more titanium white. Now again, I'm actually going to take a little bit more of that pigment. I'm just going to make sure the edges of this mountain are sun-soaked, really glowing in the light. Grab a bit more. You can even add it to the snow on the inside to a point. Like that. Now it's time to re-interject some of the darker details in there. So we're just going to grab our larger 1-inch flat-headed brush, mix some cerulean blue, oxide black, a little bit of titanium white, try to get that pigment that we were using, and I think this is actually quite close. So we are going to stick with the liner, grab a little bit of water, and then we find the areas that we want to separate, and we just do some little taps, some little drags. This will work best if the snow is fully dry. It doesn't have to be though. If it isn't, then you get these more subtle grays and whatnot. Really isn't an improper way. It's just about asking yourself what look you want out of it. There we are. Oh, that's pretty. Okay. Going to make our brush a little bit more damp. And make as small a markings as we can. But this is why, again, we didn't have to worry earlier when we were talking about accidentally overdoing portions of the snow, because we can always go back in and just reapply all of these details. It's a lot of extra detail that we've just worked in the last 2.5 minutes. I can see because of the camera has a little recording timer, but I feel like these mountains as a whole look a whole lot better than they did. Again, 5 minutes ago. Lots of little taps through here, but they're subtle. Trying to make a lot of the edges not too sharp or not too simple. Creating these general flows. Some people are going to want their mountains to look a little more rocky, some are going to want them to look a little more snowy. I'd ask yourself what you would prefer. And just double down in whatever direction that is. Maybe you really love skiing, and you love it when you get to a mountain and you see a grand abundance of snow. You could paint a grand abundance of snow. I always really liked the idea of skiing, but I have a couple knee injuries from being young and, you know, maybe trying to lift a little too much in the gym. Maybe playing games a little too enthusiastically. But in theory, In theory, I feel like skiing would be really fun. There we go. I think we just do a couple more little taps up here. And that's great. So much detail. So much detail. Okay, so we are going to move down in the mountains, and as you can see here, we have a lot of trees in the foreground. They're quite large, and then they're kind of a medium size, and then they're small, and then back here, they're almost microscopic, so tiny. However, we are still going to paint them. Now, the colors of them are very different from what we have in the foreground and the midground. It's much more green towards the right-hand side. Towards the left, it has more of this golden color. And in the middle, you even have some of the blues showing through. So we're going to progressively change the color of our trees as we move forward in the painting. But we do have an olive green on our palette for the first time. We will be using that. We'll be using some of our cadmium orange, cadmium, or rather Naples yellow, good amount of our titanium white. I do have new titanium white on my palette that isn't diluted by blues or greens. That's important. And we of course again also need a little bit of green, just a little bit to begin with, just a hint. And this is actually really nice. Do a little test. It's good, but I think it could be a little bit more orange. That's great for the top. For the real highlights, this is really nice. As we get into the mid values, we probably, again, need something with a bit more green. But subtle variance. You can barely tell the difference, but there is one. Let's go darker. A little bit of oxide black. And this is becoming a bit more gray, so we might need a little more green, a little more oxide black. Every time we add oxide black, we desaturate it. So adding the green back in is an important part of the step. Oh, that's perfect. That's really nice. So I think what we want is to go in with this color on this side, and then we slowly change it to this color as we get to this midsection, and then it gets darker, more green that way. We're also going to be applying a lot of these trees with a stiff bristled fan brush. First time we're using this lesson, and we are not going to make it damp because we don't want to condense the bristles. We want these to be sharp and something that can deliver an individual tree with an individual bristle. Okay, so going into this, we are going to take that same fan brush. We're going to put a little bit of paint on both sides. We're going to go to the edge of our mountain. The edge is pretty easily defined here. We're just going to do line work downwards, which will hopefully render a myriad of very tiny impressions. Like so. And with this brush, it should be relatively quick and easy. But the idea is that we apply very minimal pressure. We try to leave space between most of our taps and markings. And you know, these are strokes, but they are almost like little taps in that we're barely moving the brush down once it touches the canvas. We are moving the brush down, but it's just so minimal. These trees are so tiny that you just want the idea of them, right? We're not actually going to see branches. We're not going to see any of the details. We just get the tip of the tree and thousands of them. As we get farther down, we can make our strokes slightly bigger because they're getting slightly closer to us. Perspective will make them look bigger. But for the most part here, really just trying to incorporate my new little taps, which have the slightest of drag. Now I think we make these even brighter. So I'm actually going to grab more titanium white, work that into my mix, like so. More Naples yellow. We're moving away from the orange and the green. That's okay. Just a lot of light on the trees back here. Really sun-soaked. And as we get farther and farther back, we have less and less of a drag in the brush, and it's more of a tap. So here you can see that I'm actually approaching the application process a little differently than we did in this part of it. And that's okay. It's actually ideal. It's kind of funny too, because it's extra, or it's less work, but sometimes it's better to put in the extra work, sometimes it's better to be a little more relaxed with it. I think that's something I really struggled with when I started painting. I thought everything had to have so much work and detail and attention, and I would overwork subjects a lot. So it's important to know the kind of how you are as a painter and which way you tend to skew, whether it's underdeveloping or overdeveloping. Maybe you're really lucky in that you're kind of in the middle and you just work it enough. It's often something a lot of us have to work on over time and correct to over time. But it's not to say that that's all of us. Some of us just innately fall into the right spot. Again, I was not that person, and that's okay. We just put in a little more effort and we get there over time. That said, I'm going to add some extra highlights to some of these trees, especially on the edges. And they'll look more and more like trees once we add greens and such. You just kind of have to trust me on this one, trust the process. We will get there. And now we're going to move into this larger triangle. Okay, and now we're going to move into this larger triangular spot where, again, I'm going to grab a little bit of this pigment, make some larger impressions towards the left-hand side. You can see it a lot better because we're up against the darker background now. However, the majority of this one isn't going to be done with this hue. We're going to go to the other color we mixed. We're going to start implementing a little bit of this. Just going to add some warmth and some green. This isn't going to be our final highlight for it. We'll build on top of it, but again, I wanted more green in the mix, and often through a subtle undertone, undervalue like this, you can build a much more complex subject in the end. So we're just kind of prepping our canvas for more of the trees. And I think that looks pretty good. It's a nice green, it's a good transition. If you want, you can add it to the base of some of these. Have it work its way up. You lose a lot of that hue and marking towards the top, but it does create, as you can see, a lot of really easy added trees, details, impressions. You can go back and add highlights on top of it too if you do too many. But often it's the mix of the base value with a highlight value and a shadow value. I don't normally do it in this order, but it really can be done in pretty much any order as long as you're careful with it, doing the right amounts. So I like that a lot. And now I think we can move into this area. So we're going to make this mix brighter more titanium white. You can see it's similar to that, a little bit darker, a little bit more green. Should be all of those things. Ideally, the markings we just made here are dry, and they should be because it wasn't a lot of paint. It wasn't thick. And now, again, in theory, we can go in and we can make thousands of little tops of trees. And I think it's actually going really well. What you have to be careful about with this brush is that you don't accidentally render a lot of horizontal lines. So I'm not pressing the entirety of the brush into the canvas, just a little portion, and I kind of rotate my brush here and there. That way I get slightly different markings each time, and you can't recognize too much pattern. There is pattern, it will be inevitable, but we're trying to mitigate the amount of obvious pattern. And as we get farther down, our markings will get a little bit bigger. And that doesn't mean I'm pressing harder with my brush, it means I do my tap and then I do a slightly longer drag at the bottom. I also leave more space in between a lot of my markings. So up here you can see it's really close and condensed, where now you have little visual breaks towards the bottom. Then here they can get a good amount bigger. The fan brush really just saves you hours and hours of work. You could do this with a liner, but it'd be really difficult to get this small marking, because sometimes it's just an individual bristle making a marking here, rather than a full set of them. And I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to switch to the liner. I'm going to grab a little bit of this paint. I'm going to try to make some of these markings. And you'll see that they're close, but they are bigger. And that's even with our smallest brush. Now I am going to purposefully make some of these bigger, because again, the trees down here will be more noticeable. But do want to be careful, mindful. You don't really have to do too many of these lines, but doing the actual individual lines does kind of remind the eye what it's looking at, because up close it's a series of dots, but when you take a step back you'll really see the trees, especially as we develop more trees. The more trees we do, the more these trees will look like trees. There we go. I like that. I like that a lot. These are also trees back here, and we'll work on those, but I think before we do, I'm just going to take a little bit of a step back, and we'll mix a brighter version of this pigment yet again. I'm going to add a little more Naples yellow, a little bit more titanium white, maybe a hint more green, maybe a hint more orange. It's kind of interesting that these are the colors we're using for trees, right? Not things you would typically associate with them, but pretty great in these settings. I'll go back to the fan brush, and I'll just add wide scale, more highlight towards the tops. That way we feel like the light's really up here. Have it wrap around, and then it gets more and more shadow heavy towards the right hand side. We can also kind of have an intentional line down here to show that this area is a little more in the forefront, and it creates a separation between this block and this block. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Adding some highlights back on top of these darker areas that we implemented. Again, just creating more and more variance. I like that. Kind of feel like the mountains rolling with all of this foliage. And I do feel like now there's a lot of warmth, a lot of light. I might want to cool this down slightly later, but for now I'm really liking it. You kind of just have to make decisions when you're painting, because there are so many ways. There are hundreds of ways to paint every subject. So sometimes you just kind of have to pick one, move forward with it, and then correct if you have to correct, which is something I've always struggled with. That's why some of these lessons take so long. It's one of those things where I go and I plan a lesson, and I replan it, and I replan it, and I replan. I say, I think I can do this. I think I can teach this better. And I keep doing that, and hopefully it makes the lessons better. I'm sure it does, but it means I make less of them because I'm constantly redoing them in the planning stages. And with this one, to be honest, I got kind of stuck, and I figured, what, how do I actually get this to a place where I want it to be? I have multiple plans. I'm just going to pick one, and I'm going to start, and if I need to correct, I will correct. I'm really happy with the one we picked. So we got a little lucky there, and some of that luck came from the fact that I did plan this lesson multiple times in different ways, and I got to kind of troubleshoot beforehand, but it does just go to show that just starting is really, really important. That said, we're going to move into this area where we do need more trees, and for that, I like this, but we need to go darker, and because we're going darker, we have less gold light, which means we have more of the natural color, the innate color, so I'm leaning into our green, making this a darker green mix. Maybe add a little bit of blue because of the shadow, light from the sky. Beautiful color. We're also keeping a hint of the color that we used here. That way I can refer to it later if I need to. I can go back and mix it. I have just something, a little test on the palette. Now we have this darker green though. And I do have another fan brush. The one I was using is currently sitting in the water, that way it doesn't dry out, but I can't use it to paint this because I need a dry fan brush, because I need the individual bristles. So there's just a second one. If you don't have a second one, I'd recommend cleaning your fan brush, drying it, and then doing this. And we are going to go in right here. It's so subtle. Great for our first application, creating minute variants, but there are a lot of trees back here as well. These are even farther away from these. All very tiny. All adding scale. And the greater the variance in scale in your painting, the more depth it'll look like you have in the end. So the fact that these are, again, almost microscopic, what you have up here will feel grand. That said, we're going to make this a little bit brighter, a little more titanium white, a little bit more Naples yellow. Going back to the liner, or the fan rather. We could go to the liner, but I think I'm going to be happier working with the fan right now. I'm going to have some little areas that kind of come down the mountain. This is going to be a very intentional line. I'm following this line. Just shows that this area is kind of sticking out, catching more light. I think there's also going to be another one kind of coming down from here. Easy way to pick where these are going to be is you look for the sharper corners, the little triangles at the bottom of our snow, and then you build out from those. And then we're going to expand upon this by working to the left of them because the light is on the left. And then they find these deeper areas that don't have light as you get more and more in between this line and this line. So just to the right of this, it's going to be almost no detail, no light, but to the left it's going to have quite a bit, and it's going to progressively lessen. And then we can kind of combine them at the bottom as they all come together. Just small implications. Changing the reference photo a little bit, but I think I would just like this better, and that's important. I have to like what you're painting. I have to like the way you're doing it. Right. Now we're going to take a bit of a bigger step back, as you can see, and now we look at things a bit more holistically. Do we feel like this part of the mountain makes sense with this? I think a lot of the values do, but I think we go from a really cold top to something that feels quite a bit warmer, and I think we need more of a transitional snow to kind of tie things together. And again, this isn't in the reference, but I think it'll make our painting stronger. So I'm going to go in with the liner brush because I don't want a big mix. We're going to remake some of the lighter blue snow. So very simple mix: titanium white, oxide black, cerulean blue. We'll do a little test. It's good, it's a little bright, but that means we can actually use it here and it'll stand out well because it's darker than everything else we have here. But I think I just want to connect some of the snow from this part of the mountain into this part. And then, again, I'm looking at the reference photo, and what I want to do really isn't in there. So we have to get creative. And as I was just talking about, sometimes you can really think about what you want to do, and sometimes you can just do it. And here we're just going to do it. I'm going to bring more of the snow down into the trees. Right through here, I think. And that way it looks like in between this mountain and this mountain, there's this little valley in between. And because it doesn't have a lot of light, it's colder. And because it's colder, it has this buildup of snow. Much like my balcony currently. Because again, we are in a polar vortex and it's a pretty chilly day. I don't know if you can hear the heater running in the background, but running it strong. One of those times where it's actually really nostalgic. I remember being a teenager, living at my parents', and doing a lot of homework to the sound of just the heater. And you feel it through the vent on the feet, and it was just, I don't know, there's something so warm and nostalgic about that. I'm really feeling it today, which is a great feeling for painting, you know? But yeah, might be inspired to paint more snow in this one because of real life and just kind of the fact that I know when I think back about this painting, I will remember these very unique weather conditions and the warm memories that are associated with it. Probably have a tea, probably really warm shower, probably when work and painting are done today, maybe settle down and watch a film. I love film. I love movies, but I feel like I often just don't have time to watch them because I'm working on one creative project or another. But I feel like on days like today, I kind of say, okay, you know what, the world's kind of stopped as a whole. I can relax. I can just take something in rather than make something. So, again, just the different ideas, associations that we build during these times. But I like the snow down here. I like the separations. I think that all worked really well. I'm going to create a little pool of snow right through here. I like that a lot too. It leads the eye this way, it connects them. This doesn't feel so big and blocky anymore. Excellent. Again, didn't really plan this. It's a correction because I just felt like there was room for one. that's exciting. That is very exciting. It's a very snowy landscape through and through. There'll be less snow here because there's so much light warming the area, but there will still be some snow, little patches. I'm just trying to be mindful of that. No, I'm excited for you to see this. I'm excited to work on it more. I think I'm going to finish this area for today though, and then edit it and upload it for you. That way you have a new painting lesson. It'll probably be about an hour and a half. Though this has taken me, days to paint, but weeks in progress time, just because of the planning and the going back and forth and starting and restarting and all of the pieces of the creative projects, So really fulfilling. I think often we watch tutorials and lessons online and we think, oh wow, they did that in an hour and a half, they did that in 2 hours. I wish I could paint that quickly, but the reality of it is we're probably painting at very similar periods of time. I just have the magic of editing where I can cut out the 25 minutes where I paint for 3 minutes and then I go and I sit in my chair and I look at the canvas for 25 minutes and ask myself, what do I do next? What is the proper way to continue this? How do I course correct? How do I fix that? What does it need? So just recognize, even though this video is probably going to be an hour and a half, maybe 2, the painting process is taking me a lot longer. And that's okay. That's fun. That makes it more rewarding. So don't feel like you have to compare your timing, your creative process to mine, because what you're watching of mine is a very condensed version of it. Because it wouldn't make sense to upload a 20-30 hour video where we get to this. Just try to give you a lot of the results. And sometimes the problem solving, I do like to include the problem solving in these, because we all do have areas of paintings that we do need to fix, and I think it's important to know that A, we all go through that, but B, also to show you how I go through my fixes. So I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, at this point, I think we know what we're doing. I think it's going really well. Maybe more snow down here. Kind of feel that there's a break, but it's continued. I think we need more highlights. I think we need more separation in between different areas of the mountain, but I think we're in a really good place. Now, for this next step, I do recommend cleaning your water dish, cleaning your brushes, because we are going to go in with some brighter details, and we don't want our water or our brushes making this pigment muddy. We need it to be quite bright and at a very intentional saturation. Okay, so for this, we are going to go back over here, through here, make a brighter highlight. And that is simply going to start with Naples yellow and titanium white. I'm not grabbing any oxide black. I'm not changing our color at all. We're keeping it simple. This is going to be our most powerful ability to render a highlight. And we're going to use it to render individual little trees with our liner brush, because we want intentionality here throughout the areas that are going to get a lot of light. So we're not going to do this to every tree, but we are going to do it to a lot of them towards the top. And eventually the goal is to have this kind of sink into the background. We want it to get lost. We want it to feel like there's a good glow. It's one of those things that does take some time, but we are going to get there. Okay? I'm also going to create some variance in our mountains with this by skipping this area, but then I'm going to go down to here, show you. Just tap in the tops of these trees then have it go through here, and then it can go down again. You can see how it kind of gets lost towards the bottom as we run out of paint. And then we can go back up towards the top, re-interject more of this. It's also worth noting that if there are areas through here that you don't love, we are going to be adding some taller trees on top of a lot of this. So you're going to be able to cover up areas you feel like you messed up or you don't really like. And that's going to happen in a while. So you'll have time to fix things up and really sit with it. Think about what you do like, what you don't. But we're going to have an opportunity to get pretty malleable with larger incoming foreground trees. So if you love one area, you have the opportunity to keep it. If you don't like an area, you have an opportunity to paint over it with a different kind of subject soon, create some extra depth. But I think so far we're doing pretty well. Again, I want to make this all brighter, so I'm going over it multiple times. And I have to do that because we are working with a good amount of water on our brush. I have a lot of water because I'm trying to get these really tiny, tiny markings. Difficult to do with big strokes or with a lot of pigment but very little water. This makes it easy though. And I think we need a bit more paint and maybe even brighter for right there. So back to the larger flathead. Naples yellow. This time even less Naples yellow. And ideally, hopefully, when we grab this and we put it right over here, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to happen. It just gets lost in the distance. That's perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Might have to do a couple of layers, but I'll get you a bit closer. Oh, really starting to come together, right? Yeah, don't mean to be working up there, but sometimes you just get excited and you see, oh, you know what, I could incorporate a little more highlight in that area. I could just go back there for a second, and then all of a sudden you're painting that area for like 25 minutes, and you're like, oh yeah, you know what? I didn't mean to be here. I like it a lot more now, but always kind of fun. Always kind of funny. Okay, now we're going back through here. Again, adding additional highlights. Breaking up these larger orange blocks. It's going to look a lot more depth heavy once this is complete. It's going to make a lot more sense. I think I want slightly more Naples yellow in it. We went really, really bright, and it isn't wrong, but I want the opportunity to make it brighter later, holistically. So I'm going to hold off on a little bit of that bright value. And for now, we'll just, again, work this until there isn't a hard line. And the areas that we don't like, cover with big trees for the foreground that overlap it. What I would recommend, though, through this section is that you remain patient. You continue to render the smallest little tapping marks that you possibly can. You can use the liner brush, by the way, but or the fan brush, but I think this is something I'm feeling really comfy with right now. Feeling like our ability to render the really tiny markings is good. We're almost at that point where we have covered all of this harsh line, which was the ultimate goal. There we go. You know what? Let's switch to a fan brush for a minute. Get these really, really tiny. There's a lot quicker of a way to do it. Again, patience is key. As long as we're doing it right, it's okay. I'm more so doing this because I wanted even smaller markings than I felt like I was getting with the liner. And this is just the best at it. There we go. Love that transition. We're going to make it even softer in just a second. Now, for our next step, it's important that we grab a filbert brush, which is just a brush with a rounded corner on both sides. It's going to create softer blends, and that'll be really good for spreading light over the mountains, creating some real atmosphere. Now, before we can actually work with that brush, we do need pigment, and the pigment I want is very much akin to what we have right in here. And this didn't have any cadmium orange. It was more so just titanium white and Naples yellow. So that's what we're going to begin with, like that. I'll do a little test, make sure that it's akin to what we were working with, and it might be just a little bit brighter, and you can even bump up the brightness of your sky should you want to. Don't have to, but you can. Though I do know it needs a little more Naples yellow. We'll interject that. I'll go in with a test. That's more like it. Though this is not the brush I'll be using. We are going to switch on over, as noted, to our filbert. And you can dry brush this, or you can use a wet brush. I'm going to start with dry and just see how far we get. But I'm going to apply this over the area in which we are painting. I'm going to do these little swirls. I'm going to move the light from the background over our treed mountains, softening it, pushing it farther and farther into the distance, making it more and more subtle. It's important to note that this has to be 100% fully dry before you do this. Otherwise, you'll be taking out details where we still want those details. We just want them behind this hazy light. So the goal here is to really just start losing this into the background. I think I need a bit more pigment. Titanium white, Naples yellow. Mixing it with a larger flat-headed brush. And now, you know what, I will make my filbert just a little bit damp. Not adding a lot of water, just a little bit. And we'll start working that over this as well. But we just want it to look like the light is soaking the land in the area. See that? Really just fades into the distance. Going over it multiple times. I only do a little bit each layer. Never a dramatic application. We really like what we painted, and the goal isn't to cover all of it, it's just to, again, add this haze to it. Beautiful. Light soaking through. We will have large, tall trees covering a good amount of it, but that which we do see through the trees will look really nice. Now, excitingly, looking back at the reference photo, we did make some color changes. I think the mountains are a little bit more stark. I think that the sky again has a bit more of a green hue through the transition of the yellow and the blue. And I think I actually much prefer our painting to what we have on the reference photo. So we're taking artistic liberties. We're getting rewarded for it. And we are going to begin, as we typically do, by dipping our large flat-headed brush into a little bit of water, wipe off the excess, and then we'll go in to mix a couple of colors. We want a nice mid-value orange for the top of this mountain right here. And we've done something quite similar. If we look at this in relation to over here, this is a little bit brighter, it's a little bit more saturated. So we can start, I think, with our Naples yellow, our cadmium orange, grab a bit of titanium white to desaturate it, hint of oxide black as we don't want it to be too bright. We want room to make it brighter. We're looking for a nice mid-value orange. We'll do a little test on the reference photo. It looks good, but it's definitely too bright and too saturated. So we'll just interject a little bit more oxide black, get a good mix. And let me just rotate this a little bit better so you can see the color more accurately. Again, we'll go back in, and that's actually a perfect match. So we have our mid value for that, but it transitions into a mid value blue. For that, we'll grab our cerulean. We can even mix it with a bit of what we just mixed because we do want these colors to be cohesive. Probably make it a little bit darker. As we get closer to us, our subjects are going to be darker in general. We're going to have subjects move farther and farther away from the light. We're also going to have more natural contrast. Putting it there, I can see that it actually needs to be a bit darker and a bit more blue. So less orange in the mix. I think this would be pretty correct. Again, going into the shadows. I like that a lot. Okay, so we have two mixes. We have our orange, we have our blue for the rock, and then when we come down here, we have our greens, and we'll use a little bit of our blue for this. So you can see how we're taking this into this, and then this into this. And we'll make this a little bit brighter. Titanium white. Do a little test. It's good, but it could be a little warmer. So we'll grab some Cad orange. We're slowly turning it into a green, but it's a phase. It's close. Surprisingly, we need more orange. There we go. Good mix between the two. And that's perfect. So we have our mid-value base colors for all of these. We'll apply it, and then we'll add in some detail, some highlights, some shadows, and all of that good stuff. Okay, so we know the bottom of this mountain here is going to be very tree covered. So we're going to begin by just applying a nice sharp line for our trees down here. And it can have some bends. Doesn't have to be a perfect line. You can see how it kind of goes up like that and then down and then it kind of flattens out. We're looking for those more unique intricacies throughout, just so it feels more natural. Then we'll start to work it inwards. And I always start on the edge when I have the most amount of workable paint on my brush. So we'll just use an X-shaped pattern. That's often the best way to move a lot of paint on your canvas quickly. We'll work on the trees below here after, but right now we're just working on the top while we have all of this wet paint. Now I'm going to grab a lot of our orange, which has started to dry, and I'm just going to interject a little bit more. That way we can add some life into the mix we already have on the canvas. And then we'll work the top of this brighter area of trees. This is brighter for a couple of reasons. One, there's some snow. Two, it has more light working onto it. Three, we have some exposed rock and the rock is brighter than the actual trees. But I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to paint all of this with this color. And then after, we'll interject our shadows. I think it'll just be a more intuitive process. There we go. Have a rather soft transition from the two, but I want the green to have a little bit of a separation, or rather to separate the orange just a little bit right through here. And I'm going to blend it softly this way, but I'm going to keep the hard edge in the middle. Now we'll get a little closer, and I'm going to grab the blue as well. We're going to start working our shadows in, And this little area that I've already created is essentially a divot. So the land moves inwards and then it moves back outwards, and this is the outwards, that area that has the highlight, and then light starts wrapping around it. But in that area between here and here, it does get a bit more cool, and we're just going to interject some of that blue. We'll work it up here, just showing that there is still shadow throughout. A little bit back down here, like that. Doing a soft blend for the most part towards the edges. We don't need it to be too dramatic. And then we kind of have another area that's inset up in this direction. But you can see how it's essentially 1, 2, 3 lines. These two connect with each other. This one is by itself. And then we have a little bit of this towards the back of this mountain. But I want that to blend with our green, so I'm going to grab more of that. I'll just work that forward. Very good, very good. Work a little bit of our green up. Now we start moving things together, provided they're all still a little bit wet. You can wet your brush to make them more and more malleable. The idea is that we're creating these believable transitions between areas of land that are a bit more shadow heavy and a bit more highlight heavy. Now I'm going back in with our brighter pigment. Again, trying to create those transitions. I think that actually worked out really well. It's kind of funny seeing this very developed mountain next to what we're currently working on. But hopefully this acts as a reminder when this is going through the very rough stages that we will get there. You just kind of have to trust yourself in the process. And again, you can see that I'm softly blending a lot of this into itself. We only have a couple hard lines, one of which is this, which I want to be a lot more dramatic actually. So I think I'm going to just mix up an even brighter highlight. And we'll have a lot of little trees. I'll just use the corner of my brush right now to visually note that this is going to be a line of trees, a line of highlights. We can do a better job with our liner brush later. But I think we also want one right here, and then we have this bump that'll be more shadow heavy. So maybe we actually interject some extra shadow into it right now. Yeah, this area just won't be getting as much light. So you start with this very simple, basic set of colors, and then you slowly interject all of the intricacies, which will make it more interesting. Going back in with a little bit of green. Again, just softening. It's okay if there's some texture too, because this will be rock, this will be trees, they're things that should have texture anyway. We're just trying to make sure that we do so at a good pace. I'm also going to take a little bit more of the blue, work it underneath. And then I'm going to take more of the green, work it on top, and just have them transition into each other, because we're going to have the land roll this way and then it'll come down, and when it comes down it won't get any light from the sun, so this area will be a bit darker, this area will be darker because it's farther away from the sun, and this area is darker because the sun's coming this way. It's hitting this essentially wall of the mountain and it's creating a shadow on itself, and the same can be said for this area that's catching light, creating a shadow here, this area that's catching light, creating shadow here, and this area that's catching light, and the shadow for that is off the canvas, so we don't have to worry about it. But this is essentially our very basic underlayer. Now, as you can see, what we're working towards has a lot more highlights and details than what we currently have in the canvas. So we're going to start applying some of those, and I think we'll probably start with the shadows, then we'll layer the highlights on top. So again, we're just going to find the darker values in this portion for the next part of the painting. And with that, we're just adding more oxide black for the most part to all of the colors we already mixed. Going to start with the blues, going to start with the greens, and the greens can be less orange this time around because they just don't have as much light. We can also add a little bit of cerulean blue into it, but it does still need to have some of that orange hue. You can see that we found the original color. You can see we're adding some extra oxide black. You can see we're adding a little bit of extra of our actual green, a little bit extra of our cerulean blue, and this will be good. So I think we go in with these two, and then we figure out where we want to go next. But there you go. Good view. Now we'll be switching to our damp liner brush as we are going to work in some small detailed trees. So I'm just going to start with some of the darker bluish hue. I'm going to throw that into the shadows that we've already established with the larger flat-headed brush. I'm going to make a myriad of these minute drags. We'll start working them out into the blended green area as soon as we've started to use up a good amount of our paint, because we want these shadows to get more and more subtle as we move out from the distinctly shadow heavy area. Because this watery application, where it's semi-shadowed, is actually a great transition. So now I'm grabbing some extra paint, and that means I'm going to go and start yet again within the shadows, and then I'll move my way outwards like this. Okay, so again, we are going to be careful about not doing too much, but we'll work back in. I'll work this up. I'm running out of paint, so I can get out of that darker area. And we'll also jump over to the right hand side, do more of the same. This can be a little bit darker because we are getting to the edge of the canvas and you want it to have more of a vignette effect. Something else you can do to save time, and I'm sure you saw this coming, you can take a fan brush, grab a good amount of that paint, and do more of the same. Here I'm making larger strokes because we are closer to the foreground and we're also within this larger shadow towards the base. Though, while we are making more impressions, you can see that it's definitely less controlled. So I think a good balance between this and the liner brush is probably where I want to be. And when I'm done applying these markings, I will go back with the liner, just fix things up, make it a bit more intentional. So here we are going to do some monotonous tapping, but we're keeping the same idea with that. There are more taps towards the bottom in the area which there will be shadow, and those taps will be a little bit more dragged out as these trees will be closer to us and therefore they will look bigger, and therefore the shadows in which they cast and the backs of them will also just look a little bit bigger. We'll also work our way up and get a little bit smaller with those taps. At this point, I think it's starting to make sense. At this point, I think we can kind of start to see the vision and recognize that, you know what, if I keep doing this, I will get somewhere that I like. And I am also going to switch to the liner brush to, again, just fill in all the little areas that I didn't feel confident about reapplying with the fan brush because it does apply just so much paint. Though, if you do apply too much paint, don't worry about it because we can always go back in and we can always add more of that mid value over top the areas that we need to. Don't forget to, we're also going to be adding in a lot of highlights, so there is a lot to do, and this will look a whole lot better pretty soon. Now, we do need a lot of highlights, but I'm going to grab some of this color and just work it in between a lot of the darker shadows that we have and the more highlighted greens. I'm also going to go over some of the darker shadows. The variance between this and this with such small taps is incredibly minute, difficult to tell, but I think just having that extra level of values and hues will long-term add to the painting. So we're not going to do too much of this, but I am going to use it as a transitionary piece, which we will paint over in large amount with the highlights. So for now, I like it. We are starting to have the implication of trees, and that's a good feeling. Also just so cathartic going in and doing all of these little taps. It's one of those things where the more of it you do, the better it looks, and you just progressively get happier and happier with that which you're making. I always love prioritizing these lessons and painting in a way that makes me happy. I try to not have too many steps where I'm looking at it and I'm looking and thinking, oh no, oh no, what am I going to do with you, right? Instead it's a lot of, okay, this is one awkward stage, but we're going to quickly get to a stage where it's cathartic, it feels good, it looks good, I like it. With oil paintings, often I do these big ones, and I do all the underpaintings first. So this looks rough, and this looks rough, and this looks rough, and this looks rough. And when you do that, you really have to believe in yourself and the idea that you will turn it around. But with acrylics, I do try to work step by step for the most part, as I find it's a more mentally rewarding way of painting. That said, I like this a lot. Okay, so now we're going to add in some of the highlights that we can see within the greens and up there towards the very top. I think we start with the very top because we don't want to mix this with a diluted palette or brush. So we're just going to grab an abundance of our titanium white, a bit of our Naples yellow, hint of our cad orange. Make something warm, something that we can make slightly brighter. Do a little test. I think that's pretty great. We could make it slightly darker, but instead of darker, I think I'm going to add a little bit more Naples yellow to subdue it. A hint. That said, as for the greens, we know that this is our mid to dark value green. We know that this is our, what we're essentially applying it on top. So I know I need a good amount of actual green. We know we need some orange, but we want it to be more green focused at this point. I think these two look good together, which is important as well, because this will transition into this and this will be layered over this to a point. Do a little test. Looks good, could be slightly more orange. And I think this is what we take into the canvas. Now, jumping back into this, I have a dry fan brush. We have our highlight for a lot of our trees. And we have a lot of highlight right up here because there's a lot of light coming, wrapping around the tops of the mountain rather than the bottom where it gets more shadows. But I'm just going to, as you can see, do a wide series of forking taps. And then we'll start building this downwards and in. We also have this area that protrudes. We pre-marked it, but now we can go in with more intentionality. Have it build up into that area. And then we can also have these trees work their way down and have that light wrap around this big protruding portion. Again, this is the part of the painting that starts to feel like things are coming together. So it should be pretty exciting. Also have some up here towards the top. Though this top area, we'll go in with our other mix and really build that out. There we go. A lot of light over here. trying to not make it look too linear as a whole. So I'm not pressing the entirety of the brush in. A lot of the times I'm just using the corner. We can kind of connect this into this and then make it a little more broken up. I think we'll need the liner brush to take some of these lines out, but that's okay. Again, I think a lot of these trees are best accomplished when you're combining the liner and the fan brush. I think we'll just playfully tap this all around. Up here. Let it dissipate in the shadows. So there are hints of it, but it's not all-encompassing at all. Lots of trees up towards the top. That goes for over here as well. There we go. And now we'll grab our real highlight, and I'm going to start, as you can see, by using the liner brush. I'm just going to do some taps. I'm not even really doing a drag at this point, but I'm just trying to define the top of this set of mountains, because it'll be a lot harder to do that with the fan brush. You can see there are lots of like little ups and downs. It's a big goal, creating that movement, that diversity of movement. Now we will grab our big fan brush. It is dry. It is going to be working down the mountain. And it's probably going to stop right about there, because we're not going to have a lot more light work its way, because the mountain, as we've talked about, casts shadows on itself. So we're mostly just working at the top. It's mostly just taps, not really much of a drag. There we go. Then we work our way down these highlighted areas. Use this brush if you can. If it's not working out well for you, I would switch to the liner. I can tell it's a little tricky for me, admittedly. Trying to persevere, but I think once I get these taps on and just a hint of this up here, I think we switch back to the liner. Now again, as part of the mountains moving forward, overlapping the other. So we're going to expand this out. Likely have it connect right down here. It's looking a little messy, admittedly, but we'll do our best to fix it up. Being very intentional with these taps. Something I kind of miss is the snow on these mountains. Maybe we reincorporate that. Maybe, if I'm being honest, the top of this just isn't working the way that I was expecting, and that's okay. That is part of the painting process. So I'm going to take 5 or 10 minutes, just kind of do some visualization of what this could be if we made some rather large changes, and from there we'll continue. Okay, now a big part of painting is, I think, being honest with yourself about how you feel about a certain area. And to be honest with myself, after looking at this, I don't really like the top of it, and that's okay. I'm going to show you something you can do. One thing you can do is you can just keep working it until you do really like it. Another thing you can do is figure out what you like in your painting, why you like it, and then double down on that in a different area. And that's what I'm going to do. Because I like the bottom area a lot. I like the transition. I think we can add a lot more highlight to these trees and build this up. But the top area, I want to be more of this snowy, rocky texture. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to take some Oxide black, titanium white, cerulean blue, mix up a grayish blue, and I am going to do something bold. And that is work over a large portion of my painted trees. Now, you don't have to do this. If you like your trees, I say, you know what, keep them. All good. Our paintings can look different, and I actually encourage you to make yours look the way you really want yours to. You know, this is a tutorial, it's a lesson, it's meant to help you paint and learn, but it's not meant to handcuff you to any certain idea or style. So I am personally going to add this mid-value gray, and then I'll add some darker blue into the back areas where there's more shadow. Just like so. Rather uncomplicated. And I'm just going to make it a bit more like what we have over here. That way I think these two will fit together better. But also I just really like the aesthetic that we built. Now I'm going to go with a little bit of a brighter gray as you move up in our mountain. And this isn't the brightest we'll get. We will get a little bit more bright. But we are trying to build in some highlights, and I'm really just kind of making this up as I go. You can do sketches, you can draw with Conte on your canvas, you can do a lot of different things to kind of practice and solidify ideas. But I think I have a good grasp on these mountains as a whole, and so our ability to recreate them isn't too tricky. But I think I like what we have there for the most part. I think we go with a darker grayish blue as well, doubling down on the cerulean and the oxide black in this next mix. We have the back of the mountain. We don't really have a large backing, but we do have this area that's inset. It should be a bit darker. But hopefully, like the real purpose of doing this and doing this on camera more so is to show you that even after decades of painting, sometimes we paint things we don't like. Sometimes we make mistakes, sometimes we want to rework things, and that's all okay. Makes us a stronger painter, makes us evaluate what we really want in our painting, and so far, I think we're off to a good start. Might add some extra rock down here. Again, I like a lot of these trees, but I do want more of this, because I really like it. So we're just interjecting that snowy rock here and there. Then we can go back to our liner brush, see if any of our highlight is still wet. We have a little bit. Very good. So this is the same color that we used for our trees here. It's fairly similar to what we have over here. And we can work some highlight onto the edges of these mountains. Just the areas that'll catch that light. I'll get you with the closer lens there so you can really see the detail work. So here we are, liner brush. More of that highlighted pigment. And we're just going to throw this onto the areas of canvas up here that will be facing the light directly and catching the most of that nice glow. It also won't just be the edges, the light will work its way into areas that have more of a flat face of the rock. So we'll find the areas we feel like might have a bit more of a flat siding, and we'll start combining areas and bringing pieces together, like so. Starting to look a lot more three-dimensional. And I like that we have a varied amount of textures going on now, in a way that we didn't before, you know? So, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to rework portions of your painting. It's also okay if you try reworking it right now and you don't end up liking this version either. You just kind of keep going until you figure out what your version of the painting looks like. Something else I really liked in this was these more horizontal movements. So for that, I think we grabbed some of our Oxide black, our blue, hint of our titanium white, and we work these more linear applications in. It's really fun to also, you know, work with a reference photo to get the ideas of what you want to do, but also get a lot more exploratory and really creative and just kind of invent spaces. But I'm using the reference photo and what we learned from it to invent this space, right? I'm not just doing it wholly from my imagination, and I think that's important because when we just use our imagination, often we really simplify subjects. So I have a good reference point in our other mountains, doing some little taps to show texture in the mountain. There we go. Creating a wider variety of values. And we are getting there. We can also go a lot darker than this. This was a safe start. There we are. Trying to blend more of the rock into the trees. Create more transition points. That way it feels a little more seamless. I think we, again, can go a lot darker with this mix. Can't go with the pure Oxide black because we still want there to be some hue in it to show that it's either cool or warm. Here in the shadows, it's all pretty cool with the Cerulean, but that is, I would say, an important part of our mix. I'm trying to be very mindful of still having that Cerulean present. We can also have these more stark shadows because we're getting closer to us than we were here. Trying to make the edge the most dark, because, of course, we are trying to render that soft vignette, that implied vignette. So far, so good. Might go with something a little bit brighter yet again. Trying to position this so you can see the color well. But it's essentially just a soft gray with a little bit of blue in it. It looks like snow working its way on the mountain. And it can kind of work its way in between this crevice. Hopefully. Hopefully. There we are. Have another platform up here with a lot of snow. Now, taking a step back, looking at this as a whole, I am so much happier with it. One of those things where I was working on the initial design and I felt like I was really fighting it. I was really trying to figure it out and problem solving, and it wasn't coming as fluidly as I wanted to. And I think sometimes that's important with painting, for you to work through harder ideas to become a better painter. But sometimes I think it's a sign that there are just more intuitive ways to do it in ways that you prefer. So I do really like this. I do think we could add some trees to the top of it. And with that, I am going to go back to a little bit more of our greenish orange highlighted mix using the liner brush, because at this point we do want things to be very intentional, and we're just going to throw some intentional little trees into the top here where we are getting a lot of light. We can add some over here. We can add some to the top of this, not too many. We are trying to create that same lighting effect that the initial design had, in that the bottom half is pretty dark comparatively, but this top half can have their same initially intended highlights and be successful. There we go. It might be too much. It might not be. I think I want to live with it for a minute. Add some extra trees to the tops. Very good. And you know what? I think it makes sense that this would be a bit cooler. So we're just jumping back and forth between our highlights and our shadows until we land on what we really want. But I do want this area to be darker. And we have figured that out just through trial and error. Sometimes if you're really not sure how you want to approach a painting, the best way to figure it out is just to throw some paint on there and paint until you learn that you like it or you don't. And then you problem solve from there. I think the hardest thing is, just leaving the canvas there as you think about it and you think about it, and something I've been very guilty of in the past, but I do like that. I think we'll do a bit more of a green mix yet again, but a brighter one, a slightly more green than orange one, though we are still going to have some orange in the mix. We're just going to slightly shift those hues to the light green. And I think this is what I want for down here. So now we grab a fan brush, and mine are all pretty damp. We want it to be dry, so I'm just going to dry mine off relatively well on a cloth. We'll grab some of our green. We'll head back in, and we'll just build on that which we have. Lots of process work. Lots of building. Okay, I think we go brighter yet again. All of these small varied changes. Adding a little bit more green into the mix, but not too much. Just the gradual variance. That's what we're looking for. I feel like it meets the highlight at the top quite nicely. There we go. Okay, so from here, we are going to take a little bit of a break from the top of our mountain. We're going to work on our trees in the foreground and midground while it dries. So I'm back with the larger flat-headed brush. We are mixing up a mid to darker green. We already have some right here, and that's a good starting point, but we are getting more and more green with every mix we do. It's worth noting that we are still going to be working with some cadmium orange. That is a staple in our palette in this painting. And I like this. It's something we can make darker, it's something we can make brighter, but it is on the darker end, and we do want it to be on the darker end for right down here. As I test, I think this is actually a great middle ground. So not a lot to change. I think we just go in with this. So we are yet again back to our base layers, and that means covering all of the white you currently see in this larger blocked area. And I'll make a little note, a little visual marker on the left-hand side. And I'm not worried about making the actual markings of the trees with this first application. I'm really just trying to figure out exactly where they're all going to be. That way we don't struggle later on to implement them. That said, we'll work our way down here. We'll have taller trees right along the edge of the ice, but we can't incorporate those just yet, and we want to make sure that we have something behind them so that we can leave openings and make them feel three-dimensional, right? The more openings you have in your trees, the more opportunities you have for depth. And right now we're just trying to put in a nice, good, thick base layer. I'm going over these areas more than once to ensure that it is thick. And it's kind of a nice little breather in the painting, right? We've been putting all of this hard detail work, some real restructuring, but with this, it's just putting in something to build a foundation. We're going to let this dry, and as we do, we are going to make a darker mix, which we'll apply our trees with. Now, again, as we get closer, our mixes get darker, more of the innate value. I'll interject more of the black, the green. I'll use a little bit of blue because this is for the shadows and we want the shadows to feel cooler. There we go. Still not an oxide black, still quite far from it if you look at this compared to that, but this is a really nice pigment. And then for the actual application, again, we want this to be fairly dry. Do a little tap, still a little bit wet. So I'm going to let that fully dry, and then we'll go in and we'll incorporate some shadows. Then we'll build the highlights. Very similar to what we did over here, but because we're moving closer to us, again, more innate coloring, and that which we do will be bigger. Okay, it looks like everything is fully dry to the touch. So we are back with our fan brush. We are back with our darker shade. And as you'll see, I will be making larger markings than we have before. Now we're getting a real drag, like so. And I think the real goal here is still leaving enough showing of the underbase that by the end of this we'll have 3 hues, 3 values. It gets more and more important as we get closer to us, because as we get closer to us, we should see more detail. And you can see that in the very back, my markings are pretty tight. But as we get closer to us, I try to create more space and separation between my drags. So there's more and more of the negative space down here than there is towards the top. So the top is darker, the bottom is more open and full of the mid value. Doesn't have to be perfect. We'll be covering most of this with trees, different kinds of trees, bigger trees. But the more correct this is, the more option we have in the areas that we cover up in the next layer, because we do need some of it showing through, but we can be selective. So if you have a favorite part or an area that's really not working, don't worry about it. You can leave your favorite area showing in the end and cover up the rest. That said, let's get a little closer and work in with the liner. Same pigment, but now we're just doubling down on some of the markings. You can see how occasionally the markings with the fan brush are a bit toothy. So you have all of the little open spots and jitters in between the strokes, quite prominent over here. We're just going to work to solidify some of those. Doesn't have to be perfect. And you can see that I'm overlapping a lot of my strokes. So there's one down here, that'll be kind of overlapped by one towards the top. Nothing to concern yourself with. Just make sure that there is overlap here and there, because there will be in nature. It'll, in theory look a little messy, but not when we're done. I'm also going to try to make areas like this look a little less blocky. Areas where the bristle is kind of clumped together too much with the fan brush. It'll happen, and it's easily fixable. And we'll try to almost connect this into this so that it looks like the hills are rolling down, getting closer to us, and just giving us a lot of volume within our landscape so that it isn't kind of flat and then hilly, right? We want it to progressively get more and more flat as we move into the foreground when we get to our water. So for this, we are going to mix up a new green with, of course, some orange, but it will be more green than orange. And we can't have it this saturated, so we add in some titanium white, as we've done many a time before. We add in a little bit of our oxide black. We're not going to add in any cerulean blue because we want this to be quite a bit warmer. I'm just going to test it on the canvas into our previous trees. I like it as a base. It definitely needs to be brighter, but maybe we do this as a layer and then we build on top of it a second time with an even brighter version. I think I'm going to add just a little bit more light into it. Do one more test. That's perfect. Okay, so this is what we'll work in next. I am going to try working with a fan brush, but I will inevitably switch to the liner. And much like with the darker markings, these are going to be longer. And soon we'll be painting actual trees. The closer we get in the canvas to us, the more we can make these resemble big trees. And here you can see we're creating that transition from the background into the midground. We do need bigger marks though. And we'll kind of have this work its way out. I'm really excited to add the real highlights. Should be a lot of light streaming through here. I think I'm going to actually make my brush a little bit damp. It will condense the bristles a little bit, but as we get closer towards the foreground, they can condense. You can have bigger brush strokes. And here you can see that's really coming to fruition towards the foreground. We're going to want to go in and make some of these markings look a little wonky because trees in real life aren't perfect. They aren't all the same. We're going to want some to be a little bit diagonal, some overcrossing each other. Switch to the liner now, and I'll just show you what I mean. Here's one, and then it's kind of diagonal. Here's one, it's kind of diagonal the other way. Just going back and forth. And then towards the real foreground, or at least the area that's closest to us, you can paint in individual looking trees where they have branches that kind of work their way out. I like to imagine, these aren't Christmas trees, but I think that's a good shape to envision. And we're just painting the left-hand side of them with the highlights because the light's moving this way. I'll get you quite a bit closer though. So, we'll grab some paint. We'll pick an area. We'll say this is the top of our tree. And then on the left-hand side of it, I'm just going to do a lot of little branches that work out to the left. Here's another one. Very subtle, very small. Again, we'll have a lot more trees on top, but we are at that point where we do need to start acknowledging that these are individual trees, not clusters of trees, and that they have their own set of branches and can be a bit more lively, a bit more unique. Again, it's okay to not do this in the background, and you really shouldn't do it in the background because you just shouldn't see this much detail that far away. But now that we are close, this is a good inclusion. Being careful not to overdo it. And we'll do a lot more with the real highlight right now. We definitely have room to get brighter by quite a bit. So, as noted, brighter, more titanium white in the mix. I'm going to make my brush a bit more damp just to liven up the paint that I have on my palette. Was starting to dry, but we can fix that. We'll add a little bit more green, a little bit more orange. As we add more titanium white to brighten it, we desaturate it. So we need to balance it yet again with our other pigments. We'll go in, do a little test. I like this. I like this a lot. I think that's a good next step. I do think this also leaves room to go brighter, which is nice. The more of this we can do, the more layers we can build, the more real our painting will look in the end. And again, this is kind of my transitionary area where it's rolling in. A lot of light through here, because we are getting closer to that left-hand side. We can paint individual trees with this brush on a little bit of an angle, like this. Double down the taps that we did with the liner. At first it'll look a little silly, but you double down, you do more, and eventually you get the look of lots of great trees in the foreground. You can also go back and touch it up with the liner, same way that we were initially sketching these in. And we're still far enough away that it doesn't have to be perfect, it can be a bit more messy. A-okay. We're just building this piece by piece. Those pieces take time to implement. Okay, I'm going to have a lot of trees over here that have a lot of light. Again, a real abundance. I like that. I really like that. You can see that our taps back here are a little more frantic. They're closer together, all of these vertical ones. And what that's doing is making it look like it is a little bit farther away, but it's still noticeable that these are individual trees. And then as you get out here, it's a less frantic, it's a less closely tapped. You have individually noticeable trees, and that makes them look farther away from each other to a point. It also makes them look a little bigger, and it creates more depth. Yeah. from a distance, when I lean back, it really looks natural, real. All of the things we're aiming for. Looked pretty pretty unfinished only 20 minutes ago. But now it's really coming together. So this is your friendly reminder that, again, if you're struggling with some base layers, you can do a couple of things. You can do what I did with the mountain, and that's just redo it in a different way. Come back in creatively and problem solve. You can also just keep on working on what you're working on, and I'm sure eventually find the solutions, the aesthetics, the layers, the builds that you're looking for. There we go. Beautiful, great rolling light. We're not done though. We need to go brighter. Even more titanium white into that same mix. Beautiful. Head back in, even more highlight. Towards the tops. Feel like it's streaming in, and it's a little bit of a hill, and then it winds down, so we don't have as much highlight towards the real front of it, but you'll have a little bit of it working its way in. Oh, I'm very happy with this. Which feels great, because again, that that was a struggle. And you are going to have portions of the painting that are very cathartic and very much just everything is going right, and then you have parts that are a little more testing, a little more trying. I try to arrange my paintings in a way that I'll work on something really hard, make me think, make me problem solve, and then I'll kind of reward myself with a more relaxed area of the painting. That way we get that mental reprieve. But it's also fun to challenge ourselves. You don't want all of it to be too easy, right? So it's best when it's a back and forth, I find. And I do try to design these lessons so that you do have that experience. Sometimes these take a lot of planning. Not because the painting requires it, but the lesson requires it. The way in which we prioritize and jump around on the canvas. That said, that all looks great. That looks really great. I think we can go slightly brighter one more time. Going to be careful with this. Going to make my brush just a little bit damp. It will connect my bristles, but I want this to be really sharp. Just trying to build that volume in these layers. Very good. Okay. Beautiful. I think we switch over to our liner. Interjecting this highlight up here. I think it fits really well. That's a good sign. all of the contrast through this area makes this area look so much farther back, more misty. And that's good. That's what we're looking to do. We're also going to try to do that with this in comparison to the trees that we implement through here even. So we have some unique steps to take. But this will create depth for our next set of trees in the way that this created depth for this. Now we're just doing individual little protruding trees here and there. Love that. Now, before we start painting foreground trees, what we want to do is push this a little bit back into the distance. That way, again, we have a lot of layers of depth. Easiest way to do this is by taking our large flat-headed brush, a little bit of our titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow, getting a lot of water on the brush, and then making these into a real wash. And then once we have something that we feel like fits quite well with our light over here, we can test it right down there, we're going to start dragging it atop this area. But we need it to be very watery. I think this is almost good. We're just going to make it a little bit more white, a little bit more water heavy. Then we're going to slowly work it this way. It's also worth noting, it's important as we do this that we make sure we're not getting too much of it in this background. So I'm going to do a little finger painting. And we want it to slowly dissipate as we work this way. So we start over there. Start moving over here. It's lessening, it's lessening. You can even do this vertically if you want the same movements as your trees. But the whole idea is that you really want this wash of light to be moving through the painting. We can even do it with this a little bit if we want to. Just make sure that this and this still look quite different. Can double down on the opacity towards the left-hand side here. And now when we go to paint the trees in the foreground, this will look farther away. Though I am going to take my filbert brush and drop it. Then I'll take my liner brush and I'll just make sure that all of these little trees here that protrude still have a nice, strong, protruding top, because you can end up just having a straight line, and we don't want that. We want a lot of intricacy in this. You can also add a lot of water without any pigment and just kind of rip off paint if you feel you need to. But I think I actually really like the amount of pigment that we have. It's worth noting that we are working with acrylics, so as these dry, they are going to get a little bit darker. Again, I think that's okay. But yeah, just a nice little addition. Make sure this is fully dry before you go ahead and do this portion, because you don't want to move around any of the paint that you just worked hard to apply. But I think we're ready for the next step, and the next step is, again, the foreground trees which present themselves through here. Now, when we look at our reference photo, you'll notice that the trees right through here are quite tall. They're breaching the red line. When you look at the trees back here, it goes not quite to the red line, and then even less so, and then it has this little up and down, but for the most part, it's this lower leveled area. So when we're going into do the next application, which is these trees, we want to recognize that we have this triangular effect as a whole, and we're going to break that triangular effect by having some that protrude out of the triangle. If this moves down like this, you can see that that and that are above where it would be, but it's the general idea that we move up and then we move back down. And when we move back down, we are finding ourselves back in the rest of these trees, and it kind of creates this winding path of foliage. You feel like you could wander all the way through this land into the distance, and then you're in the winding mountains as well. So we're just trying to create more and more depth. We're trying to add quite a lot of detail into these trees to come, and I'm pretty excited to do all of this. So I think we get ready for the next step. Now, when we look over at the canvas, you'll notice that the trees that we once drew are no longer plotted here. And that's just because we did, I think, 5 layers on the sky, so a lot of paint covering it up. At this point, we could go back and resketch these with a Conte. I actually really like Conte for drawing on dried canvas, just because typically it doesn't leave a lot of a mark or impression, but you can also allocate different colors. You can kind of wash it off, of course, when the paint is fully dry. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to paint in the trees as we go. I'll keep the reference photo and the traceable handy so that I can use them as a reference vaguely, but I think we can plot this in and make it look natural. That said, we need a good color. Now, for our next application, I'm actually going to use this as a reference, as I need to progressively get more and more green. With that, we will grab an abundance of our green, a little bit of our orange, which is starting to dry, but that's okay because we just need a little bit. We're trying to, again, progress from where we were, so not delve too far away from this pigment, but we need a darker mid value, more so in the realm of greens. And we're going to test it over here. Just little taps, see what it looks like. I think this is nice. I think it needs a little bit more orange. I think we do another tap test. And that is a good green. So we can make it more green as we continue, but for now, I think we're going to go in and actually sketch in some trees. I can see that we have our bottom red line right here, which means there's going to be a fairly sizable tree just to the left of it. I'm going to sketch that in very simply by just tapping my brush on the canvas. And as you can see, it's a very imperfect line, and it's meant to be. Right beside it, we have 2 smaller trees. So I can just work these in quite simply. Try to make sure all of them are different heights. And then just to the left of that, we have an even taller tree. So, again, nice and easy. We're really just trying not to make these look too straight or too manufactured. To the left of this, we have, actually, to the right of it, we have another tree, but I didn't see it because it was so close to this one. So we'll just work that in. And then to the left, we have 2 trees, which are a little shorter, right beside each other. And this will make a lot more sense when we start plotting in the actual branches and such. But for now, this is how we just start figuring everything out. Then we have quite a few trees, which continue to progressively move. Actually, I guess we have one more tall one. And then we have a couple, as noted, that just progressively move downwards. And we're trying to create a good amount of diversity in the clusters of trees as well, the distance between them. Want it to look as randomized as we can. The next one's relatively tall. It's just about to where the red line was. Another tall one. Really tall one. And then we have a couple shorter ones. little trees in between here and there, but nothing too dramatic. And then as we move over to the right-hand side, we are going to start overlapping this, which is something I did want to do, kind of push it back in the background a little bit. Establish some depth over here. And then as we move into this area, they should get smaller and smaller. There we go. Now we have a lot of open area to fill, and we will do that. But I think we start by getting nice and close and building out some of the larger trees. Also going to make sure that this one right here is the tallest. And when I make it taller, I can make the ones around it a little taller too. Now we'll grab the liner, head into the tops of some of these, and we're just going to create protruding branches, stick out, catch light, and when we start, and we're towards the top, the branches are small, they don't have a lot of weight to them, so a lot of them lift upwards. So you see that my markings typically reach higher and higher. But once your branches get a little bigger, once they carry weight, they do change. And around the middle of the tree, they get a bit more flat. Because they have so much volume, they can't just stand up and move up directly anymore. There's a bit of a transition from the top to this area where they do kind of both. Now it's worth noting, we are likely going to have to go back towards the middle of the tree and the branches numerous times just to rebuild out the thickness of our pigment. Because when we're using a lot of water, and we are using a decent amount of water, that way we can condense the bristles of our brush, we have very non-opaque markings, and that can be great for the edges of the tree branches because it makes it look like light is really wrapping around it. It adds this luminosity to the tree, which gives it really nice dimension, makes it interact with the rest of the setting in a beautiful way. But towards the middle section here, you probably want to go over it a couple times. Again, make it more opaque. And then as you get out towards the edges, that's when you can allow it to just be a bit more thin. So we're redoing portions of it, but not all of it. I'm also trying to leave portions of our tree unfinished in the middle because you're not going to have a branch coming out of every side. So we try to have a less is more approach initially, and then we can go back in and do more as we go. Also, as we get closer to the bottom, our branches are going to get bigger because they've been there for a longer period of time, and with that they get more heavy. So you can see that I'm starting to drape it more dramatically. We really want these to change shape as we go from the top to the bottom. And if you've watched my lessons before, you know that we do this a lot, where the top is very much angled upwards, the middle of the tree kind of goes more horizontal, and then the bottom of the tree has a dramatic drape. You can see that my application is getting a little dry, so you have more tooth of the canvas showing. So I'm just going to double down on the wet pigment. It'll make my markings more thin, but that's okay. We're committing to doing multiple layers anyway. Now I'm going to work on the tree right beside it. And as you can see, it'll overlap with our current tree. It'll get a little messy, and that's actually good. I think a lot of people avoid having your trees and your branches overlap in fear that it will look messy, but this is how it is in nature. You have a lot of overlap in nature. It makes it look truly dimensional. So that's something we're doubling down on in this space. It's also worth noting that I'm not really going to move down past here for the most part, because these trees are going to have a lot of foliage down there, and it'll essentially take up the entirety of that area. So once I get to this point, what we can actually do, this is going to be bold, it's not going to look good now, but I just want to show you that we have the option. We can take our large flat-headed brush, and we can just fill this in. Will we lose a little bit of the tree line? Sure, but that's okay. We can just follow it back down when we need to. And this essentially just shows how dense the foliage will be. If you want later, we can take colors from the sky and create more openings within this. But the easiest way about going about this, the fastest way, is definitely just going in and covering this up. Going to get a bit more water on my brush. That way the paint travels smoother. And I'm going to cover up the remaining white that we have on the canvas. And then again, we'll fill this in with details and such. I was apprehensive about starting with this because I think it can look a little messy, just a little bit. But now that we have that there, we have vision, we can trust the process, we can feel good about it. There we go. And now, of course, we can just head on over to this other side. Again, same brush, same idea, just working over the remaining white of the canvas. And if you feel like there's an area where maybe there's a lot of white but there isn't a tree, that's okay too. We can always go back and incorporate another tree. You just kind of have to start and then you problem solve as you go with these. I'm going to do another layer over here on the right hand side. Just make sure it's nice and thick. And then we have quite a few trees this way. So I'll just re-interject these. That way we have the idea of them pushing over there. But let's get closer and let's work on some more details. Now, this is one of my absolute favorite parts of painting. And again, if you watch the channel, you know that, but I think there's very little that is more fun to paint than trees like this. It's one of those things where you can enter a flow state, things can really just click, and then you're loving that creative process. It's no stress, it's intuitive. It takes a little while to get there, but once you do, it's really the best. I also love painting mountains, but I think with some of the mountains, there's more problem solving. So it's cathartic in that you feel like you're constantly accomplishing something, you're constantly figuring something out, you're constantly improving as a painter. With this though, I feel like once you get it, you kind of feel like you get it, and again, a different version, a different style of enjoyment and appreciation. Both of which I think very important. That's again why we paint in the way we do. We bounce back and forth with the subjects the way we do. Like that. Head on over to this one. I think I have a good amount of paint on my brush here, maybe a little too much, so I'm being very careful about how I tap. But remember, the branches towards the top move up, the branches towards the middle are more horizontal, the branches towards the bottom move downwards. And sometimes I will apply the ones at the top, and then apply a couple in the middle, and then apply a couple at the bottom, not fill in the in-between. And the whole idea there is that we're creating these plot points, almost like grids, where it says, okay, I know by this point I need to have adjusted to this, by this point I need to adjust the way I'm painting to this. So it just kind of keeps you mindful so that you don't accidentally do the ones that reach up for too long or the ones that are horizontal for too long. Just kind of keeps you mindful of the larger goals in the process, you know? That's it. This is looking great. We will go in with other colors, with other values, and we will build these out. But I think the beginning stages are foundational, fundamental, and so far very positive. We can also go in with a more orange mix and do trees behind this. It's difficult now that we've already implemented some trees, but it is doable if you want some extra depth. I think I will do a few of them. It's not something I really see in the reference photo. It's not something you have to do, but I do want to walk you through it because, you know, we are working on a much larger canvas, and that larger canvas does afford us larger opportunities. And we will take them. We will take them to make our painting better. You can see I'm playing with the size of trees as we go. Some of them really just getting lost in the distance here. That's A-okay. We're also very frequently going back for more water and more paint, just because we are working with such finite details. And again, the more water you have, the more easily you'll be able to control your brush, the less of the toothy aesthetic you'll get, the just more control you'll be able to implement. And this area also requires a lot of control because you can see they're very small trees compared to this, meaning that these are a bit farther away. And you can still see their detail, but their detail needs to be a lot smaller. I think I want to incorporate some extra trees down here, but I'm not sure. I think it's dependent on this tree and just how full the base ends up looking. So I'm starting with it, and then I'm going to potentially work my way back. Something else I don't think we've mentioned in this lesson, but can be very useful for this style of application, subject painting, etc., is you can take your pinky finger, rest it on a dry area of canvas, and then you go in and you do your taps, and it should help eliminate some shake from your hand. I'm somebody who I paint, and then I paint, and then I paint, and I love the process of painting. And because of that, I forget to eat sometimes. I forget to have water, and because of that, I can get a little shaky. And you know, the healthy fix is just to go and make a snack. You know, have a tea, something akin to that. But sometimes I do, admittedly, just keep painting. And so we need different strategies to keep the hands steady. But I find that little pinky one is very, very good. You probably haven't noticed, but the lesson that you're watching today was not done in one day. I'm day 3 now, I think, for the one you're currently watching. And it's the morning. I woke up, I want to say 2 hours ago, did a tidy around the condo and did some dishes, did that kind of thing, and then I just got to painting. So we're luckily not hungry yet. Luckily haven't missed any meals, and that's a trick to it. You know, you start painting really early, and then you don't have to worry too much about everything else. There we go. There we go. I feel like you've had this camera angle for a while. I'm going to move you, just for the sake of keeping things dynamic, maybe getting you a little closer, and then we'll continue from here as well. Though I think my mix is a little bit of a different color than what I used at the bottom, so I'm just taking it down. I could take a couple of these trees down and just start creating textures down here. They don't have to be great, they don't have to be perfect. We're just creating movement didn't plan on doing this, but I did it by accident and I really liked it. Okay, now this angle, the shot, I'm actually really excited about because I feel like it shows the scale of the mountains well. And you know, the mountains, big part of this painting. I'm not necessarily done with them. We can always go back and add more. And we just might. We probably will. But I love to sit with the subjects before saying this is done, that's done. I think it's important to let different ideas digest. And definitely doing that with the mountains at this point, because I think we could add more highlights. I think we could add in various values of snow, but I don't want to overcomplicate it, and I won't know if I'm overcomplicating it until I finish more of the midground and foreground for the sake of balance. So we're just kind of letting that be for now, and then we'll reapproach it once we know more about our actual painting. And it's one of those things where you can say, well, we planned the painting, so we should know how much detail we can incorporate, but changes definitely happen through the painting process from the planning stage. I mean, I think the mountain on the right-hand side is currently off screen. That's a great example of I had a plan for it, I tried it, I didn't love it, and I changed it very dramatically. And that will happen, and that's okay. And by not finishing the rest of the mountains right now, by letting us do all of this first, we have an opportunity to see if this changes from the plan, and therefore if the mountains need to change. Because there could be dramatic changes. It just depends what we want to do, how we feel about these ideas once they are fully executed. Accidentally made a really big marking there, so I'm making the tree taller. That's a little hack. If you are working on a tree and you go in and you have more paint than you thought you did, and the top of your tree ends up being a lot thicker than you want it to be, rather than painting the sky around it, which can be really tricky, in a lot of cases I will just make the tree taller, and then I will simply follow down. Oh, I'm not sure if you could hear that. That was my stomach. Maybe I am getting hungry. Maybe. Oh, there it is again. Yeah. I feel like breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. However, I feel like once I start doing things, it's very easy for me to kind of neglect and forget about. All of a sudden it's 1 PM. I'm saying, oh, you know, maybe I should put something in my stomach today. Maybe. Crazy concept, right? But yeah. Lately it's been 4 eggs, some spinach, and admittedly a bun. I've told myself that I should be a little more healthy with the carb in the breakfast, but I don't know. I haven't figured out what that replacement is yet. But it's very good. Very tasty. Add some tomatoes in there. Healthy for the most part. Satisfying. There we go. I need to change the subject, otherwise I'm going to get very hungry. Hope I'm not making you hungry. Hopefully we're just inspiring you to paint, you know. Hopefully it's both. Life is about balance. There we go. Now we are making good progress, but there is still plenty to be had. At this point, it is all hyper intuitive, which is wonderful. It's really how you want to feel. Working on these, just very confident. You can see that a lot of my markings are accumulations of taps, not necessarily drags. And I definitely prefer that for rendering branches, because we could do a line like that, but I think it looks much more interesting when we do all of these little taps and you get these little markings along the way. So let me go over this again in that same way. You see the variance? There we go. Right? Quite a bit more playful, unique, and I would argue proper. Okay. Bouncing back and forth between a couple of trees, not necessarily because we have to, but just because it's fun. I think it's important to keep the painting process fun. You know, a lot of us get excited about what the painting looks like at the end, but it's not just about getting to the end. I think very few things in life should be about just getting to the end. I think a lot of it should be enjoying the process, enjoying getting there. And I think I'm very much enjoying getting there with this. I hope you are too. I'm going to get a little bit more water from my brush. I feel like this is a segment that I definitely could have time-lapsed, but I feel like the conversation's just been fun. You know? Now we'll work it down. Just start delivering a little bit more texture. Subtly. Don't have a lot of additional trees, but I might throw little trees in between. We talked about that. Still considering it. I have quite a bit of pigment on my brush, so I'm trying to be mindful about not overdoing things. That will happen. That's another little tip. When you're grabbing pigment for this from your palette, grab a very small amount and just go back to your palette a lot. You don't need a massive amount of pigment to find success. And I find by having less pigment, you're more mindful about what you do with it. So you make more conscious, correct decisions. Very good, very good. Didn't intend for this lesson to be this long or this big, but I felt like once we finished the background trees, I really wanted to do more. I wanted to give you more. No, you know, looking back on it, I probably should have just uploaded that other part last week and then this one this week. Just made it 2 lessons, and maybe I'd try to make these a little shorter in the future and just upload them more regularly. Maybe. Again, it's hard to stop painting here and there. That said, we do need to move over to the right-hand side because we have a lot of unfinished trees over there, and then we can do a lot of fun things to make this look more real. Okay, now we enter a more interesting space where we have to transition these trees into these trees. And we have quite a few over here along the way. However, as you can see, when we apply our pigment over this space, the values of the pigment which we are currently applying and the values of the pigment that are in the background are very similar. So you don't really get a visual strong distinction between either of them. And we will build that visual distinction through different values in our trees, which we'll add in later steps. But right now we need to, despite not being able to see it well, start implementing the bases for the intricacies in these as well. And we want them to get smaller and smaller as we get farther back here until eventually they essentially fit in with what we have. And through shadows and light and myriad of refined, minute taps, we will get there. But this is more of a trust the process part of the process, you know? We can have the occasional taller tree as well. It's a bit closer to us. Get some extra detail. Stands out. I like that. We don't want it to look like it's just going straight down. We need ones that break the larger movement archetype and feel a little more dynamic. There we go. We plotted the initial markings on quite roughly with the large flathead brush, and that's okay. It just means there's a lot of refining. Okay. I think that's a good start. We can definitely add in more trees back here as we continue to progress, and you know what? I want one right there. I definitely want a bigger one right here. Yeah, that was a good play. Have another one in the middle. Like that. And then we need a slightly smaller one beside it. You can see that we're covering up a fair amount of our past trees, but that's okay. It was inevitable. And I like that. Now you feel like one moves into the other. Just going to make this tree a bit taller. Yeah, and you can get playful with your sizing for these. Again, don't feel like there's a real right or wrong, just create in a way that feels balanced to you. Okay, so now we're going to take a step back, and I like it as a base. I like all of our movements and our structure. It's time to start making it a little bit more three-dimensional, adding some shadow. And because the light is moving through the trees this way, the sides of the trees are going to be very bright because that light is just washing over and around them. The backs of the trees, however, are going to be a lot darker because it's creating a shadow, and a probably pretty dramatic one. So with that, we are just going to add some extra oxide black, probably some extra green into our mix. We don't want it to be substantially darker, we just want it to be a bit darker. But I have a good amount of pigment here because we'll be covering a good amount of space. We'll be grabbing our liner brush, and we're going to apply this predominantly into the centers of our application. There we go. Just trying to find the big clusters and make the backs of them darker. And you can see that I started in the middle of this tree. That way I didn't accidentally make too much dark pigment towards the top. I'm going to actually be pretty hesitant to apply a lot of dark pigment towards the top. If anything, we can go in and we can add lighter pigment around the edges of the top, or even over top of the top. I'm saying the top a lot, but it really is the best descriptor. That said, I know you are quite far away as I begin these painting endeavors, and I will get you closer. I just want you to see from far away what this looks like, because there's a level of subtlety to it that I think is really important. We're not going for a big dramatic shift. We're going through a subtle exchange of value. Doesn't need to be elaborate. Doesn't need to be stark. We'll have opportunities to build on our values and the contrast in the painting. It just doesn't all have to happen right now. And as we get towards the bottom, we can really build out our branches. And these can show up in a much more dramatic way than they were previously. Once I'm done with this tree, I will get you closer and we'll do the details together. But again, I just want you to see from a distance what this looks like beside our previous trees that don't have it. That's something I feel like a lot of us neglect. It's taking steps back and looking at the painting from far away, but that is such a valuable thing to do. Because that's how you see what works together and what doesn't. Areas that are unfinished or maybe overcomplicated. Again, I'm not going for anything too dramatic. Just adding some paint to the canvas, as we all love to do. Now, let me get you closer. Now, I think the first one does look, as we get closer, quite dramatic. The goal is, as we continue this, for it to look a lot more natural within the setting. But that just means adding enough that it feels cohesive with the rest of our painting. And we will get there. Probably sooner than we even expect. Maybe if we do this one, it'll start to come together. It's also worth noting that we can go back and make all of this brighter. We can go back and add more of the mid values. That which we're doing now isn't our final application on the canvas, you know? So don't worry too much about it. Just enjoy the process of painting and creating. There we are. You can see that I'm barely adding it to the tops here. Just in the really dense areas of foliage. When they move out to the sides, a hint horizontally. And then the majority of it is happening towards the base. Here you can see I have a little bit of my mix which is a bit brighter. And I'm going over the darker areas back and forth. Just trying to find the true balance that I'm looking for. But much like everything else, this is something you can apply and change, apply and change. Going to skip a little bit of a spot there. I think we'll also likely do a wash of this darker color at the bottom upwards. That way it just looks a little less visually complicated. That can be important. Just a little simplicity. When I started painting, again, about 20 years ago, I feel like I added detail everywhere. So much detail. I thought the more detail, the better. And I ended up with some very detailed paintings. And it was great in that I learned how to add detail to pretty much every subject pretty quickly. But I then later learned that detail only belongs in certain areas, that often backgrounds you need to leave not detailed because you just won't see those details that far away. And you also need to manage detail for the sake of leading the viewer's eye and not having an overstimulating piece or a piece that doesn't have a known primary subject area or a flow to it. But that was something that took me a while to learn, and now I am very mindful of it when I go through these paintings. And this is an area where said mindfulness is very much required. So we'll be adding a lot of detail, and then we'll be simplifying, and then we'll be adding, and we'll be doing a lot of moving back and forth. As I said, this is looking pretty good. already. I'm going to take a step back. You can see that I'm going through here rather than doing more because I just wanted to simplify. We can make this edge actually quite a bit darker if we want to, for the sake of adding a vignette. Though that's probably something I commit to a little bit later. There we go. Okay, let's head over to our right-hand side. Now, I'm just going to move my palette, grab my brush, add some shadows. And this area is very important because, as you remember, a lot of these just blended into the background and it wasn't noticeable that they were in fact part of the midground, the foreground, right? So this time around, what we are attempting to do is create that distinction. Not too dramatic of a distinction, but as you see right here, this tree went from really just sinking into the distance to being a part of this mid to foreground. It's also farther away from the light, so it can be more distinct. It's an important thing about these trees in the context of where they are with the light in the painting. There we go. Oh, getting a little notification. I feel like I'm quite good at putting my phone on Do Not Disturb while I do my painting, and that's another thing I would recommend. If you can, don't open your messages while you're painting, because then you can just scroll for hours and hours instead of actually painting. Again, I think that's something that I used to struggle with years ago, and through a lot of intentionality, we got to a place where I might use my phone for a reference photo or for a video, a tutorial, something like that. Maybe music in the background, but I'm very diligent about not opening social media and such. All just little practices that come in time, right? Though I suppose if you're watching this video, you probably have to have YouTube or Patreon open. And yeah, it's probably a little tricky. But again, I do paint sometimes with tutorials myself, or I'll just have one in the background. And I'm not necessarily following the tutorial, but I like learning about their painting process as I go through my painting process. And it can definitely be done. It can definitely be done. That looks great though. Very happy. I think we work into this area, but I'm going to move the camera a little bit so you don't have any glare. Okay, so we have a lot of this complete, and I think it's looking really, really good. Looked awkward initially, but we trusted in the vision, and we got there, you know? So don't worry if in the beginning it isn't exactly what you want it to be. Just keep painting. Keep making those little taps. Keep building out those values. And we'll get there. We will all get there together. There we go. I like that. We're going to use more and more water as we get towards the right-hand side here. We're doing it for a couple of reasons. One, we need our bristles very sharp for these tiny trees. But two, I actually want my pigment to get less and less opaque because I want my markings to be brighter, because I don't want that heavy contrast in the background. So we'll transition this into here, but very mindfully. You can see for the most part, things are a little brighter than they were over there. And that's not necessarily that I'm using a different mix, it's just using less water in my mix. I wanted this one to be a bit more distinct, less water, more pigment. And I think that worked. Stands out well. We will need to add some light to a lot of these darker trees over here because the light will be moving this way and they will be catching light on just the side of them. But we need to apply these bases first. We need to let it dry first. So it's a lot of preparative work. Very good. Now, I really like our trees here. I like the little openings that we have in between them, and I actually want more of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my liner brush. I'm going to find some of our titanium white. I'm going to take a little bit of our Naples yellow. We'll mix those together, like so. And you do want to make sure that your liner brush and your water are pretty clean for this because you don't want it to get diluted. But, provided this is all fully dry, and mine is, we can go back in and we can add more little openings amongst our trees. And this is a great, really easy way of having more light just shine through the painting. So if you ended up adding too many branches or areas that you want to cover up, this is a fantastic way of going about it. It's also one of those processes where just doing a little bit impacts the painting pretty dramatically. So don't feel like you have to do too much, but I do recommend going in and doing some because it's just very beneficial. Have to be careful over here because we're not going to have a lot of light behind here. Instead we'll have the mountains eventually, right? But there is some room for that play. I think we'll do some more in here. This is such a fun painting process. It's one of those paintings where it's hard. It's really hard to put the brush down. Might go over some of these taps a couple of times just to build up their opacity, because initially they will probably be a little thin over the dark pigment. We're just trying to make sure that we have a natural transition and do a lot of them. There we go. I think that looks really, really nice. We'll of course have some light shining through the trees like we have in our reference photo, and we'll I have some ideas, but so far so good. Now over here, if you want to open up these trees specifically in a similar way, what we're going to do is we're going to just grab a little bit of this pigment, the green that we were using for our shadows in the trees, make a spot on our palette. We'll grab some of our cadmium orange, Naples yellow, oxide black, good amount of titanium white, probably more titanium white. But we're essentially creating some of the more common colors, hint of green, that we see in behind here, and we can do a little tap up here. That's perfect. Now we can create these openings as well. Again, you don't have to do too many of them, but here and there is nice. Let go over some of these. I like that we have a transition of the light and the color from this more white to the warmer orange. And again, this isn't a pure white. We do have hue in it. That is important. There we go. Beautiful. So, as you can see, right through here we have light coming through the middle of the trees. It's kind of this beam, it's very soft. That's something we want to incorporate, but before we do, I want to incorporate a couple of things. First of all, we have these very soft trees in the background where you can barely see them, but they're made up of almost a cadmium orange, a Naples yellow, a titanium white, very much similar to the side of the mountain here. So we're going to go in and reintroduce those, and then once we have them, you can probably see a lot of little details of snow. I think those are a good inclusion. You can see highlight on the actual trees themselves in the direction of the light, and the light's going this way, so the left-hand side of all of these trees should have highlight. And then once all of that's done, again, we can add some of this glow, but then we also have these smaller bushes which are covered in snow and actually I think will look really, really beautiful. So a lot of little steps, but the first step is adding in the little background trees. And for that, we are going to mix with our flathead brush, make sure it's nice and damp, grab some titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow, even smaller amount of our cadmium orange. You really want to ensure that there's more of our Naples yellow than cadmium orange, because cadmium orange is very saturated, it's very strong. This will dilute it, it'll bring that pigment down, and then we'll get something like this, where, again, the goal is a pigment that looks like it's drenched in light, but can still stand out from the almost white that we have back there. We'll do a little tap. It's very similar to that of our mountain. I think I could use a hint of Oxide black. I mean, just a hint. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's start with it, and then if we need to make it any darker, we'll do so at the canvas. Okay, so once we have our mix, we're going to grab our liner brush, grab just a little bit of that, and then we're going to find open areas within here. I think here's a good one. And we'll just paint in the center of a tree. Much like our last set of trees, I'm not doing a singular straight line, it's a lot of little taps. And much like our previous trees, again, I expand out from the center through a series of taps, creating what looks like a very subtle tree in the distance. Just lots of light coming through it, trying to keep our markings nice and sharp. You could definitely make this a bit darker than I am, but I think I really like the subtlety, especially in the beginning stages. And you don't have to do this in all of the openings, but just adding a couple of them will dramatically increase the general volumes, the scale, a lot of factors in the painting. Now it's a little tricky to do this because we've already painted all of our other foliage, and we do have to paint around that which we painted, which is never ideal. And if you haven't started the painting yet and you're watching all of these first, you can paint this before you paint the rest of the trees. However, I feel like the rest of the trees are so important structurally, from a composition standpoint. And these are little bonuses. And you almost don't want to paint these and then have them dictate where these trees are, because you're working around favorites and trying to cover up some of them. It can kind of make you work in a way that prioritizes the wrong elements of the painting. So I'm doing it, again, the hard way, in that I'm going back and I'm painting around all of these trees and details. But because the pigment's so light, if you miss areas, it's okay. It's really not a big deal. But you can see, the more we add, the more natural it looks, the more just full of light this all feels. And don't forget, when you've done this, if you have the trees up here and you have little openings at the bottom, you definitely want to go back down and fill those in as well. I think the added warmth actually looks really, really nice. Oh, I love this one too. Again, you don't have to do too many. Really just fill it in however you feel fit, but 3 or 4 of them will be enough to kind of create that general effect. Subtlety is key. If you want them to look even farther back, just add more water to your brush when you go in and do these. And it should be pretty easy. Also, again, very important part is going back down here, making sure that these openings are all warmer. We're going to do a bit of a glaze soon down here, a wash, which will make all of this warmer, but now it will get even warmer and progressively so in a way that should make the painting look great. There we go. You can do a little more additions if you want. But I like that. So, taking a step back, we definitely have some real progress on there. And at this point, I think we add some snow or some highlight to these trees. I think I'm personally going to start with a little bit of snow, and I'm going to begin with the same brush I was using to mix, and I'll grab a little bit of this highlight that we had for the backing trees. I'll grab a little bit of our cerulean blue, and we want there to be a nice mix between these. And it'll be akin to what we have in the sky because we're using a similar palette. We also don't want it to be that bright, so I'll add a little bit of our Oxide black. I'm going to make my brush a bit more damp, interject some water into the mix just so that it flows well and that it's also semi-opaque. That way when we go in and apply it, it isn't too harsh, especially in our first applications. We can always go back and double down, but okay, let's start over here because it's a little more isolated and we'll be able to see what we're doing. I'm going to go in, I'm going to tap on the branches, the very tops of them, leaving lots of openings. And then I'll even connect to them once they start to get bigger. And as you get closer to the bottom, your branches will get bigger. And then they'll get more of the little swoops that come down, right? Because the branches adopt more weight, as we've talked about. And I know you're pretty far away, so it's difficult to see. But again, that's kind of the point for the beginning of this. That way you can tell just like what this should look like when you're taking steps back. Because that's the most important thing. It's important that we don't get too hyperfixated on the actual details. And what we keep in our head more than anything is what this looks like from a distance, because that's how most people will view the painting. When you walk into a room, you're not a foot away from a painting, you're 8-10 feet, and that first impression matters. And then we can focus on the details. But that's an example of it from far away. Now we're going to get closer, and I'll show you what it looks like when we're just tapping in the details. Also, as you can see, it's looking pretty good up close. I am making my liner brush damp before grabbing more paint. And then we're going to go in. I'm going to say, okay, this looks like a branch, so I'll do some little taps above it. This looks like a branch, so I'll do some little taps. Remember, the tops of the tree are more angled upwards, so my taps create these lines. And then as we get towards the middle of the tree, the taps are a little more horizontal. And then as we get to the bottom of the tree, we have the swoops down. We have some branches that are in front of the tree, and they of course do overlap with this one to a point. And then I'm not really doing too much at the bottom because I want to add little bushes and such, and it'll be a lot easier if we can do all of that at once and kind of plan it methodically, because we don't want to overdo our detail. Now, the more of these we get, the more, quote unquote messy it will look, but that's okay. It's meant to. This is how it looks in nature. I'm going to grab some more water, grab some more pigment. Let's do one over here, just so we have again, a chance to reframe on detail. That's something I find mentally that actually really helps me when I do these, because I find the more of them that I do close to each other, I kind of not get lazy with it, but I say, oh, these are all going to blend together. The details don't matter that much, and then I don't apply as much thought and intentionality into it as I probably should. But by jumping into an area that is a little more isolated, where you do kind of have to build from scratch, you can see I'm going back into other areas, I'm building out additional branches, and I'm creating another little tree that I like a lot. And it's just a little reset for the brain. There we go. And now we're filling in the in-betweens. This is a very watery mix. You can probably see. That means this will dry a little bit darker because you'll have the underlayer showing through more. And that's some nice variance. It is something we have to be careful of when we're grabbing this much water, because water is very helpful in these settings, as we do want an extremely small tap, but if we add too much, the water kind of dollops, and we just need to be careful with that. That said, I think this is off to a really strong start. Again, as always, I hope you're enjoying. I hope you feel like you're learning something. I hope you're just feeling enthusiastic about the painting process as a whole. Okay, so we are back, new angle, fresh paint. Always get the question, how do I keep the paint wet on my palette for as long as I do? How do we just keep painting? And the answer is often, I don't. I remix my paint in between the takes. And I do that because mixing paint can really take a long time, and I don't want to add hours to these videos remixing pigments that you've already seen me mix, just because I don't know that would be that beneficial, right? But yeah, just did another little mix as it was starting to dry, and I am trying to keep it wet by, again, using damp brushes and doing little mixes, little swirls while I'm on the palette grabbing paint. But for the most part, I think you just kind of accept as an artist that your paint will dry on the palette, unless of course you're working with oils. But even then sometimes it's happened. The amount of times I've been doing an oil painting one day, and I leave my palette and I go to it the next morning and I say, okay, I'm ready, I really liked my mix from yesterday, and then it's just dry. I'm like, well, I guess I will remix that anyway. And that's not a bad thing. I'm actually a big fan of remixing colors, which I know might sound like like a unique opinion, but I think it really does teach you to really understand color mixing, the colors you get to, where if you just mix it once, you might have kind of gotten lucky in finding that pigment. But if you get there 3 or 4 times, you've really reinforced the idea. You've proven to yourself, like, oh yeah, I do know how to mix that. And then when you really like that color and you have another painting idea that will use a similar mix, you say, okay, you know what? I did this a lot. I know how to do this. You can go into it confident, excited, and you also probably do a better job because you really will have a good understanding of it. So don't fear remixing pigment. I think framing in life is a really important thing, and I think it's really easy to frame mixing as a very positive thing. This tree's a little closer to us, so I'm doing more snow. I'm doing more little wraparound areas right there. And then maybe we double down on some of the snow that connects. If you want the tree to look closer to you, connect more of the dots in these horizontal movements. Really easy way of adding to the aesthetics. Also, I feel like we're pretty much at that point where our background and our midground are working into each other really beautifully. So if you are painting along and you are at this step with me, congratulations. You have started the bridge, and the painting probably looks a lot better for it. I like that. I like that a lot. This might be a little too bright. Maybe we can do a little finger painting. Take it off. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I think we're going to now start working on some of the larger trees over here, which are done a little bit differently, but just make sure that you like your transition from the detail here into the smaller, less details over here. And there should be less details as you move towards the right and you get into this space. But you want enough that it's ambiguous, but I really like that. I also wanted to know, before we move to the next step, as you can see, as you move from the light back here through here, it gets darker and darker up here. It also gets darker and darker down here. This is more of the natural, innate colorings of the subjects of the trees. They do have some warm light on them, but there's also more greens, there's sharper contrast, where the light through here is a lot more diffused, it's a lot more affected. So you want this area as a whole to be brighter, and we'll make this even brighter, but you want it to progressively just get darker in a soft transition. So with that, again, we're heading back over here, sticking with the liner brush, but maybe doing a little more mixing with a large flat-headed brush just to make sure that our pigments stay wet and ready. Okay, so from here, again, things get very fun as we work on the tops of these trees, and I'm really able to articulate the individual branches now because they are getting bigger. Something else interesting that's happening, as you can see, is we are essentially losing portions of the tree in the light because the snow and the light in the background are very similar in value and in hue. Now this is going to give our painting even more of a glow. It means we'll essentially lose parts of our trees under it. That's okay. Again, this is an opportunity to cover up portions you don't love in an easy and efficient way. It's a good tree so far. Far from done. Far from done. We'll just add a little bit more like that. Head down here. Again. Again. And because the tree is close, you can see the individual branches. So this is a large one towards the bottom. It's kind of swooping Here's another right beside it. We'll double down, we'll make some of these markings more opaque. And we're going to, again, leave the very bottom for later. Instead, we'll work on over to an adjacent tree, which will also just make this all feel a lot more cohesive. I feel like that's a very common thought and feeling I have when painting. Whenever I start a new area with a new technique, regardless of how good the technique is or how correct it is, how correct it will be, how it'll all work in the end, I almost always feel like it looks a little awkward. And I just kind of have to tell myself, it does look awkward, but it is correct. And if I just keep doing it, I will get to where I want to be. And so I'd encourage you to also take that thought into the painting process. Obviously, at some point, we have to acknowledge if a technique isn't working. But I think we need a decent sample size often to really make that assertion. So don't be fearful of the process. Don't be fearful of how it's looking. Just kind of keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Oh, that is a millennial phrase right there. As you may know, perhaps it's intuitive, I am entering the mid-30s, and I feel like the dialect, the nomenclature, the rhetoric, it's changing culturally. And I feel like the millennial rhetoric is no longer the popular rhetoric. All of the things you'd see printed on coffee cups and such in 2012, 13, 14, that was so popular, all of the phrases we used to say, no longer so much so. And I feel like it's the first time in my life where I've really felt this shift. And it's been kind of fun to hear what the new trends are. I think the recent one was 6-7. I don't know how many of you out there just did the the hand association with it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to keep an open mind with just what the younger generations are coming up with in terms of all of that. I know that as millennials, we had some pretty silly things as well. I think I just saw a video the other day of Gundam style. I always said it wrong. But I remember that being such a big piece of our history and our culture, as funny as that may be. Yeah, I guess it's just recognizing that all of that is now a part of history. And that's pretty neat. A new history is being written, and it's kind of cool to experience that. But anyway, keep on keeping on. Definitely a millennial phrase, term. Curious if you feel like there's one from when you were growing up, regardless of what era that is, that you still say, and you're like, oh, that just said a lot about me. Not necessarily a bad thing. It was just a revealing statement of when I grew up. Keep on keeping on. I remember we also had as millennials, a real fixation on bacon for some reason. And don't get me wrong, I feel like bacon's pretty great flavorfully. Maybe not the healthiest thing we can ingest, but also, I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but I'm a vegetarian, and for a long time I actually forgot what bacon tasted like, which is really interesting. I think after a certain number of years of not eating different meats, I would forget them. But it wasn't all of them at the same time. It was kind of one by one. And I guess fairly recently, faux meats have gotten pretty good at least comparable to what real ones taste like. And because of that, they have artificial bacons and things now, which, you know, likely also aren't healthy for you. But for the sake of nostalgia and such, I've been trying a fair number of them, and it's amazing just how similar they taste. It brought me back. I remembered what a lot of these things tasted like, truly, for the first time in, I guess, over a decade. Been a vegetarian for a long time. But it's interesting, right? It's interesting. Also, I feel like whenever I mention that I'm a vegetarian, sometimes people are like, I'm not, and I don't want to be. And my response to that is always, that's okay. We don't have to eat the same way. That is okay. We can all make our own life choices. No shame. That said, this is coming along great. I really like this. Oh, one of those things where I thought I'd have to do a lot of extra steps to get here. And the fact that we are here, and we're here so soon, great sign for the painting. But that really is in large part because we are working on a larger canvas, and it's just so much easier to accomplish these details that make the painting look great early on in the process, because we just do have so much visual real estate. There we go. Visual real estate. Now we're going to take a little bit of a step back here. As you can see, I think it's turning out pretty well. I really want to add the bushes down through here, but I do think we commit to finishing the trees on the left-hand side first, and then we'll work our way backwards. It's also worth noting that we can add snow to these trees in the background as well. You probably just want to use a much brighter color, but we'll play around with that again once we have the majority of our larger trees implemented. So, welcome back to our little tap-on tree session. Saw this large area and I thought, you know what, that would be cathartic to fill out. But making lots of good progress. I think it just passed the taken steps back test, which is, as we always talk about, a very important one. I think when I started painting, I would just add so much detail, and it was often not always warranted, not always in the right spot, and it didn't create the best balance. But now, because of that, when I do all this detail work and then I do take those steps back and I look at it and it actually works, it's a very gratifying feeling. Quite cathartic. And I hope you feel that too. I so hope you like the new lighting and setup here. Recently converted the painting room to have some bookshelves with intentional lighting, and just in an attempt to make these lessons feel a little more cozy, but also for you to see the painting and the process well. So as the color mixing on the table, I think it's going well. I think there's also room for improvement. Every time I make one of these videos, I look at it and I think, oh, you know, I could move that around. I could switch that light. I could. So they will just get better and better over time. But I think we're, again, moving in a good direction. I hope you like the lighting and the setting, the sound. Today, I do admittedly have the heat on, and I typically try to turn the heat off, at least the fans for it, while I paint, but I have it on low, and I thought, you know, maybe it'll be this nice ASMR white noise experience of just having the heater on in the background as we paint these winter trees. In theory, it sounds nice, doesn't it? I hope it feels good in practice. It's another thing. I hope these lessons just feel good. Always want them to be informative. Always want to help you learn how to paint and feel confident about painting and help you get to paintings that make you feel proud, get you motivated. But I also just want to create a comfy space where you feel like you can relax, watch something come together, just have something relaxing for the background too, maybe. There we go. As noted, very excited to work on the bottom here. We will get there pretty soon. Okay. I think with all of the snow, it even adds to the trees that we painted in the background. They look even better now. They feel more connected. And I think it's because we're interjecting more light values into the foreground that bridge into that midground tree light. There we go. There we go. Also thought I'd note I took some really neat pictures earlier of the city skyline. And I think I might turn that into a painting in the summer. Have all of the streets with the street lights and just this very vast looking scene. Quite the opposite to, I mean, subject-wise, quite opposite to what we are currently painting, but also as far as the feel of the painting, it's actually quite similar because it is vast and it does have this very nice sunset. This to me is a sunrise, though. I think this is a sunrise. You can make the oranges a lot warmer, less greens, make it into more of a sunset. But I guess if it's a very cold setting like this, it could be a sunset too. And it can impact the colors in the sky. There we go. Grabbing a little more water from my brush as we head back into the palette. And we are coming to a close with this part of the painting process very soon. Just a couple of trees left. So let's make sure we enjoy them. Let's make sure they feel good. That said, we do have a pretty much crystal clear reflection in this painting. So you will have an opportunity later to interject more of these. It just takes a little while for us to get there again. But I think the reflection will be really fun because it'll be painting that which we've done, so we'll feel fairly comfortable. We've done the mixes for the most part. Often reflections are actually darker than that which they're reflecting, so the mixes will be a little different. But I think it'll be a comfy thing to paint, and it'll also kind of test our knowledge about how much we retained up here, right? I will teach it again, so you'll have reminders, but it'll just be good to, again, reinforce those ideas of how we paint all of these subjects, how we mix these colors, how we get to where we want to get to in settings like these. Oh, we're so close to painting in some lovely little bushes and such. Very exciting times. It's kind of nice as artists, as painters, that life can be one of those things where you do get excited about painting little bushes. You know, it doesn't have to be the big things. And if you can fill your life with a lot of little positive things like that, you're probably live a pretty happy life. It's about framing. It's about looking for the good. It's about creating all of these little opportunities for catharsis and smiles in a healthy way. That looks great. All right, so here we have our distance test. Again, I think it looks great. It's quite remarkable to see all of this hue and color down here, and then towards the top, despite the fact that this area has all of that, it's so subtle. And I think that's, again, where really nice masterful painting comes in, when you have these colors, but there is that subtlety, and it isn't immediately recognizable, right? So again, great start. We are going to now head into the bottom portion of all of this. The techniques will change, the subjects will change, the palette will probably stay the same. It shall, actually. And then we start on the next step, which is exciting. Now, when we look fairly closely at our reference photo, you can see this little bush right here. You can see this collection of them here, but a lot of these movements are kind of working upwards with the branches, and the snow is collecting on the tops of them. So the bottom is a little bit darker, it has less detail. The tops, definitely more volume. So you almost have this line of highlight around the tops of them, but you don't want it to look like a pure line. You want it to be tapped, you want it to be textured, you want it to be ambiguously moving from bush to bush. You don't want them to look too individual, where this one and this one are kind of discernible, but even still they work into the larger collection, and that's what we're looking to accomplish here. Now we'll also add some blowing snow coming off the actual line of snow down here, but that'll be a much later step. So just recognize that this will all change and have various layers, but I think we'll add a bush right here, and we'll just start with some little lines that kind of work upwards. And then you can see we're working out. Now my lines are diagonal, now they're horizontal. And now we're going the other way. You probably don't want them to look perfectly circular, which is why I had another little protrusion out through here. And then we have some lines in the center, but also ones that just kind of find their way towards the bottom, leaving more openings towards the bottom than we have at the top. So I'm doubling down on the taps at the top. Now we're going to do another one right beside it. Again, going for a different shape, allowing them to connect to a point. And now because we have both of those, maybe we have one that's a bit taller behind it. And then we can work our trees, branches, these, down into this. And now we have this true melding and more unique base than if we just continued the trees down. We can also have bushes that have more elongated branches, as you can see, tied to the little taps at the top. We can make them pretty wide if we want. And then through here, we create this bridge. And then we have our snow from the trees up here that meets them. And then as you get farther away, they should get smaller. You get a little more ambiguous with those taps. And this part just flows like butter. So quick, so easy. But that's a lot of the technique. It's quite simple, and it feels pretty easy after doing all the other trees, all the other meticulous work. You're kind of warmed up, right? Let's do another good set of branches. And when we paint it in isolation, like this, it feels very distinct. You feel like all of the branches are very unique and that it almost stands out in an awkward way. But once we get a little bit more paint and then we say, okay, you know what, I'll do another one right beside it, all of a sudden it blends in with the rest of the painting in a very natural way. So don't worry, if they do stand out, just do a couple more in that general vicinity and you will soon see it become a part of the painting. There we go. You can see that I'm also trying to allow it to be darker at the bottom, just a little bit, but there's less detail as a whole. There's less highlight as a whole. Towards the tops of these, again, there will be more highlight because the snow will just accumulate towards the tops of these bushes, but there's less taps towards the bottom for sure. Less elongated drags. We don't want anything too complicated over on the side here because we don't want to draw the eye towards the side, so you could even get a little bit more ambiguous. But if you get too ambiguous, then it looks quite unique from everything else, and then it does the opposite in that it does draw the eye because it stands out. So there's a balance, and we just try our best to accomplish said balance. Here, these are also leading lines, so they're pointing towards the painting. There we go. And back over here, and back through here. I love that. Love that a lot. Now, I think what we do is create a bit of a warmer mix. So I'm back to the larger flat-headed brush, grabbing some of our cadmium orange, working that in here, grabbing some of our titanium white, a little bit of our Naples yellow. Pigments are starting to dry a little bit on the palette, so I'm having to break them apart. I'm going to grab a little more water for my brush. I'm going to test this as a highlight on one of our backing trees. It's pretty good. It's a little strong. Let's add a little more titanium white, a little more Naples yellow. That looks perfect. Now, put that brush down, switch on over to our liner. And we'll just add some highlight onto the left-hand side of a lot of our trees. Because the sun's roughly here, again, all of the left-hand sides of these trees will have a little bit of highlight. All of the right-hand sides of these trees get a little bit of highlight. I say all. You don't need to do it with all of them, but I do think a little bit here and there can add a lot to the painting. See, this tree already looks more three-dimensional. I'm going to do it predominantly to the tops of the trees. Because that's where light will come in from. But I will get you closer for more of these details. I think this is an area where it's pretty easily discernible. Very good. More taps. You can see I'm bouncing around a lot, that way I don't hyperfixate on one area, make it too detailed, or let it get unbalanced. Or, as we talked about, kind of get a little too comfy with the application process and then not be as attentive as I should be. The variance here between the snow and the highlight's not dramatic at all. It's really quite subtle, but that's what we want. We want this to feel like just a nice little addition. We also don't, again, apply it low because the light just won't really breach that area in any dramatic way. At least not through this application. We have another application which will help bridge our colors towards the bottom a little bit, but we're just not quite there. Truly enjoy these processes. I feel like this is a long video on just adding details to trees, but again, when you're working on a bigger canvas, these processes do take quite a bit more time. Also, apologies there if I was kind of working on the side of the camera. I didn't realize how far I had veered. But there we go. I'm just going to move you back a little bit. That way you get to see what this looks like as a whole. Again, the larger balances. Because we have a lot of opening through here, these trees can actually have more of this warmth. And it looks really nice because, again, it bridges into this area quite well. Always looking for visual bridges in your painting. Now, this one, quite big. Again, predominantly the left-hand side. Adding it to the tips of the branches can feel quite ethereal. Just have to be careful not to overdo it. And then here it can be both sides because it's working through on both sides. There's some more in the center. And then on these ones, it is predominantly the right-hand side. So we just swap. Again, keeping it subtle, we don't have to do that much. We can always go back and add more, but it is difficult to go back and take it out. Okay, so yet again, we're taking a step back. I do feel like this is a lot more subtle now that it's fully dried. We can go back in and we can create more of a transition between the snow and the bushes, but I think that is probably something that happens at a later step. At this point, we want to make sure that all of this is again fully dry, because now it's time to add some light that will work its way through a lot of these trees and really just make this feel nice and ethereal. With that, we're going to get a little bit closer and we are going to have a lot of fun with this. Also, again, just for a reference, this is what we're aiming for. You can see that the bottom is still a bit darker. The light really happens at around that halfway mark where there are more openings within the trees. And then we have the actual sun, which we're yet to paint in, but I'm very excited to. So we are going to dive into this and again, make this feel really good. Okay, so our approach to this should probably begin with mixing a pigment similar to that of the backing trees. Luckily, we still have a good amount of that visually on our palette. As you can tell, it has dried since, and so has a lot of my titanium white, so I'm going to try to break apart this mix. Add a little bit of our Naples yellow. We're getting close, but I think I will make this slightly more orange dominant than our previous mixes. Here, you can see that well. As to the actual application, we are going to switch our brush to something we haven't really used this lesson. Here we have the filbert brush. As you can see, the edges are nice and round. That makes applying softer subjects like mist, fog, clouds, all of that really, really easy. And you can dry brush it, or you can go in with a good amount of water. I think I'm going to begin with a dry brush, and if we need to, we'll add some water to thin it down, but this will be a fun process. So for here, we will grab a little bit of our pigment. We're going to go to where our sun essentially will be, and immediately I can tell I do want water. We'll grab a little bit of water, we'll work that into our pigment, I'll move it out. I kept talking about it being a wash. We should make it a wash. We'll move it out to the point where it's quite transparent. We'll take this and we'll just work it all the way across both directions. We should have it run out as we get towards the edges, and we'll blend it upwards You can see just how soft all of this looks too because of the rounded corners. It's really, really efficient like that, and we'll do a little bit of a blend down, but not a dramatic one. We want it to be a lot less than what we have at the top. So long gradient, short gradient. And that's a good start. Now we'll add some additional titanium white into the mix. We'll head in again to where our sun will be. We'll apply that. And we'll work it out in both directions yet again. So again, here's our center. We blend up. Really let this work its way over the majority of the top of the trees, though these areas are still peaking with less light. And then we have this soft gradient towards the bottom, but I think that's a really nice light showing through. Now, we'll grab even more titanium white, work that into the mix, a little bit less water. This time you can see I'm mixing directly into the paint, not off to the side with water. And we're going to head right in here where we're going to have our sun. We're going to blend that out in the edges. We're going to slowly create this nice circular area. Slowly adding more and more titanium white to the mix, though we never want it to be a pure titanium white, because we want it to always feel like it's emitting warm light. I'm going to grab my liner brush, grab more of that titanium white. Again, continue to build up the highlights right through here. Like that. Feels like it's working its way through. You can even work your way over the tree for the most part, just showing hints of it inside, because the light will wash out a lot of the tree. Then once we have that applied, I think we go back to our filbert and we just do some blending. Now, at this point, we could continue to go back in and add more paint, build that out, but I think if we did, we run the risk of just ripping the paint off of the canvas. So I'm not going to add any more paint. I might just rework this area a little bit. That way this is definitively the brightest point. And then we can go back and add more highlight after if we need to. But it's a good start. Okay, and again, taking a step back, it's just about dry. I do have some more titanium white here on my palette, just because that which I had, as you saw, started to run out and dry. But we're going to reintroduce that light in the center. Just build it out softly. And we can also do rays of light, like you see in the reference photo, but I think that's a dramatic step. And I don't know that I want to commit to it just yet. So at this point, I think we double down on just the warm light that emanates from this space. And I do think we could have more orange specifically right around it, but I think that's something we, again, let this all 100% fully dry and then go back in and then reincorporate. Though I might also take a little bit of the highlight, not the true highlight there, but the general highlight that we used for the mist. And I might incorporate that down here below the sun. And build up some of the bushes, because these ones will be much more illuminated than the rest of them. All of the ones really facing the light that are closest to it, right? And we want to make sure that they are well rendered. Okay, I'm going to grab a little more pigment. Probably going to take a step back in just a second, make sure that I'm not overdoing it. But I think that's a good start. Oh, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. You know what? I like it so much, I think it's worth doubling down on. And then it dissipates as we get farther and farther away. There we go. That's a good balance. Okay, so things seem to have fully dried, which means we can go back in, and I do want more of a warm orange hue in that space. So we'll double down on our cadmium orange, titanium white, a little bit of Naples yellow, because we still need to tone down the orange just a little bit. But I think we'll try this. It is more saturated, but we'll try a very watery version of it. Yeah, look at the difference between this and this. Okay, here we go. We're committing. Again, we're painting it around the sun. We're allowing it to work its way out. It's definitely going to move down more right under the sun than it will on both sides. So we'll double down on that. See, it's quite pigmented. That's okay. I think in this one specific area, it makes good sense. I'm going to repaint the sun in as well. I think it's just important that way. Get a good transition with this just about everywhere. Okay. Now I'm going to check the viewfinder. Good. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. I always talk about taking a good number of steps back from your painting so you can really see what it looks like and make those larger calls. Luckily, because I do this with a camera, the viewfinder of the camera lets me see the painting essentially from very, very far away. And you can do something quite similar at home by taking your phone out and putting the camera on the painting, because then you'll see the painting very small and it's the appearance of it being far away, right? So just little things we can do to save time in getting that distance. Though, yeah, I did go to art school, and therefore I do have a true long-running and probably forever affinity for taking 10 steps back from a painting and just staring at it for 25 minutes before I make my next application. I think that's a long-standing tradition once you've gone to art school. It's just, what am I going to do to this painting? How do I make this better? I don't want to ruin it. I need to be correct. I'm going to think about 8 different ways of doing it, and then I'll pick my favorite. And then I will go and I will apply it to the canvas very quickly, because I know exactly what I'm doing. But that's a real tradition right there. And it's not something you have to do. I just feel like it's something that's kind of burned into a lot of us. It's good. It's contemplative, right? There we are. Okay, I think I'm getting to the point where I'm adding too much orange, admittedly, and I'm going to try to strip a little bit of it off here by just using a very wet brush, and then maybe a little bit of paper towel. Wish me luck. That worked really well. Question is, can I do it again, and can I do it right here? I can. So this is another little trick. If you apply too much of your wash, double down on the amount of water on your brush, and you should be able to take a lot of it off. And then you can apply it again in the amount you really want. So I want a little bit more here, but just a little bit. You can see we're just going back and forth till we get the right balance. Okay, now we'll take our liner brush, a little bit of titanium white in that mix. Go back into the sun. And then we soften it with the filbert. Like so. I think we go back in a couple of times and do something similar. As we add the orange, more and more orange, this area as a whole gets darker because the orange itself is a darker pigment, right? And then you need to rebuild your values, your brights. So we're starting there. We're just slowly interjecting more titanium white. Don't want to do too much. I know I have a lot right now, so we're going to blend this out. We need to blend it out enough that when we go back in to add the sun yet again, it's visible despite how bright the rest of the area around it is. See what I mean? Now it's starting to look softer, starting to have a good blend, starting to become that which we want it to be. It's also starting to get difficult to add paint because this is so wet. But I think I actually really like where we're at. I also want a little bit more orange right down here. Give it less of a stark transition. That's definitely better. So definitely better. That's a little stark though. You can see just that we're doing this all in very, very, very thin layers. And if you do happen to go over the trees too much, you can always reincorporate them. But I do like this a lot. And I think it's a good amount for now. Again, we can incorporate light rays and such in the painting. And we can reincorporate our trees, but I think it's important that we live with that which we've made for a little while. Just ensure that it is what we really want, and then we can double down on those larger ideas. Now, while I also want to do the light rays, something else we can do is apply our snow right down here in the background. That way some of that light can work its way on the snow. And we're going to start with a base layer, very simple. And it's simple because we're actually using colors that we've previously used to a point. And we're going to start with a mid-value blue. So we're going to break into the blue that I applied to my palette hours ago and kind of dried on the top, but the rest of it was A-okay. A little bit of our Oxide black, similar situation. And we have a lot of blue here on the palette as a reference. But we want a mid-blue, something we can make darker, something we can make brighter, something that has enough gray in it that it isn't too saturated. We're going to make our brush nice and damp, that way the paint glides. And then we're going to commit to a big portion of this painting. This is an exciting part of the painting. And I always, rather than filling in the middle, I always like to start painting larger areas like this by getting the edges on first. So as you will very quickly see, I like to do the tops and the bottoms of these snowy applications. And then we'll go back in for this midsection. Want to make sure that this is nice and thick. And because we have a good amount of water on our brush, it might not be upon initial application. And if that's the case, just go in and do another layer or two. It's a big area, so it's fun. But it is just a base layer. So, as we always talk about, don't get discouraged if it doesn't look great, because soon it will look good. We just put a little more time and effort into it, you know? That said, I do like the blue next to the orange. I think they complement each other beautifully. It makes sense as they are complementary colors, and they are meant to really bring each other out. But nice to see it really succeeding at what it's meant to do, right? Here we're just going back in, making sure it is nice and thick. And then once this is dry, we can go in with some highlights. Okay, so this is now fully dry to the touch, and that means we can go in with our next mix, which will be quite a bit brighter. We're still using the same pigments that we were before, though we're just using a bit more titanium white and a bit more of our oxide black. We don't want it to be super bright, especially not in the beginning. We can always make this brighter along the way. And we also want to add a little bit of orange and warmth to it later on as well. But we're going to apply this at the very top with a nice little line, but it's not a straight line, it's a lot of little lines, and sometimes they move up and down, and it kind of dissipates as we move off to the other side. But then we do start moving down, and I want to leave little openings here and there for it to be a little bit darker. I want a variance, not a dramatic one, and as I move closer to the bottom, you can see that we're getting more and more semi-transparent. I'm applying less pressure with my brush, and I'm trying to get the base of this snow as a whole to be more dark, more transparent. And you can see just how quickly and easily, how successfully we render this transition. It's gradual, it's easy, and it looks fantastic. We'll paint the snow in the foreground very differently than this, but for background snow, this is a really great technique. I'm going to get you a bit farther back so you can see all of it, but so far so good. Now, it's also worth noting that as we get towards the real background here, we want it to get less and less as well. So it's not just dissipating going down, it's dissipating going to the right. So we'll do less layers, we'll do less pressure with our brush. We'll still soften it towards the base. I'm not going to leave the openings that we have like this over here because it's just too far away to see that level of detail. And then once we have a lot of this applied, we can go back to this mix. We can go back right up here and we can double down on some of those markings where we'll get the most amount of light. Again, trying to create that gradient going this way and that gradient going this way. We can also now interject just a little bit more titanium white. Again, back up to the top. This is one of those processes where you start it and you just can't believe how efficient it is. I feel like every time I paint snow like this, I'm just kind of reminded, wowed, and very, very happy to see the instantaneous success. But yeah, really good start. Feel like we have that light starting to pour through the center. Now we will grab a hint of our cadmium orange, work that into our mix. I said a hint, I grabbed a lot. We'll distill this pretty dramatically. we just want what we had before with a little bit more warmth. This is something we can probably try. It might be a little too bright. You know what? No, that's pretty wonderful. It's similar to the snow that we have on the trees. Which bridges the background, or I guess the midground, with some of this foreground snow. There we go. We can also go in multiple times towards the top, build the opacity right here, right under the light, have it kind of work its way down as if it's a reflection. And I know you're quite far away. Again, very much intentional. This is one of those things where if you can even paint it from a distance, you hold your brush like this, far away, you step back as far as you can, because this is, again, more about the general flow than it is anything else. I think it's pretty great. I think we can also, once we have almost no paint on our brush, bring this pigment even upwards over a little bit of the base of the trees. That way it looks like the snow is blowing. It's caught in the air. It's creating this almost mist just sitting right above the land. And then we can bring just a little bit of that warmth out into even more of the snow. Have it dissipate as we go over here, of course. But really easy techniques to get great results. Yeah. Feels like we have a good glow going on. We have a lot more snow to incorporate right down here, but I think this is looking really good. Really, really good. You can see I'm doubling down on specifically this area a lot. There we are. And we expand it very cautiously. But I do like the expansion. We are going to begin again in the background here, and I am going to begin with my larger flat-headed brush. We are going to dip that in a little bit of water for some easy mixing. We'll grab some of our titanium white, and maybe we'll grab a little bit of our Naples yellow, just a hint. Work those together, and then I'm going to switch my brush for the actual application because I want something nice and soft. And here we have our filbert brush. As you can see, it has nice rounded edges, great for doing softer subjects like snow, clouds, mist, the haze we're about to implement. And it's great for diffused lighting as well. Much like our last brush, we will make that one nice and damp. We'll grab some of the pigment we mixed up, head right into the center here, start to build out that highlight, and we don't want it just in the middle, so I'm going to very softly use the corner of the brush to extend this out, and then I'll go to the left and right. Just allow that brightness to work its way through a lot of our trees. It's going to soften saturation, a lot of the values. And again, the goal is to make this really, really soft. We can add a hint more titanium white to the mix. And we want it to remain still with some yellow in it. It's really important that the pigment that we work here still has warmth, and a pure titanium white is pretty neutral. So we want to ensure that we're interjecting a hue that has feeling. You know, when you just have a gray or a white or a black, often it doesn't convey emotion or sense of feeling in the way that a hue does. So we want to double down and make sure that as you make this brighter, we are still continuously having a little bit of warmth in it. I think that's actually a great amount. I think this is a great start to the painting, and I think we can actually continue working this down into the snow. Now, the next step is right down here. So I'm going to pick up my palette. I'm yet again going to grab our larger flat-headed brush because we do need something large for this big blocky area. I'm going to make sure my brush is nice and damp, take off some of the yellow in the brush. So it's okay to have a little bit. It's okay if our blues have these slight green hues. They certainly do in the sky. And this is a reflection of the sky. That said, we're going to start with a medium to dark blue. As we can see on our palette, we have a good reference for the blues we've been using. And that's something I love. I love when I'm deep into a painting and I have this palette which is a bit more messy, because it really reminds you of the colors you've used. And if you need to remix something or get something similar or get something in the vein of something else, it's not too tricky. So let's start by essentially remixing the pigment we have here. It's a good amount of titanium white, it's a little bit of oxide black, and then it's a lot of cerulean blue as well. We can do slightly less titanium white and oxide black. In this, it can be slightly more saturated because we are getting closer to us in the image, in the canvas. And I'm making a good amount of it because we're going to cover a good amount of the open white space on the canvas too. Also just realized that my hand might be in the way as I do this, and I'm so sorry. So first couple painting shots of the day are always ones in which we are learning and adjusting. That said, I'm going to make sure again my brush is nice and damp, as is my pigment, and I'm going to start, as I always do when I work on subjects of any real size, working on the edges to begin with. Because we could do this and then paint the inside, but when we have fresh paint, especially fairly watery paint on our brush, we have the best opportunity to render sharp, intentional markings. Nice definitive line work. And then once we start to run out of that, and it becomes difficult to render sharp markings, that's when we go back in to the middle areas. We press harder with our brush. We get that excess pigment off of our brush, like so. But when we have the opportunity to do the real detail work, we do the real detail work. Now I'll grab a little bit more water, a little bit more pigment. We'll continue working the edges of our canvas. There we go. And then it comes down into right about here. This area is this frosted space. It's very much combining the water with the ice and the snow. And I think this right here, we could turn it into snow as well. I'm just going to do a little sketching, see how I feel about it. Not applying much pressure. I think I like the divot. I think I like this as creates more of a unique shape. So, we'll double down on that actually. Now, at this point, we are just blocking in a base layer to which we will add highlight and shadow to. So this is really the easiest part of the painting. Bit of blocking. It's a good amount of space. You could switch to the even larger brush if you wanted to. I, however, am fairly happy with this for now. I also like the idea of having some brush strokes in this application because it'll show and allude to mounds of snow, which add volume to your space. That said, as we get a little bit farther back, I'm going to make my mix slightly darker, slightly more oxide black in there. That'll desaturate it, so we also need to add in more cerulean blue. But I want it to be a little bit darker because we're moving towards the edge of the canvas, and that means we have an opportunity to create a slight vignette effect. There we go. And you can see we're just slowly working it down. Because my brush is so damp, and it's not wet, but it is damp, I'm able to continuously work into the pigment that I was just working with, and that's why it hasn't fully dried. The pigment is, or the water is keeping the pigment wet for the most part. Okay, so again, taking a step back, we're just going to continue applying this towards the back of the canvas. And it's honestly a really nice way to start the painting process here today, because I always talk about warm-up stages. Just having the opportunity to get comfy on the canvas, move some paint around in a way that isn't particularly technical or intensive. Just kind of getting those motor skills firing. And you can tell with a lot of this, something else I'm doing is when I'm going in to apply the pigment, I work in an X-shaped pattern like this. And then once I have a good amount of pigment on there, I will work it more in the horizontal movement. That way, when there are brush strokes showing at the end, they're horizontal, not in that X shape, but the X shape helps us move paint around so much easier than just the horizontal movement. Because with the X shape, you're moving pigment not only left and right, but also up and down. So you cover a wider area quicker, which can be nice with dry time, right? So we're just looking for little ways of improving these application processes to make the painting process as a whole go smoothly. That said, I can tell that some of this is a little bit thin, so I'm definitely going to have to do a second layer, and that's a-okay. Gives us an opportunity to adjust the palette if we want to at all. And again, towards this back bottom area, I think I'm going to make it a little bit darker, so I'll interject some extra Oxide black, a little bit of extra Cerulean blue to re-interject hue. Work that through here, and it's not going to be a lot, it's very minimal. Just enough to subtly show an amount of variance. You can see we're just moving away from the titanium white in the mix. And because we were working with so much water on our brush, I can still blend this up into our snow with relative ease, because it is still semi-wet. If you're finding the dry times tricky, friendly reminder that you can simply switch on over to the larger brush and do this all a lot quicker. Again, I like this process. I don't mind if it takes me a couple extra minutes. I like having the brush strokes of the 1-inch brush showing in the underlayers as they are now. And it's just a fun process, I find. But again, if dry times or something you're fighting, big brush, easier process. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so now we're going to get a little bit closer because we're going to start incorporating some details and effects. By that I mean we're going to grab some additional titanium white, a good amount of it, and we'll work that into our current mix. This is going to brighten it substantially, but it's also going to create more of a grayish blue because we now have more white and more black than we do actual blue. I think this is a really nice progression of a hue. It's a little more natural than what we have in the background because we have such warmth in here. And now we're going to switch again to our filbert brush. We'll grab some of this pigment. And I'm going to begin by essentially thinking about where the light is. And if the sun, let me back up just to show you. If the sun is right here, then it'll create a line of light like this for the most part. So we'll say, okay, if the sun's there, then we need highlight right here. I'm going to add it on top of the snow, on the very top of it, and then I'll kind of have it softly blend down into our past marking. And then we'll, again, take this and we'll say, okay, it's close to here, it's close to here, it's close to here, it's close to here, close to here. And now we'll start doing a little bit of blending down, that we have a couple markings on there. But we always want to consider where the primary amount of light is hitting. And then we softly work that down. We let it dissipate as it comes down. And then we have these darker areas in between the highlighted mounds that show depth. Now, as we move into the foreground, the mounds of snow are going to get bigger and bigger, at least visually, right? Because perspective will present them as this larger entity. And it's not actually larger, it's just closer, and it's pretty easy to progressively just make these a little bit bigger every time, these mounds of snow. Now again, move back down. It's also worth noting, the more you blend out your initial application, the less dramatic it will be, the softer of an effect you will have. So sometimes when I begin, I like to do a lot of blending, make it soft as a whole, and then a little bit later, once we have things decently applied, I'll take more of my highlight, I'll head back into the top, I'll reestablish that, I'll do a softer blend, less of a blend, and we'll just build highlight to a greater degree. So it's a layering thing, much like acrylics as a whole. But you can see how now we have the light working its way down. It's just a beginning, it's just a soft start, but it's a good one, and we'll continue doing more of this. Okay, so yet again, we are closer to the canvas because we no longer need to see the sun. We can see where the highlight rests through the base. Let me say, okay, here's another mound. Again, start in the middle, and then we soften to the sides dramatically, and we soften down below a little bit. So we're really extending this to the left and right. We're extending it a little bit down here. And then we can kind of get playful along the sides, create bonus little mounds. That's important. We're going to have a lot of highlighted areas through the center there, but we're going to need little ones through the sides, like this. Just extra little mounds of snow that catch extra light. Not too tricky to implement at all, just something we have to be mindful to actually do. And you'll get more and more small ones the closer you get to us, because again, you'll just actually get to see the details more when they're closer to you. So far, so good. This will require a lot of layering, but we begin by just figuring out where our subjects are. Here you can see I have picked up a really bright version of our pigment. It's also pretty watery, so I can spread it easily. And I'm just taking it in all of the areas that I think are going to be pretty useful. You can see we can combine these areas more and more. Going back to this one, blending out the edges. That's good. Now we can double down. There we go. Good. Good. You can see now I'm trying to get a little more creative with the edges. Build this out. Kind of looks like the tops of clouds. If you've flown and you look down, it's a similar aesthetic, at least in the beginning. There we go. Have to be careful that as we move to the side, we don't get too detailed. We need to keep the general idea and the patterns moving, but I think this is looking really nice. Now, there's another way of applying this, and I think just for the sake of teaching, showing you option, we'll do the other one as well, and I'll probably combine both of them at the end. The way we've been applying it is a great meticulous way of doing so, but I think sometimes when people do it this way, they can focus too much on the details and things get really tight and they don't have a flow in the way that you want. And some people are like that. Some people will work really well with this strategy. However, for those of you who struggle with it a little bit, and I think over the years, it's something that I did struggle with, but I've gotten better at, and because of that, I feel like I relate and I understand. But something I do when I feel like it's just a little bit too tight, a little less organic than I want it to be, this is how I fix that, and this is how I approach it. I'm going to take my larger flat-headed brush yet again. I'm going to grab some of this highlight. I'm going to do something really bold. And I'm going to apply this brush over the highlighted areas that we just did. But you don't have to have those highlighted areas pre-established. You can just do this with this brush. And it's a lot harder to blend your bases and such with this because, again, it doesn't have the round corners that the filbert does. But you get paint on much more easily. You can move it around in a way that's really natural for most. And when you want to blend the bottom, the easiest trick is you just use less pressure. So when I'm doing the top of a mound, there's more pressure. I'm very intentionally shaping that to be sharp. And then I'll use less pressure at the bottom to soften. And I know my hand might be in the way. I apologize if it is. I'm going to move you in a second. I just wanted to give you a wide view of how this can shape up instead of the way in which we were doing it. But I really like the way this looks as well. And I think for me, because again, I did used to struggle with starting off with all of those tight movements, I think I'm going to do a lot of it like this, and then I'm going to go back later with the filbert and do the initial way I taught you. But you can see that you can jump back and forth between the brushes and the techniques depending upon where you are in the painting, how you're feeling. I really feel like this is not a right or wrong situation, but a person to person, painting style to painting style, preference to preference. It's all pretty subjective, and that's something I talk about a lot with painting in general, the subjectivity of it. But this is really something that's subjective, I feel like. So I'm just, as you can see, reworking a lot of the mounds, connecting them. It's also worth noting that as we get farther back into the distance, again, there's less large mounds, there's less openings between them, because you just don't see it at that far away space. When I go back in, I typically reapply towards some of the center because we need to build up that highlight. And I also don't want to add too much highlight to the edges. So when I start to run out of pigment, that's when I do areas like this, which are farther off to the sides and a little more. Just have room to play, you know? Like that. Like this. Like this. Now I'm putting you a little more towards the side to hopefully have my hand block less. Again, we're being mindful, but it's a tricky area just angle-wise. So I will continue to be mindful, and we will hopefully film this in a way that's easily visually articulatable. Like that. Towards the top, we'll have almost no small openings or divots, but the bottom of it, right through here, will definitely remain darker, shelf-like, because the snow will dip down and you won't catch light towards the bottom. So we'll double down on the top, create a slight gradient. So far this is going really well. Because I'm using a good amount of water, as it dries, it gets more transparent, a little bit darker. So I'm just going over the highlights time and time again, rebuilding, relayering. And again, I will reinstigate these highlights initially in the center where the sun will be having the greatest impact. And then once I apply some of this here and there, as we're doing, as you can see, we can start combining. We can start bringing the highlights downwards. It's all part of the process. Rather elongated one. So fun to paint this once you get the hang of it. It can be a little tricky at first, I'm not gonna lie, but once you do get the hang of it, it feels great. There we go. Oh, this is fun. I really like this. I really like this. There we go. I'm going to take a couple of steps back, make sure I like how it's looking. We'll do a little assessment together, and then we'll jump back in and continue because it's getting there. It is form, it is shape, it is volume, all very important things. But I think it's also still far from being what we want it to really be in the end. So we'll continue just figuring it out together. Okay, now taking a step back, we may hear my coffee maker in the background because we need fuel to continue painting this beautiful snow. But again, taking a step back, I like the general movements. I think my favorite parts are right through here where you can see it moves up and then down and then up and then down. It disappears there, but it bridges into this portion, which moves forward here. And this splits off into two areas. And then we have a new area here, lots of unique movements that kind of tie in, and they're a bit larger, which we want, but now it's time to head in and do some real detail work. So we'll be switching our brush, but I do want to do, you know what, no, let's get nice and close and let's switch our brush. So here we have our liner, again, great for details. We used this in the mountain, and when I make it nice and damp, we will, as you see, condense our bristles to be really, really sharp. So fantastic for details, and that's what we're painting. Now, to begin, we're going to grab a little bit of extra titanium white, work that into our mix, just make it slightly brighter than it was before. I'm doing so with a large flat-headed brush because it is better for mixing. And then, as noted, we are going to grab our liner brush. We're going to add some neat intricacies into the snow. So, for example, we have this area that protrudes up. We're going to continue that protrusion, but we're going to create lots of little additional protrusions, taps, drags, and markings that make it look like it's got lots of little areas that move up and down. So here we have large areas that move up and down, right? But now we need little ones to accompany it. So we're going in, we're making sure the tops are nice and sharp, nice and opaque. And then we'll work that down. Continue to work it down. Beautiful. And then it kind of dissipates into the shadows. And it will happen naturally because you'll just run out of paint as you work your way into the rest of the image. But that right there looks a lot more like snow. Now, we are going to continue. And you can have some that are very pointed and areas that are a bit more rounded. But you can see how we've started constructing this with the soft filbert brush. And then once we had a framework, we doubled down with the larger brush. And now we're finding our more unique markings once things are a little more intuitive and solidified. If we started with this process, probably would have been pretty tricky because we wouldn't know where we want our general movements to be. And sometimes starting with those bigger movements and blocking things in and just seeing framing and all of that can be really beneficial. But now that we have it, again, we can do all of this. I think that looks pretty great. Trying to create unique protrusions, areas that stick out in ways that they don't elsewhere. Yeah, I like that. From a distance, it just looks like the snow has a nice little bit of detail, has a nice sheen to it. There's nothing too dramatic going on. It's important to take steps back and look at it from farther away as you do this, so that it doesn't accidentally become too prominent. But I'm a big believer in you just go back and forth. You get nice and close, nice and tight, and then you remove yourself. You see really what you're doing from a wider perspective. And then you go back in and you deliver on this however you feel it needs to be altered. Or you just keep doing what you're doing if it's going perfectly. That does happen. Sometimes it just flows, right? But yeah, this is really good. Beautiful. Taking a step back. Okay, I think I'll get you a bit closer for a while. I think we have the general technique. So again, as noted, we are just going to jump back into this, start at the areas where we do have a defined top to the snow, and work it down and then into other mounds. I have a very watery mix, which is letting me almost just roughly sketch, which is really nice. Having these extremely semi-transparent layers actually I think looks really nice in snow, so I'm not worried too much about it looking messy when I do go in with more of a sketching application. Just remember that the light's all coming this way, so the tops and the sides are going to be the most highlighted when it comes to your subjects. We'll just keep going over it. This will take a good number of layers, especially if you are working with a lot of water, as I am, and as I do recommend you to. There we go. Really like this so far. As we get closer into the foreground, you can also go into more of a dry brush, and you get that little scratchy look to it. That can be nice for, again, blowing snow and little bits that just kind of work their way out into the air. There we are. It's quite fun. Quite enjoyable. And you can see that as we add these layers, it all brightens up pretty dramatically. So we started with a relatively middle value, darker base, but the more we add, the brighter it gets, and the more it makes sense within the context of the painting as a whole. So it's kind of just, with a lot of painting, patience and trust in the end result. Trust in the process, trust in yourself, and eventually we find our way to that which we really want to render. And we are getting there. We also haven't had any of the actual light coming down, and that's where the magic happens. That's where this really starts to feel. We talk about that word as we paint. I really think at the end of the day, feeling, having a painting that can emit emotion is my paramount goal. I think landscapes lend themselves well to that, because settings like these immediately create atmosphere, whether that be warm or cool. I think they mentally transport you to a place. If you've been somewhere similar, then you know it has elements of nostalgia. And then the painting isn't just the painting, it's also the memories that you've built in that space or in a similar space. So then the emotions aren't just of the landscape and the vastness and the beauty, it's that which you've experienced in life. And I think that's where a lot of the unspoken magic in landscape painting is. But in addition to that, I think it can really inspire us to be places and mentally escape. I remember living in a really small town, and I would daydream all the time about living in the city. And then I started painting the city, and that got me even more excited about the idea and the opportunity. And then a couple months later, after painting quite a lot of cities, looking at reference photos and things, I just said, you know what, I think I'm going to move. I think I would just find my way. And that's a part of growing up, you know? Figuring out what you really want and finding ways to be there. I think that's something we all feel or have done in some regard. But I think painting and I think landscapes helped me really solidify that desire to live in that headspace, to prompt me to make that move and live the life that I really wanted to. And now, very happily, do live right downtown in Toronto. But, you know, there's still that great appreciation for nature, for landscapes, for all of this. And I honestly, I think it makes me appreciate all of this so much more, right? It's a grass is always greener situation. But I think just where I am now, I end up really loving and appreciating both the city and the natural world. So we found the balance, and the balance is subjective for everybody, right? At the end of the day, we all find comfort and joy and excitement in different things. But that's also the beauty of landscape painting. You can paint so many different types of landscapes in so many settings, and you know, we all have our own memories and experiences to draw from and interject. But yeah, that's a little bit of lore about me, I guess. Love living in the city. Love the people, love the energy, I think energy is the right word. You know, when I moved here, I would talk about that all the time, but it feels like the city doesn't sleep, feels like the city is just alive. doesn't matter what time of day or night it is, you feel like there's always a lot going on. And I think just seeing everybody really living got me excited about really living and creating and painting. And I think you get a kind of similar experience when you're out in nature and you have all the wildlife around. That can do it. But again, just different strokes for different folks, as they say. I grew up taking trips to Algonquin Park, Canadian National Park, every summer, and I loved it. Those are some of my best memories growing up. We'd find these waterfalls and go on these 20-kilometer hikes. And I know a lot of you are American, so maybe our units of distance and measurement are a little bit different. But you know, the hikes you start and then you finish 8 or 9 hours later, and you make a little campfire and you roast some marshmallows and you just make those memories, right? I always loved that. Something I've wanted to do again a lot as I've gotten older. Haven't made it out there in a couple of years, but I think maybe this year make that effort and get some reference photos and just again appreciate this beautiful land we have the opportunity to live on and paint. Now I've been talking a lot, mostly about life, not necessarily that much about painting, because we've just been doing a lot of the same thing. But we are about to come to a point of change and variance in technique and application. So we should talk about that. The farther away we get, the less detail we will have. So I'm going to, when I initially have pigment, double down on the areas in the middle here, make sure that they are well applied. And then, once I have, and I'm running out of paint, then I will move up here and I'll make slightly larger markings. And I do that by pressing more pressure into the brush. So now you can see we have these mounds, and we have smaller mounds than we created with the filbert or the flat brush, but they are bigger than what we have here. And it's that progression. Things are also going to get softer as you move up towards the top. That's big. That's big. Here you can see we're doubling down on some of the areas that we applied. They dried. They were a little bit less stark or impactful than I want them to be. So we just re-interject. We re-interject and we build and we build and we build. Okay, this is good. Like that. This area is still a bit darker, and intentionally so. I'd also like to say again a big thank you to all of you for being here, watching along, painting with me. It's been such a pleasure to work through this big piece. We're definitely going to do a lot more big pieces this year. I think I might also try a 30-minute painting pretty soon, just for the sake of doing something in a different palette, different composition, different season. A little palette cleanser. We'll see. So far though, this is good. Yeah, I like that, I like that. Now, important step. I need to turn off the camera for just a second because I need a little coffee break. Again, very imperative for us to keep on keeping on. Though, I've had that thought for a while now, and I just keep painting. And that's it's because you know me. Hard to stop once you start. It's just so fulfilling to see it come together. You want to keep seeing it come together. Maybe I do a little bit more, just a little bit. Yeah, I like that. I like this. Beautiful. I'm going to jump a little higher. Move up to the top. You can see there's so little detail towards the top at this point, comparatively to what we have down at the bottom. And you see that this really fades from something really bright in the middle, very opaque. And as I get over here, we're going to let it run out. We're going to add some water to the brush. And we're just going to try to create a soft gradient. Opaque, strong, bright, a little bit darker. There we go. Can't forget about the edges. Easy to work in this area, easy to forget to finish off the areas that go off the canvas. And you need the areas that go off the canvas, otherwise it doesn't look realistic. We need to implement the idea that there is more landscape this way. But we need to do so subtly, or rather intentionally. Not a lot of volume, not a lot of light, because we want the majority of the light to work its way through the middle. That said, so far so good. Let's take a look at it from a distance. Okay, that's looking pretty great. I think at this point, again, I have my little coffee break, and then we head back in, more highlights, more details, continue to build it up. We have so much beautiful texture and such back here. We need to interject a little bit of that into the foreground. But it's a great start, and we're definitely moving in the right direction. Okay, so from here, we'll grab a little bit more titanium white, work that into our mix. Again, we're always just making this slightly brighter as we go. And then we switch back to, you guessed it, it's the liner brush. It is nice and damp. And we're going back into the center areas. We can even start all the way back here, doing a lot of a blend, pressing my brush into the canvas. And then the tip of this will be the brightest, and that light will work its way in. Already a little bit of a difference, but where we really start to notice it is when it gets closer to us, because that's when we have the opportunity to implement the taps, the details, all of the smaller markings, which make for a much bigger impact
And you will see me do lots of little taps now with this. So we're just building lots of little layers. I'm going to take another step back, make sure I like it. I think I do. Okay, okay. Light through here. Light through here. Very good. Again, towards the top, and whichever side of the snow is facing the light. And we have the light kind of dissipate as you move off towards the edges. But already, so much more volume, so much more sharpness. There we go. Trying to go back here and there where I feel like I need to re-interject some extra highlights, but I'm trying not to do too many in any one area. I kind of apply it and then I move to a new area and then I'll move back if I need to. But the idea is to not overdo too much highlight in one spot because we want this to be special. We want it to stand out, and if we do an overabundance of it, it unfortunately doesn't do that. So we be careful. We be careful. There we go. There we are. Now I'm getting a little quiet through this. It's just so relaxing, you know? One of those things you can really just drift off into your mind and paint away. I've decided as I do this that I actually want to try a different brush as well. A third brush for the snow to continue making it something unique and interesting, textured, detailed, but I do want to finish up with this first. Also, friendly reminder, we are still yet to actually add our highlights from the sun itself. This is just natural brightness and light that will come from it, but the warm hues, the more complex palette, that's yet to be implemented, and that's pretty exciting. I'm going to do little taps, like so. That's really good for texture. It's really efficient and easy to do as well. Snow is looking very cold, as it should. Trying to be careful to make really sharp markings. I like that. Okay, we're going to take a couple of steps back and we're going to see how it's looking. As an update, I think it's looking pretty great. I can tell I need to do more towards the top here, and that I will do with you a bit farther away. That way you can see the progression properly, because right now it's not so much about the details, it's about making sure that this goes and flows towards the top in a way that makes sense. Again, we're doubling down on the highlight in this snow. We let it dissipate as it moves that way. That means that we also need a bit more here, and for it to find its way out. I like that way better. Okay, okay. Making the right moves. We like to see it. We are still making good progression, and we will continue to. We will most certainly continue to. There we are. Okay, I'm going to take a couple of steps back so I can see it the way you see it. That's definitely better. We able to add a lot of light through here too, but I'm going to do that a little differently. Doubling down up here, doubling down, doubling down, doubling down. Now, for the next step, I'm going to get you closer. We will switch our brush, and we'll implement detail in a different but equally important way, I think. I didn't initially plan to do this, but as I painted, I felt like we could use an additional form of texture, an additional technique, and I think it'll work, but we'll test it together, and we will find what really works best. That said, with this next one, I would recommend watching me do it before you do it yourself. That way, if it isn't the absolute best idea, only I have to walk my painting backwards. You will still be in a good place with yours. But I think it should work. I'm pretty confident. It does feel good to have a painting at this stage, though, because we now are at that stage where when I implement an idea, I'm thinking, oh, well, I really like what I have. I don't necessarily want to have to redo it, but I also recognize often when we redo things, they end up being a lot better than the initial version. Even if the initial version is strong, because you've done it at least once now, you've learned, you've practiced, you've gotten stronger at the skill, and therefore the next rendering, even if you really like the first again, will likely be better. So don't fear going back in. And with that, let's get a bit closer. Okay, so we're going to start not with the new brush, but with our larger flathead, because we need to get a lot of paint here on the palette. Very similar mix to what we just had. I just need more of it, and mine was starting to dry. And then I'll switch to our fan brush, which you probably remember from earlier in the lesson in the trees. We're doing a very similar technique in that we're going to take our dry fan brush because we want stiff individual bristles. We're going to head in towards the snow. We're just going to tap on lots of little textures, especially towards the snow in the foreground. I'm not pressing the entirety of the brush into the canvas, just a little portion of it, just an edge, because we need it to be controlled in intentional marking. But as you can see, just so much more detail. Smaller details than we would have been able to render with the liner. been such a fun day of painting. I always love painting, and I always have a hard time putting down paintings, but I feel like today especially, we've just made a lot of progress, and a lot of these implementations, actions are very fun. You know, there's problem solving, but it's not that much problem solving. It's a lot of flow states. So it's just a relaxed afternoon, which is kind of perfect for today because we have a blizzard outside. And you know, what's better to do in a blizzard than take out the pigments, make the room nice and cozy, have a coffee or a tea, and do some relaxing painting. I've had a pretty busy last week, and I think this is just what I needed to relax and calm down. Don't get me wrong, it's been a good week, but but busy. And even when I find busy is good and fun busy, I still want time to just settle. And I don't know about you, I find when I'm watching television or film, I really enjoy it, but it doesn't necessarily calm me. I think painting is something that does it really well. A little bit of a sparkle, a little bit of a sheen back here once I have almost no paint left. But yeah, not doing too much with this, just a couple little taps, mostly in the light. I do like that. Now, taking a step back, I think it looks even more realistic, which is fantastic. And we could continue doing little touch-ups and such with the snow. We should probably do a little bit. But for the most part, we're just going to let this dry. And then I think we'll go in with the highlights from the sun, which are going to be very, very fun. We're going to have a clean, flat-headed brush. I have new pigment on my palette, white that isn't diluted by blue or the Oxide black. Clean my water, and it's important that all of this is clean for the next time because we really want to ensure that this isn't a green hue. It will adopt some green because we're going over a blue and it'll be semi-transparent, but we want this next application to be as warm as we can make it. So with that, we are going to grab some of our cadmium orange, put that in a clean spot in our palette. We'll grab some Naples yellow, about a 50-50. Clean spot on our palette. This will make the orange a little bit less saturated, a little bit less strong. And then we'll add some titanium white. Again, being very careful with the titanium white to not grab a portion that has blue in it. Make that nice and bright. Then we'll test it from here on the canvas, and we'll be applying it with the liner brush. So I have this, it's nice and damp. We'll do a little tap up here, just see what it looks like in the trees, and I like it. So the first thing we'll do is we'll add a little bit of this highlight on the edge of the snow, right back through here. Then we can do a soft blend. And then every time the snow rises, we can do slightly more, like this. We blend it off into the sides very softly, but we create that light in the distance. I know you're quite far away. Again, you are meant to be for this portion, just because the most important thing is seeing the subtlety and the transition of light downwards. Now, we'll also have light here, starting right under the sun, and then I make it softer. I blend it out and down. And I'll show you one more area, and then we'll get close together, okay? So I'm just applying this into the snow, along the tops and the edges of it. And then we do a slight blend in here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty much delegated to the very tops of the areas in which we are painting. That said, let me get you a little bit closer. Now, despite being closer, we know where the sun is because we have our highlight here, here, and here. So we can kind of just work to connect a lot of these pieces, like so. Going back, it's important that if you're reapplying the tops of your snow, that your markings are very sharp. This is pretty orange, pretty pigmented. So we'll go over it again with a brighter hue, but having it be so pigmented and so orange and so warm means that when we go in with our lighter hue that might have a little more Naples yellow, it won't turn green with the blue underneath, right? That's really what we're aiming to avoid with this. And this will do a great job of getting us there. I'm also making the back much more orange because we have more light towards the back. Almost doing this like a wash. There we are. Nice and clean. Really subtle at first, right? That's how it should be. We'll just add hints of the snow, hints, just little bits. There we go. Now again, taking a slight step back, grabbing our larger mixing brush, doubling down on the titanium white version of this mix, a little more Naples yellow. So we're just moving away from the cadmium orange. Brighter, stronger. And that looks pretty good. Now we'll take our liner brush, head back in. Oh, and that's perfect. That is exactly what I wanted over top of the orange glow. Okay. It all worked out. It all worked out. Yeah, that's really nice. I think I'll just do a hint more, and then again I'll get you closer. Oh, I'm so excited about this. It's a subtle thing, but it's so... it just completes the highlights in a way that I needed. One of those things where you know it'll work to a point, but you don't know how well, and you don't know if your value's correct, and you don't know if you've layered your hues enough, and you don't know if you have to go back and do a lot more layers. There's a lot you don't know until you do it, right? And then you do, and sometimes, like this, we just get lucky, and it's so satisfying. Oh, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Lovely. Okay, let's get you a little closer. Now back to the highlights. And we are being pretty demure with this. We're not doing too much. And that's quite intentional because we will have opportunities later in the painting process to add significantly more. But I don't want this to overshadow everything else in the painting. So we want to finish other portions before we lean into exactly this. But now we know the values, the hues, the techniques, the areas in which we apply the pigment. We've acquired a lot of information through the testing and implementation here today. And on top of that, I think it already looks great. We'll add a real diffused glow through it once we have this area and this area implemented as well. That's towards the very end of the painting. So we will have to leave this unfinished to a point while we do the reflection. But again, I think even if we didn't go back and work on it, I could say I'm very happy with this area. I know how to make it better, and we will, but it's already such a lovely piece of the painting. Certainly earned its spot in the aesthetics. There we go, yeah. I don't have a lot of pigment on my brush. I have water, but I'm just kind of marking the areas that I want to mark more. There we go. That is lovely. Should also head up to the top. Soften this out in both directions. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very good. Now, I think we're actually going to do something a little bit bold, perhaps, because I really like this. And before I add any more highlight here, before I add the glow that works its way down, before I add the streaks of light, before I do a lot to that, I want to grab some extra paint, titanium white predominantly, some extra cerulean blue, because we are going to venture into another larger portion of the painting. We need quite a bit of this. And I think how we move forward with this is greatly dependent on, again, what we do elsewhere in the painting for the sake of balance. So we are going to make our large flathead brush nice and damp. We're going to grab an abundance of our titanium white. We're going to work this down here. We're going to grab a little bit of our Naples yellow. We are going to implement the start of our reflection that we have there in our water. And that means we go through right here. I am covering up a lot of my sketch. That's okay. Much like with the top, we can always re-implement it. Now my mix here is a little bit warmer than the one on the top. That's intentional. I just want that warm light to really fill the base. Also, reflections are often a little bit darker than that which they are reflecting. And when we make this color a little bit darker, you get to see the warm hues a little bit more. So often your reflection, if you have a very bright day, your reflection has a little bit more saturation in it. It looks a little more rich, a little more deep than that which it is reflecting. And then from here, you know, actually I might do a little bit more, just a little bit. You want to extend this out farther than it actually needs to be, because you need an area where you can blend with the next pigment. And that is going to be the cerulean blue we just added, which we will need in grand abundance. The first blue we incorporate needs to be very, very, very bright. And then it can progressively get more and more blue. We'll add a hint of our oxide black, but not too much. We'll work this around the edges of our mountains to be. We have this nice frosty area that's in between our snow and our reflection, so I'll also leave that as is for now. And then we'll start blending this up softly at first. There we go, there we go, there we go. Using very little pressure with my brush. My brush is pretty damp, which is important here. Oh yeah, that is a nice transition. And now as we get farther down, we need it to get darker and a little more blue. So I'm going to start grabbing from here. I'm going to interject a little bit more of the cerulean blue into the mix. And we'll continue. Cut pretty sharply around the mountains. I think the reflection is such a big piece of this painting that it's easy to get intimidated by it. Say, oh, I'll start painting it later, or I'll do another painting first, so I'll do this and that. And I think I was feeling that way. So for the sake of actually just starting and getting it done, I'm right now taking that initiative to get the pigment on the canvas. And I find, again, because I think starting can be the hardest point for so many of us, if you start the next really hard step just a little bit before you finish your painting session, often jumping back into it is a lot easier than if you have to start from basically scratch in a new section. You may accidentally convince yourself to keep painting for hours and hours, and that's, you know, as artists, something we all deal with all the time, but I think it's worth it. It's also worth noting that when we initially painted this, we painted with the larger brush. I'm now using a smaller one. That's A-okay. You can see how the orange is working its way into the blue quite nicely in the reflection. There we go. Even this is a lot of fun. Just finding those transitions. Okay, more blue, more titanium white, a little bit more oxide black. We're getting more blue and darker as we move this way. You see. Now this won't be this blue by the end because we'll be blending it with what we already have there. But it's certainly more blue than what we did have. And just continuing to make your brush nice and damp through this process will do a world of good for your painting, for your blending, for all of it. Going to take a step back. It's looking good. More blue, more white, more black. You can see how it just progressively gets a little bit darker, a little bit more blue. Now we're pretty close to what we want on this side. Again, if you're somebody who struggles with just getting started with things, before you put down the brush from painting the snow, just do this little part of the reflection. And I promise you, next week, or the next time you pick your painting up, it'll be so much easier. Making this nice and dark. In comparison, there's still a little bit of orange that's working its way into the mix. We're not working with a pure blue through this at all. We still have elements of that warmth. It's pretty saturated. So going back in and creating that pigment that mixes in the middle needs a lot of actual cerulean. We're just trying to find our bridging hues. Again, this is ice, so it's, or water, it's, you know, somewhere in between, semi-frozen, but it's very much reflective. And we're just trying to make sure that it has the look of something still and not moving water. So we can have some brush strokes, but they're not abundant. Maybe we add a little bit more of our warmth in here. Hint of our cad orange. A lot of going back and forth on the palette, as you can see. Getting there. This is also one of those steps where you can do it and then you can paint another layer on top, or another 2 layers, or another 3 layers. We definitely did the sky a good number of times, and this is essentially that same process. So it doesn't have to be perfect on the first attempt, but do just keep at it until you get what you really want. And I think that's the real tip. It's persistence. There we go. Minor adjustments. You can see I'm going over areas I've done many times, just to build it up. Make sure we have a nice thick application. We'll of course have our reflections of the trees, our reflections of the mountains. That's nice. It's also worth noting when we mix blue and orange together, they gray each other out a little bit because they are complementary colors. And when you add a color opposite to its color on the color wheel together and you mix them, and you blend them, you end up getting often a more gray version of whichever is stronger. Great way of diluting pigment without adding white or black. Some artists don't add white or black at all to their mixes. It to make them more gray, they just use the complementary colors, which can be fun. I've done that before. I think it's a personal preference thing. Okay. I like the slight brush strokes in the X-shaped pattern here actually with a dry brush. I think it does give it that sheen of something that's slightly frozen. So I'm just working this over the brighter areas. And then again, we have this pigment. I believe it's this color. It is. Very good. We'll continue to make it brighter. Continue to interject slightly more orange. Brighter is the key though. We need lots of titanium white for this. There we go. And I actually really liked my initial application here. I'm just redoing this for the sake of building thicker layers. That said, I do need more titanium white. So we'll just pop that open, put that on the palette. I'm trying to do so relatively quickly while it's still wet. More white, more orange, more Naples yellow. I think the original mix was pretty equal in Naples yellow and Cad orange. Definitely needs to be brighter. A little more orange too. You can see how infrequently I get the right color the first time. A lot of just going back and forth until we really figure it out. And that is A-okay. Very good. So close to having this the way I want it. There we are. That's a proper application right there. X-shaped pattern as I move it out. There we go. Lots of little markings. There. Now, I'm going to take a couple steps back. Hey there, and welcome to today's painting lesson. Here, we are going to continue working on our 20 by 16 inch piece, and last week was incredibly cathartic. We did so much work with the snow. We are going to continue the highlight down through here. However, today we jump into the reflection. So taking these mountains, these beautiful trees, translating them right through here. Then we also have this dividing area that works between the snow and the reflection. So we still have a lot of fun pieces to incorporate. I think with a lot of these paintings, the wow factor really is the reflection and translating what we have up there, down there in a convincing way. So I'm excited to show you how we go about that. I do have pigment on my palette. We have water. We are ready to go. And I think we jump into it and we just have some fun. Now, you are about to watch me do something quite unusual as we take the canvas
and we flip it upside down. Now this is how I actually really like to paint reflections, when I want to get them just right. Now it'll feel like we're painting that mountain range just as we did before, and we're going to do so by, again, using this as a reference, using our reference photo, using our sketch. And if you don't have the sketch, remember you can just go ahead and resketch the traceable on there, something I would actually recommend because we did do all of this last week and it did work its way over some of our drawing, which is good. Now we can overlap the mountains and everything on top of our reflection of the sky. With that, again, I'm going to get you a little bit closer and we are going to begin on yet another fun painting journey. There are always a million ways to paint each subject and to make them all look pretty similar at the end. We'll do some things quite similar to how we did the bottom, but we'll also try something new. With that, I'm going to start by rendering a darker gray for our mountain, grabbing some of our cerulean blue, our oxide black, a lot more oxide black than anything else really. But we do want a little bit of that gray in there. We do want a little bit of that blue because we will adopt the hues of the sky. Things will be nice and cool. It's also worth noting with this that our reflections are often a little bit darker than that which they are reflecting. So you do have the opportunity to make this, again, a little bit more stark. That said, I'm going to make sure that my brush is nice and damp. I'm going to take the 1-inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to work my way down the edge of this mountain. As we've talked about before, I always like to do the edges before I embark on the insides. And that's because we have the best ability to render sharp lines when our mix is new, when our brush has water in it. And I'm really taking my time with this. It's one of those things where we could do it rather quickly, or we do it right, spend the extra 10-15 minutes in the mapping and just practicing. Sometimes I'll make markings in the air before I make them on the actual canvas. You can see the way my hand moves around the canvas, the orientation's consistently changing as well. And we're just finding our way. We can go back and add additional details later in the process by using the liner brush and whatnot. But here you can see just how watery the pigment's getting. It means I don't have much paint on my brush, so I just grabbed a little bit more. Now we're going back in, finding our way down. And the mountain as a whole should get a lot brighter as we move towards the right hand side here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lot of this dark mixture. Now I'll work in the back here. I will cover a good portion of my drawing, that's okay. That is A-okay. And I'm not sure if we did this when we did the initial mountains, but I'm going to transition the hue to be a bit brighter as we move this way. Not going to begin yet, as we are still far away from the sun, and the reflection should be darker than that which it is reflecting, so the mountain should be a little darker down here than it is in the real world, in the sky. But again, at this point, I think we can start adding a little bit more titanium white, adding a little bit more cerulean blue. Yeah, just like that.
softly blend it. An X-shaped pattern is typically the best to move paint not only up and down, but left and right. And we'll get the edges and all the fine A details again later with a more appropriate brush for this setting and application. But so far so good. And then this, in theory, is for the most part going to be trees. We'll just add a little bit of the ground to work the trees around. But I think this is great. Also, if this is thin at all, let it dry, go back in with a second layer, and we'll begin on the next step. Actually, while we let that dry, we'll also head over here for the mountain that is just a bit closer to us. We're going to make that a really dark mix because realistically, this is going to be quite far away from the sun. We won't have any of that background bluish light working its way through, at least not much, because it is a lot closer to us, and the closer a subject gets to us, the more of the innate coloring we have in it. So I think we simply just work this in. And I know that it doesn't have any blue in it. It does still have a little bit of blue. You can see we're still working in this mix. I'm just not adding an excessive amount like I was on the right-hand side. We still wanted to still have a cooler atmosphere and presence because we are still in this wintry scene. But yeah, much like the other one, we've got a good thick layer, and we'll go over it again if we need to. But nice and simple, just some blocking. Okay, so now taking a step back, I think things are looking pretty great, pretty dry. This is a good layer. This needs another layer, but I think we can continue working on this, and then when it comes time for this to dry, we'll jump back over there. With that, it's time to add some of the snow that we can see through here, and we're going to begin with the more discernible snow. I think this line in particular is one that I want to focus on, and that'll cut across here. Now you could go in and re-sketch it. I, however, am going to simply sketch it on the canvas pretty simply by grabbing some of our cerulean blue, our titanium white, mix a little bit of our oxide black, try to get something similar to what we used for the snow down here, and I will do a test. We're pretty close, but it needs to be a little bit more gray. So more black, more white. I feel like I'm talking, painting quickly. I try to make these a pretty relaxed experience. However, admittedly, I'm just kind of excited right now. So with that, we're going to grab our liner brush. Going to grab a little bit of water, a little bit of paint. Going to look for this line up here. I can tell that it's high, it dips a little bit, it dips a little bit. It's right about here. Going to get a bit more water. And this first application doesn't have to be perfect or pristine. There we go. Just has to note the general movements. And we can also go over it if it's not exactly what we want. I can see that this line moves there, so it would move that way. And then right past it, it moves down again, like that. And then it swings forward. So there's a lot of referencing the top and the bottom as we do this. There's also a lot of snow on this mountain, but none on the back of this one. So we can almost just paint a little line in there too, just to note that there is snow here. And the snow is predominantly on this right-hand side, so we can even start to move that snow inwards. A lot of it is done with this line work, and it doesn't have to be exactly like we have down below, but it needs to follow the same movements and rules, and the eye will kind of assume that they're the same as long as we get the general patterns and ideas the same. I think that's something a lot of people struggle with reflections, they get this idea that in nature it has to be exactly perfect. And I think that ends up rendering a more stiff image, but also, unfortunately, I think it just stops a lot of us from painting in general because we think it's too hard to get it the same. So something I try to do is I just go into it, I do my best. If it works out well, then wonderful. If I need to go back and redo it, then I do. But I think just starting and actually getting the paint on the canvas is the most important step in all of this. So that's what we're doing. Again, lots of little markings that move this way. And I know you're quite far away, but this is one of those things where you want to be looking at that and that at the same time. So I am, and I'm trying to show you just how I go about that. As I said, when we get into the real details again, I will get you closer and I'll let you look at the bottom of yours and we'll just talk about how it works in reference. That's at the back of this mountain, right through here, very snowy, which means this, very snowy. And then I can start connecting it back into here and the openings. And there's lots of little taps in this spot. So I'll just do taps in there as well. Now this needs a lot more pigment. You can see it's very dark, and it should be darker, but it definitely needs to be thicker. So I'll get you closer and we'll continue painting these nice rocks. So we're a bit closer. We have more of that pigment mixed up. I'm going to go over my pre-established markings to begin with, and that means some detail work around the top, some little taps towards the back half, more thick layered pigment over this side of the mountain, and then yet again we tend to work it towards the left hand side. It's okay if you leave some of the less developed darker mixes showing through. That's actually quite nice. It'll look like textural layering. It'll look like some areas of the snow just don't have as much light. It's really not a bad thing to work with. And remember, because we are working on the mountains, if my markings are a little bit toothy, if you can kind of see a bit of the canvas showing through, I'm also a-okay with that, because this is all pigment. This is all paint that should look a little rough. It's rocks, right? Now, we'll continue moving this down. And we've already done all of this, so to a point, we're familiar. To a point, it should be intuitive. And again, down here it becomes more taps, so you transition from the lines over here into these more abstract tap shapes. Then it moves down, but we have little openings underneath the shelves of rock. And it connects into this area that we initially drew. I'm going to double check and make sure that I'm painting this like I initially did, and just that we're on track here. And I think it's close. It's admittedly not perfect, but I don't think it has to be. I think if you look at the top and the bottom with this design, you say, okay, you know what? Yeah, that's probably the same. Because you can't focus on both at the same time. You kind of have to jump back and forth because they're a bit farther away. And I think that actually really saves us. Now I'm going to build out this area. And it's pretty thick towards the top, as you can see. And then as we get towards the bottom, it kind of breaks off into these three little multi-channels of rock, and I'll show you what I mean. So we have a line that goes down here of snow, and we have this almost arch. And then we have a little triangle, just looking for the basic common shapes. We have a triangle through here, and then it creates another arch. And then on this side, you have lots of these abstract movements.
And this is going to move down here. Good. Very good. Remember, if it's too full, too thick, we can always just go back in and reapply more dark pigment. I'm going to continue moving this out here. I know the back of this rock is supposed to be pretty dark. I know that we have a little bit of snow that works its way in from the side, but not too much. Like that. Another little one down here, like that. Some taps, texture. That's another thing. When we have this much open space, you want some level of texture. So I look for the discernible little markings on the bottom. I incorporate those, and then I just kind of fill out the rest with these more ambiguous markings. There we go. There we go. Now, as we take a step back, we can see that it's pretty close. Again, it's not perfect, but I think if we add a bit more detail, we go back in with the darker values, we can definitely continue to make this closer and closer to what we see. And I think the more we develop the rest of the mountain, the more it'll just feel natural and come together. So I think we start moving on to the next one, and then we can go back and fix what we currently have. This portion is rather interesting in that a lot of the top of it isn't actually covered in snow. We do have the very peak with some snow, predominantly here on the side facing the light. So I'll begin by just mapping that, and then it moves its way into the back of the mountain, kind of in this tapped textural application. We just let that go. And then the next time we end up seeing snow, it's a little bit farther down, and it moves in from here. So there's a little bit of a break. You can see the darker portion of the mountain, and then it moves up this way. And I'm not doing a clean line all the way across. It's lots of little taps and drags and breaks, just like so. And then we can have more little lines, very similar to what we just rendered. And then you have the areas that break off and are a bit more unique. There we are. Something also, if you end up dropping your brushes, then you have to acknowledge it so that it's a comical moment for all of us. But in addition to that, if you end up preferring the top area to the bottom, always feel welcome to go down and alter the previously finished portion, not this, because you can adjust them to make each other look similar. It doesn't just always have to be this being adjusted to look like the other piece. So try to keep that in mind. Also, we do have some snow coming in through here, separating these two. This would be part of the landmass of this one working its way back. And then there's more snow that carries from it. Again, very linear for the most part. And we'll just continue with a lot of that line work. Textures, textures, textures. That is the name of this game. And this actually works its way down all the way to the eventual base. So we just need to find a way to keep this interesting. As we proceed, you can see I'm using a pretty watery mixture, so sometimes it's pretty opaque, sometimes it's not. That is a good way of keeping it interesting because, again, it layers a lot of your snow. Make some of it feel like it has more light than others. Now we'll continue bringing these up together. Some of it connects to the top of this greenery to be. Continuously going back and grabbing more water, grabbing more paint. I love the liner brush for the detail it can render, but it does do so with very minimal paint. Now we also have a peek to another area of grass right through here, and this also moves back into this movement. So we'll just go ahead and paint that as well. Lots of these areas that just sweep down. One of those things where once you get the technique, once you get the idea, it just feels nice and easy. Nice and easy. We have a lot of snow up here. We have a lot of snow. Starting at the tops. And this is one of those situations where almost just going around to the edges and doing full highlights, full line work. Really simple. We'll be going into all of this with extra highlights later too, both with the snow and with more of a Naples yellow mix. And then we have marking that goes straight down in the middle, goes a little bit towards the right, goes down again, ends up meeting over there. And we have lots of little taps and markings in between. We have very non-opaque markings over here, which I will do once I run out of paint to a point. And I'll also move this back up until they meet. All right, this is going really well. Again, one of those subjects where I think when you start, it's really intimidating, but it's fun. So you just kind of have to begin, and then you say, okay, you know what? I will get there. I will figure this out. It will come together, provided I just continue doing what I'm doing. It'll go through awkward stages. That's okay. That's a part of the plan, a part of the job. And then we just eventually make it happen. Now here I don't have much water or pigment on my brush, so I'm just doing some little details in the back. Might take this and do some details over here at the same time. Some little details between these two, though I do want to connect them to a greater degree. Like so. That feels better. Yeah. Again, lots of texture. That's just going over there with a semi-wet brush. Just letting it glide over the tooth of the canvas and having the tooth take some of it, but not a lot of it. And then this will be mostly re-highlighted with Naples yellow and such, but for now I like that. And we have a little bit of snow that works its way down the mountain. There we go. There we go. Soft, small details. Now that I don't have much pigment. This will almost all be Naples yellow a little bit later, but this gives me an opportunity to try my application and just test. It'll also give me a slightly lighter base to work on, so the Naples yellow will look a little more luminous. If you're ever applying highlight over a subject, like that of a really dark backing mountain, by going in with more of a mid value or a highlight in a gray, and then you apply your highlight, that'll make the highlight look so much brighter than if you just applied it on a black, because all pigment is semi-transparent. You will see through it to a point, so seeing through the lighter value rather than the darker value will make the new highlight feel even brighter. So even though we are, again, covering this up with a lot of Naples yellow, adding that application there I think is still very much worth it in the long run. And now I think I'll just go back and do some little touch-ups through here. And we'll take a step back and see what it looks like as a whole, because I think we're probably entering a really good space. One where we'll have to make some corrections, but as a whole, I think this is looking pretty strong. Okay, so again, imperfect, but a really strong start. I think one of the noticeable things I need to add is the amount of snow and volume that we have right through here. So what that looks like is we're going to grab some extra water, some extra pigment. I'm going to say this area right here is about to get a whole lot more full. And we'll just work this way up until this eventual peak, and then it'll kind of work its way back down. I think we can make that taller. I think we can connect it to more of this line work. Very good. I'm going to look in my camera just so I can see the general movements, because it does make everything look farther away from me, which is a real benefit. Then we have some areas that work their way up here that are a bit stronger, down below. Yeah, this is really an interesting spot. That's nice. It's also worth noting that areas like this have a lot more highlight, so there's a brighter version of this mix, and we can make that. Now, if we want to, if you feel like you have enough established, I'm going to leave some of my original mix here just so I can go back to it, but I'm going to add some extra titanium white to what we're doing. Just like that. We'll switch back on over to the liner brush. I almost always do my mixing with my flat-headed brush just because it uses so much more surface area paint. This is pretty perfect. We can go in here, layer that on the bottom, have it move that way. Just makes it look like this area of the mountain is protruding, it sticks out more, catches more light, has more volume and depth, and it just made a really big difference. Now I think we have some extra over here. I think we can add a little bit to the tops of these mountains. And as you'll quickly see, this does a lot for the painting. There we go. I think I actually want more snow on this one. So again, we can adjust this to look like this, or we can adjust this to look like this. It's not a right or wrong thing, it's just kind of going back and forth, seeing what you prefer. I think we can make this a little bit darker later on. I'm going to make this a little bit brighter. Just a little bit. Because it'll get more light up there. That's nice. Again, going back to the highlight, it's going to be a lot of it up and through here. And you know what, maybe because we are doing some detail work, I will get you closer again, but the general idea is just to take the step back, look at them in comparison, and then make some changes. So the primary focus right now is these mountains. There's almost coverage on all of this side because it's receiving so much light that your snow is illuminated almost as a whole. There are little bits that kind of work their way back, and we're being mindful, incorporating that, but just a lot of light over here. Re-brightening this for when we eventually add the Naples yellow. There we go. Oh, this feels so good. to get some pigment down and some detail. This is one of those things I've been staring at in the studio for a little while, and I've been thinking, all right, I know when I begin it'll be really good, but until I do, it's going to be a little intimidating. So one of these days we just need to start. Today was that day, and today is already, because we did start, a good day. Very good day. That'll have a lot more grass. That leads that way. I do want more texture over there. That's good. Might adjust the bottom to be more like this. I like how this sweeps up. The bottom kind of sweeps down. I changed this one, and now it feels like it has this motion that goes in. Yeah. So I'm actually maybe double down on this just a little bit. I'll fix the other side. I'm going to be careful not to incorporate too much of that bright hue, but we'll brighten this progressively. Now we'll continue right up here, and we'll do so using the pigments we already have on our palette. I think I'll go back to a slightly darker mix though, and I'll just make it nice and alive by adding slightly more paint and water as our pigment does eventually dry. We can talk about that most episodes, but it is a common question. How do I keep my paint wet on the palette? Sometimes I add a little bit more paint, a little bit more water. I do my best to keep it usable, but sometimes it does dry, and that's just part of the process. It's okay. That said, we'll grab some pigment, we'll grab our liner brush. A lot of this is working down and this way. Most notably, there's a small protruding platform, very similar to the top of this, and we can almost do this, and then we make a similar one right below here, and then it's as if there are these little steps, these small stairs that work down here until we have a deeper fall, meets another area of what is essentially steps, and that meets another fall. So we're just starting by getting our line work in, and then much like a lot of these, we have our highlights work their way back, like so. And this will look good once we've filled it all out a bit more deeply. But, to begin, I'm a big fan of all of this highlight. Here we'll tap on the texture. This just happened naturally because the brush was starting to run out of water, but we can double down on that idea. And then we can also head up, fill that out, and then there's a lot less of the darker values up here, so you can kind of fill it into a point, but I also want to wait until we're adding a lot of light to the other side, because we're going to fill this out with lighter values, and I think I want to do a lot of it at the same time just so it's nice and cohesive. So it's okay if things are high contrast, it's okay if they're darker. We're just getting the frameworks in, the higher contrast areas. There's another essentially ledge of rock right down here, which we'll begin implementing. But the space in between this and this is more taps. We let the pigment, I might grab a little more water. I know I'm being a little repetitive, but this is one of those things where you just want to be mindful about not overdoing it. And if you do, you can always go back in with this darker mix, as you saw we did just a second ago on the other side.
but we'll keep the texture nice and alive. Like that. That's actually a great mirroring so far. Really pleased with this. Again, it makes sense. You've done a lot of it today, so you eventually just becomes natural. You get better and better at it. We've also painted the mountains once already. I think we'll take some steps back though, take a look at it, because I'm very pleased at this point, and I don't know that we need to do much, if anything, more.
Hello, 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 and welcome to today's painting lesson. Here we are continuing on our 20 by 16 inch piece, and today I think we finish. So I'm very much excited for this. I hope you are too. We are still working with the canvas upside down. I am going to start with the reflections that we have through here. We do have new pigment on the palette, and yet again, I welcome you to another fun painting session. I hope you learned some things, I hope you feel good, and I hope you come out of this with a painting that you also feel really proud of, and also like you feel like you can problem solve some different subjects in a way that maybe you struggled with before. So with that, again, once this is complete, we are going to be working on some 30-minute paintings. We'll be starting up the next big one as well, and it'll be I think a good collection of work to come, but I am going to get you quite a bit closer. We are going to begin, and we are going to have some fun. Okay, so as you remember, while we were painting the bottom portion here, we worked from the lightest area to the more darker and green portions. We'll probably do something quite similar over here, and that means beginning with some Naples yellow. All of this, by the way, is fully dry, so we don't have to worry about it mixing and creating muddy hues. That said, we are going to create this nice yellow mix. We'll add in a little bit of our cadmium orange. Our first mix definitely had a decent amount of that interjected. And when I grab new pigment, I typically only do so with the corner of my brush. That way I'm not grabbing too much by accident. That said, we're going to come up here. We can see that there's a mountain right about here that is eventually going to get lost behind all of the trees, but do have to start somewhere. And there's another nice little peak, which we can interject and work in. But as we move this way, this pigment will get a little bit more dark. It's just so bright on this side because we have the light working its way into it. That said, we are going to grab more pigment. We are going to remix what we just had. That way we have a good amount of actual paint to work with. There we go. I think we'll add a little bit of our sap green into it too. But I do need to add that to the palette. You know, I said sap green, but I forgot. We're actually working with an olive green in this one because it's a little bit darker, a little bit more subdued. Good for the winter hues. That said, back to the mix. Here, we do want the inclusion of the green to be incredibly subtle, so I'm just grabbing a hint with the corner of my brush. I'm working that in. But this pigment is not a green, it just has hints of green up until this point. Now, we are also going to continue this up here, like so. Bring it back down. We're just trying to match what we have at the base of the painting to the best of our ability. Always do the edges first, and then I go and I work in the main body, just so that we ensure that we have the nice sharp edge that we desire. And then we have another set of greenery right underneath. We are going to double down on the green. We'll add a little bit of black so we don't saturate things too much. A little bit of orange to keep it warm. Titanium white to keep it bright. You can see we're really jumping around with this mix, as we should. And we'll apply this right in here, like so. Nice and easy. Remember that this can be a little bit darker than what we have down below because it is the reflection. And speaking of which, as we move now towards the left-hand side of it, I will make the mix a little bit darker. And we'll just blend that into the previously applied pigment through our textures and taps and little trees. We'll add in more variance into all of this, but it's a good start. Always fun to see what it starts off looking like versus what it ends up looking like. No, I think I can see from the reflection that I actually need to make this a little bit wider. There we go. That definitely does look better. And then we have this much darker area right through there, where we will get more of our oxide black, more of our green, and we'll work this in. Again, nice and easy. The fun part about this is that we've already done it. So here we have an opportunity to double down on the techniques that we've learned, ensure they stick in our heads so that when we want to do something like this in a future painting, we know exactly what to do and the processes, the mixes, the layering. But we also have an opportunity to try different applications if we want to. One of those things where we just are in a realm of opportunity for solidifying or learning. That's a beautiful place to be. Making it a little bit darker, the areas that I think will be a bit darker. There we are. I'm going to take a couple of steps back, make sure it looks the way we want it to, and if so, we can proceed. I think there might be a world where we make this highlighted mountain overlap this to a greater degree. But again, I want to take some real steps back. After taking a real step back here, happy to note that this could definitely overlap this just a little bit. We might go back and do that later, but I don't think it's something that we need to attend to, because I do think it's very close, and if we just add a little bit more highlight onto this, we can probably make it look very much the same. That said, while we still have our mix, this isn't something we did in the first iteration down here. I'm actually going to fill in this area as well, and I'll just be careful when I'm working on overlapping subjects. Before, I didn't want to tackle too much when we initially did it because I didn't want it to become overwhelming, but now that we've done it, I think we can do this in a way that works more naturally with our palette. And we do currently have the greens, the darker values, all of that on here. So now is a good opportunity, I think, to get this instigated. And with that, we are just going to start by moving in our next tree line, like so. And as you can see, this is all very thin pigment. Let me get you closer. We'll make it thicker. As we get closer, you'll probably also notice that our current mix is very green, where this is more of a desaturated, almost yellow. So we are going to just go over that which we have applied very intentionally, making sure we don't still have that darker top to it. This just has more Naples yellow in the mix. Very, very simple. Again, this can be darker than our previous incarnation, which might make it look a little bit more green, just because when the yellow is darkened, it does turn into more of a green mix. But as we get farther down and farther away from the light, we will interject more black, more green, and we'll transition it into something a bit more similar to what we initially had on the edge. Again, this will be a little bit less yellow than the initial incarnation. That's okay. We'll do a nice soft blend. Try to make sure it's relatively thick. We go darker yet again. More green. There we go. And it still leaves room for darker values. It leaves room for lighter values. It's this malleable gradient, which is dark but not too dark, and light in areas but not too light. We can add shadows, we can add highlights, but first we let it dry and make sure that it's nice and thick. Okay, so taking a step back, we are just going to test, and it is fully dry to the touch. That's excellent. That means we can head in and apply some of the highlights that we have in these trees, and we'll do so initially by mixing a pigment that's brighter than what we have here, a little bit more Naples yellow, a little bit more titanium white. We'll apply it across there with our fan brush, and we'll just slowly build up the detail and texture like we did at the bottom. With that, you do want a fully clean, flat-headed brush, because we really don't want any of the green in there mixing into this. We need this to be quite bright. So titanium white, Naples yellow, likely more titanium white. We need a decent amount of this. And then we'll yet again switch our brush and get a little closer. Yet again, closer to the canvas, we have our dry fan brush. That is important. Want it to be nice and stiff bristled. We'll grab our pigment, and this will be quite reminiscent of what we did again in the very beginning of the painting. And that we go towards the tops. We do these slight little taps down, trying to create as much light on these small protruding trees as possible. We can even change the way in which these mountains descend. And I'm rarely going in with the entirety of the brush and working my way down, because as you can see, it renders real lines. Instead, I'll just take about a third of the brush. We'll do smaller portions, but it'll be a bit more randomized, a bit more natural, and I like that. I like that a lot. Now we'll continue this all the way down here, despite the fact that a lot of trees will be covering it, but now we can have openings in the trees, and it'll make sense if/when we do. We'll head over into these as well. And again, if there are areas you don't like, it's not a big deal, because we can go back over with the base layer, repaint it, or we can cover it up with trees. So a lot of solutions for minor issues, though it's worth noting at this point, again, we're probably relatively practiced, and things should be relatively smooth. Doesn't mean they'll be perfect. I'm definitely still finding areas that I'm having to go back to, and that's okay. It's all part of the process, but it does get easier. That said, I do like this quite a bit. It's time to work into here, and I think I need a little bit more paint to do so. I have more pigment mixed up. We're going to grab that on the tips of our brush. We're going to go in, nice, short, controlled taps, working it towards the edge first. Then we'll start moving our way into the actual mountain, starting to bridge and blend pretty well. I think that's one of the most important parts, having these start to look like they are part of the same larger subject. This is, closer to us, but they're still both mountains, and that's pretty pivotal. Trying to get rid of the hard line. That just means going over the edge numerous times. We can do that also pretty efficiently when we switch to the liner brush, but we are going to try our best to do so here. And then, as we move this way, as you can see, at the bottom, things get a little bit more green, a little bit darker, so we'll interject some of that into our mix. We'll still keep the orange because we still need it to be nice and bright, but it does get somewhat green, so we'll work that about. Head back to our liner brush,
our fan brush. You can see I have the liner brush on my mind now that we're starting to deal with those edges. And this is quite similar to the pigment we have in the background. So it's not showing up too stark, but that's actually nice. We appreciate some subtlety. We most certainly appreciate some subtlety. There we go. Let me get you a little bit closer. Now again, grabbing more of that pigment. Starting to create that transition from the light to the mid value. It's okay if it's not hyper visible yet. And then as we get towards this middle portion, yet again, we grab more of our green, a little bit more of our orange, but predominantly green. Make it a bit darker, has a nice saturation to it. Grab that pigment. Ooh, I like that. Has some good saturation. That feels good. Perhaps we grab our large brush yet again. A little more green, a little more oxide black this time. You can see we're just slowly pushing the hue darker and darker, farther away from the light. And that is very close to what we have actually on the canvas right now. Not a bad thing, but means we do need to go in a different direction. Actually, you know what? We have an opportunity right now because we are essentially working with the same color that we have here. You can see with the reflection how it goes down and then it goes up and then it goes down. There's a little triangular piece. We can actually take our liner brush right now, grab the green we are working with, which is akin to this, and we can re-interject that little protrusion that happens right about here with the liner brush. Just have it kind of come up yet again. I'm interjecting this pigment into a lot of the area just so it feels natural and connected. But as you can see, we can alter the spacing, the sizing, the general mountain to feel a little bit more like what we have down there. It's worth noting that with this one now, that because it's dark and it's dark and we had all of the highlights around it, it looks like it's a little too prominent, but that's also okay because it's an easy fix of just going back and adding the light. I think when you adjust a lot of this, it is a lot of back and forth, but that back and forth really just reinstills the ideas of how we make this in the first place and just makes the painting as a whole a lot better. I also think, to show you again, different ways of going about this. Initially the base was quite dark and we had these highlights. However, we can also add darker values into this and work the other way. So, for the sake of learning, trying things, we are going to grab a bit more of our green, a bit more of our oxide black. We'll mix up a bit of a darker mix, hint of Cad or Naples yellow, hint of our orange, keeping it predominantly green. Grab our liner. And I am making this damp, but it's only mildly damp, and I am trying to get the majority of the pigment and the water off so that my bristles can still be sharp. We'll grab this, we'll head over here, and you can see that we can add darker trees as well as lighter ones. But I think my strategy is actually to add dark ones like this, and then go back and add light ones on top of the dark ones, create more layering, more depth, more complexity, and do so quite quickly and efficiently. It's kind of just the process of going back and forth to build the texture you want. There we go. It's so cathartic when it just all comes together like this. Though I do notice that I'm getting some line work. We're going to try to break that up to the best of our ability by going in on more angles, going over previously applied areas and just
creating more variance. There we go. Not bad. Again, work to be done, but not bad. I think we'll switch back to the larger flathead. Maybe we remix up more of that darker pigment, lean slightly more into the greens and the blacks, like so. Going to head over here because this is where we're getting the least amount of light. This is where it'll be most prevalently darker, have those real shadows. And I can use this as a pigment, an opportunity to break up the lines that I accidentally rendered. So I'm going in with more diagonal orientations of the brush. And I'm still just dragging downwards, but because my brush is on different angles and because it's no longer just horizontal, because we're not getting the large sweeps, it's going to change the aesthetic of it to be a bit more randomized. We'll also add more of the shadow towards the base because you get less shadow, you'll get less light in the shadow. There we go. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. I think it definitely needs more light and a fair portion of it, but again, overall, this is a great start. Going over our highlights again, just so that I have a nice range. And might switch to the liner. Say, okay. This goes like that, this goes like that. Looking in the LCD screen just so I can see if we're really doing this right. Because again, it makes it look farther away for me. I think we could have a little bit more of this orangey hue. Titanium white, Naples yellow, cat orange. Have a harder drop off right through there. Adds in this extra value, which is kind of nice. It does look a bit better. We might just cover this with trees. We always do have that option, which is nice. There we are. Okay, you know what? That is significantly better. We're back on track. All right. Now, we do want more highlights through this. My brush is quite dark, damp, and with pigment. So I do risk a slightly muddy application here, but I'm going to get the majority of it off with water. And then we're going to try to mix a good highlighted color that we can use as a highlight through here. So it's not going to be extremely bright. It will still have some orange. It will still have some green. It will be a bit darker than what we have there. We're just going to go back and forth with these. That looks really good. The question is, does it translate realistically? Let's give it a try. Fan brush, the edge. Ooh, that is looking like we got lucky. Go in, start tapping on these highlights. And let me get you a bit closer. Going in here with various angles. Break up the monotony of the previous more linear strokes. Adding a little bit of highlight in here. And very quickly, our painting comes to life. And these trees are all so far away that you really just need these ambiguous tap and drags. Once I run out of pigment, or I'm close to running out of pigment, I'll just do these little taps on this side, because realistically there won't be much light over here, but you will still get the occasional hint of it. And we're just trying to build on that depth as a whole, so the light wraps from one side to the next. Yet again, taking a step back, looking at it, I think that things are looking quite good. Though it's important to remember that once we applied all of this at the base, we had this glow, this soft light that works its way over all of it. It'll take down some of the highlights, some of the dark values, it'll unify it, it'll desaturate a little bit, which is something I think that needs to happen with the orange here, some of the greens, and I think we're on the right track. I think I also might want to add a little bit more highlight to the edges, but we are going to finish off the highlights, the details in here. Then I think maybe we add some of the snow that you see, and we'll just continue working through this step by step, but so far, so good. Now, through here, we're actually working with a slightly lighter green. I'm going to grab some of our green, titanium white, still using oxide black because while it's a lighter green than this, that's still a very dark green. So the comparison, the middle ground is still relatively dark. I'll add some extra titanium white though, a little bit of our Naples yellow, and then I think, rather than going in with a fan brush, I'm going to take my liner, just going to do a little test at the bottom, and I think this is actually a really nice pigment. So with that, we are going to start adding some little trees throughout, very tiny. So these are just minute taps. Trying to put on some texture. Similar size to that of what we have over on here. And again, we could do this with the fan brush, but I want to show you that you can approach most subjects with various application styles, various brushes, because we will have preferences, and whatever your preference is, I want you to know that you can work with it. So let me get you a little bit closer and we'll continue. I think it's quite evident just how subtle a lot of this is, especially when it dries. Here when I put it on and it's wet and it has water that is reflective in it, it looks a little bit brighter, but you'll slowly see this change into something darker like this, which is really nice for our first layer, because our first layer, we're not looking for anything dramatic or distinct, we're just looking to apply a little bit of this tree-like texture into the background. And the benefit of doing it with a liner brush as we currently are is that you're not going to have the perfect lines that we can sometimes by accident render with the fan brush. This will take significantly longer, but again, I think it's really a subjective thing. Some of you will prefer the fan brush, some of you will prefer the liner brush. I find that at this point in painting, many years in, I actually like to jump back and forth. It's just kind of a mood thing. Sometimes I want to put some extra time in and get lost in the catharsis of the tap, and sometimes I want to do it in a timely manner so that I can get on to the next step. No right or wrong, just preference. Once that's applied, we are going to go in with a brighter mix and continue diversifying. So for this, I'll grab my large flat-headed brush, grab some more titanium white, a bit more of our green, a little bit of our oxide black, a little bit of our Naples yellow, still grabbing a good range of hues and colors. I'm going to do a little test down at the bottom. I can tell that this actually needs to be a slightly more yellow hue, so we'll just interject that. And for the sake of variance, I will go back to the fan brush and we'll just work on some subtle highlights into the background. Not too many,
The majority of them are going to be on the side where you have light. Pressing very minimal pressure into the canvas. But the goal here is just to show that there are going to be some protruding trees and some areas of land which also protrude and therefore catch more light. Also, even in the shadows, you still will recognize some level of detail, and we're just making sure that we have said level of detail. There we go. Nice and subtle, nice and easy. I think that looks fairly realistic, or at least it will once we add our additional highlights and snow. I think snow is really the subject that brings it all together. But I do also want to add some extra highlights to here, so I'm going to grab my liner brush, which I don't typically mix with, but as you know, when we're doing a small area, I don't mind. I want to be careful to grab titanium white that isn't diluted by greens and such. Make my brush nice and damp to condense our bristles. There we are. Getting more highlight on this edge. It's okay if it's really prominent, because when we go and we add the wash of light, this will all become significantly less so. It'll kind of unify our values to a point. And as you can see, I am doing this with the liner because I do want that added control in this application. Maybe a little more titanium white. There we go. I like that. I like that a lot. At this point, I think we do consider our actual snow, but I do want all of this to dry, and I also want to clean not only my brush, but my water. That way we can start working with blues without the fear of having them heavily diluted. We are back, things are dry, and we are going to remix the pigment that we have in our snow, because we need it down here, we need little bits of it through here, and we need little bits of it through here as well. So we will grab our titanium white, our cerulean blue for the first time today, a little bit of our oxide black, mix up a decent amount of this because we are going to apply it in a fair number of places. And as per usual, we'll do a little test on a previously applied area. It seems this is a little too blue, a little too bright, so we'll add in some extra oxide black. That will desaturate it dramatically, so we'll probably have to add in some extra blue for the saturation, but it will be a darker mix this time. And yet again, once we have it fairly consistently applied, we'll go back in for another test. This is quite nice. I think we can add a hint of titanium white. Not much though, because the goal was to darken it. And this will be perfect. So I'll get you closer and we will continue. I have my liner brush, we have our nice new mix, and we are going to try to match a lot of the snow that we have at the bottom. And here I can see the crevice between here and here. We have a good amount of it. So I think I'll actually start with this because it's easily discernible. And there isn't really a point you need to start. It's really just up to you and what feels comfy, what feels intuitive. But I know there's a good amount that kind of works its way up here. Lots of little taps. I think something I tend to do, which I shouldn't do, is when I go and I work on these reflections of snow and things like this, I do lots of lines because I can see the lines at the bottom. But realistically, these lines are comprised of taps, and if I don't do it via taps, it won't look nearly as good. So I'm going to try to re-interject more taps than I do lines, and just be mindful with that. And we can do this. We can definitely do this. There's lots of snow towards the top, kind of works its way into this, and then back down. Now it's integrated well, much like here. Very good. Grab some more. You can see that there's some that kind of comes down from the top. And remember, if it's not perfectly the same on the top and bottom, you can always go back to the bottom and re-interject some to make it look similar to the way it is at the top. There isn't really a firm, fixated way of doing this. You do have a good amount of leeway, so don't worry too much. I have a lot of snow kind of working its way in through here, up to the top of this. And the more you apply, the more natural it'll look. Remember that this should be a little bit darker because it is the reflection, so these markings as well will just be a bit more stark because the greens are less prominent than what we have in the reflection of them. There we go. There we go. There we go. So far, I'm really happy with this today. I think it's important to keep the mindset good, reaffirm when things are going well. That way when things aren't going well, we're in a positive headspace and we can balance it, you know? But yeah, I'm really proud of this painting so far. And I think it's about to get a whole lot better. That's typically how acrylics work for me. They look pretty good through the painting process, and there's some awkward stages, but you know, we aim for that pretty good. And then at a certain point, at the, I think, 85% completion around there, it just gets so much better. You have all of the areas that come together, that complete themselves, that just really make it feel cohesive. And that's what we're working towards. That's what we will get to in this lesson, if not finish it. I am going to work very hard to finish it. We are just going to paint and paint and paint this week. And hopefully this will be done for you for sometime on the weekend. That said, I'm now moving my pigment into a lot of the trees, and that means, again, lots of little taps. Sometimes they create lines. I'm trying to match it to the best of my ability is what I see down here, and sometimes I'll look at this, I'll go up, I'll do a little dot, go up, do another dot, and just continue to elaborate. Here, it kind of works its way down. There's another little route. Very good. But this is all very important steps. So don't rush it. Take your time. Do the best job you can. And it'll all work out. We will get there. No stress. No stress at all. Okay. I like that. For the first time in a long time, we have flipped the canvas up, and I think this is a really good sign that we are on the right track. When I did this before we began today, admittedly, I did a little flip. I didn't put it on camera, but it didn't look great, and the more we do, the more this will make sense, the better it will look. But I think we're at a really nice place in it. Obviously, there's still so much to be added, but we are working in the right direction. It's starting to feel better, and with that, I think the next step is probably adding the little highlights around the mountain that we have towards the top, and then perhaps we can do the light, the glow that works its way this way. After that, we can work on this area. Then, of course, we have the trees, the light, the reflection, this nice little border. It's good though. We are on the right track.
and it's feeling good. Okay, so we are going to get a little bit closer to the canvas. We have a clean brush, yet again, doing some mixing with the liner, just because I don't have to make much pigment, but we are going to those really warm hues that we initially had at the base. They can be a bit more orange. That way our base is nice and warm. But once we have this, I'm going to start applying it to the tops of the mountains and the portions that are going to be receiving the most light. So because our canvas is upside down again, that will be the right hand side, and this will work its way down, but it'll start to get more of these taps and lessen as we move in that direction. Then we'll continue those taps inwards just slightly. This isn't dramatic, and just show that the light will find its way onto the rock as a whole. But we start on the edges, we start on the tops, we start on the areas that are facing it, and then as a general rule after that we work in. And this can all come down, find the other highlight. We start with not a grand amount of any of this. It's one of those things we slowly build. Glad we are. I also feel like we're making a lot of progress in a relatively short period of time. So it's a good sign that the first time we did this, we understood what we were doing, and we were able to retain those ideas and redo them again, which is, as I always talk about, always the goal. I don't just want to teach you how to paint it once in this subject. I want you to understand the principles of how we paint mountains and highlights and trees. That way you can take these lessons with you into the future, into additional paintings and personal projects. That looks good. We can't forget about the mountains over here, which will also have some highlight, like so. Really quite simple. And then on the left-hand side as well, we have not only the highlight, but we have the mist, which will be coming out of it towards this base. There we are. Now this is a pretty watery application, so in theory I should be able to just take the pigment up and out, just softly have the wispy clouds find their way. This is a bit more yellow, a bit more orange than what we have at the base, because we want it to be a little bit bright, or a little bit darker, because it is the reflection. But we're still keeping that general idea. There we are. Once all of this is nice and dry to the touch, and it seems all of mine is, we can start applying the light that works its way this way. Now we do want this to overlap all of this. I don't really want it to overlap this. So now is the perfect time to do it, and then we can add our details through here. But with that, we will grab our damp, clean, flat-headed brush. And again, it's very important that our water is clean, that our brush is clean. We have an area over here, which we've previously used for doing this exact thing. So we'll add a lot of titanium white, we'll add a little bit of our Naples yellow, we'll add a grand abundance of our water, thin this out to the point where it is like watercolor. There we go. It's going to come from over here, going to apply it essentially at the height of what the sun will be, and then we're just going to work this towards our mountain, slightly up our mountain,
let it run out. I'm going to add a little bit more water to my brush. That way as we do this, it's slightly less powerful. But this is a reflection, so it can also bleed a little bit more, and that's okay. Remember that this isn't the primary subject, it's just a reflection of the primary subject. The ice itself, the water itself will have more reflective qualities to it. And so creating this softer look here really isn't a bad thing. You can even do a little finger painting if you want to, but I think this is a very strong start. We'll add a bit more of that highlight right through here. Really start losing the backing mountains into the distance. Yeah. I think the reflection as a whole should be darker, but it also should have a light reflect to a greater degree and have more of a sheen to it. So I think this is actually pretty perfect. When this dries, it will look a little bit darker because right now it is wet, and when pigment is wet, it does look brighter. So this is one of those things where we do let it dry for 5 minutes. We see if it's the right value, the right gradient, and if it's not, that's okay. We just go back in, we do another layer, but I have a good feeling about this. Now, taking a step back, I think that yet again, it does look a bit more glossy, a bit more like the light is gliding across, which is great for the water. So I think I'm very happy there. We might go back and do some changes, but for now, I think we start working on this and then we figure out balancing as a whole. So now we need these highlights and mid values. Best way to do that is with our Naples yellow, our green, a little bit of titanium white, oxide black, not a lot of oxide black, but we do need a little bit of it. And it looks like there is some warmth in there, so I might even grab a hint of our orange, which is starting to dry, but I did get a little bit. Perfect. Now, before I put this down, I will do a little test. It looks good, which means we can switch to our fan brush and we can start applying some taps. Now I did dampen this just a little bit, but then I took off a lot of the pigment. I'm going to make sure that my bristles are individually spaced out. Grab some of that paint, and then we'll just start, as we have many a time before, tapping on a wide, good collection of trees. Let me get you closer for this though. Now again, this should be pretty intuitive, pretty fun, not putting the entirety of the brush into the canvas. We're just doing about a third of the brush, trying to apply different angles, but at the end of the day, all of the drags are still moving a singular direction, and that is directly down. There we go. Beautiful. Honestly, I think this is our best application of a wide collection of trees yet, which just speaks to the fact that we have practiced today, we have gotten better, we are not rusty. It feels good. It feels very good. We'll let this dissipate as we move downwards, and there's this area which will be much more highlighted because it kind of protrudes, it'll catch more light. But you can see how the majority of our taps are at the top and then it kind of opens up towards the bottom. That is intentional. And then right here, we'll have brighter, closer together taps because we have an area that kind of works its way out, catching more light. So you've seen the details, we're up close. Let's move a bit farther back just so we can see the transitions as a whole. Now here you should be able to see the reflection and that which we are reflecting. So again, highlights towards the top, we work our way down, we let our pigment dissipate, we apply less and less pressure, we allow our taps to get more spaced out, that way the bottom over here does get darker as a whole. And you can see that it really does run out. When we get new pigment, we have to go back up to the top. We reaffirm the areas we know need to be brighter. And then once we start to run out of pigment, like right now, that's when I go back into this area. We re-interject, highlight. We can make our strokes a little bit bigger because these trees are closer to us. But as a whole, they are more subtle. Again, towards the top in the beginning to get most of the pigment off. And then we work our way down. If you make it too bright, don't worry, we are going to go in with a darker mix as well. And we'll have an opportunity to fix up anything we want to. We also need more of a highlight, but I think we add in the darker values first. From here, we will make a darker version of the mix, more of our oxide black, more of our green. We still need Naples yellow, but as you can see, this is a lot darker than that which we had before. So add a hint of titanium white too, just to desaturate. It isn't really to brighten it, we do want it darker, but we do want a hint. Now, back to the fan brush. Work this over some of those mid values. Create more contrast. Work that out into the mid section. Should really see it up here. You do. Good. This should blend quite well into the rocks, so it'll feel nice and cohesive through there. Won't have too much of it towards the top because we have a lot of light at the top. This is more for the areas that are deeper in shadow. And that means we can also do the real base as a whole. And this will look a little funny for a minute, but once we go back in with the real highlights, it'll make a lot more sense. And I know you're quite far away, but as we talked about, right now it isn't about the detail, it's just about getting the gradients and the flow of value right. So I'd actually recommend painting this not close up, but as far away as you can, really extending your arm and trying to get that working. That said, I think this is quite nice, and I think we're ready for the real highlight. From here, we have our original mix. We need a brighter version of this. So I'll begin with lots of Naples yellow, good amount of our green, a little bit of our titanium white, building that highlight. We could add a little bit of orange. I think I am going to add a little bit of black though, just so it's not too saturated. Maybe a little more Naples yellow. I want it to be more Naples yellow heavy than I do green. There we are. Let's give that a try with the fan brush yet again. Oh, that's such a nice smooth application. That's what we were looking for. Okay. Well, it looks, say, a little more green than what we are, in the subject we are reflecting, but I love the value. We could go in with a wash and just make it a little more yellow or warm, but it might also be okay when it dries. That said, this is definitely the variance of value we were looking for. It's also going on so smooth. Love when this happens. Now we'll continue the trees through there, build up those highlights. There we go. Beautiful. Trying to add in the little unique ones, but we can also take the liner brush, some of the darker pigment, and break those up if they get a little too prominent. You can just go back and forth with your liner brush, highlights and shadows until you get what you really want in the painting. Very good, very good. Maybe some more intentional, randomized, darker spots through here, just because I feel like there's a noticeable pattern that we made with the liner brush, and I would like to dispel that. Okay, now we can't forget the light that we have on the rocks right through here, which is another job for our liner brush. Get a little bit of that Naples yellow, maybe a hint of our Cad orange. Oh yeah, we still found some, that's good. Make that nice and bright, relatively thick of a pigment. And then we're just going to head on up here. We're going to say, okay, all of the edges that are facing the light. Very good. Very good. Okay. Grab a bit more. Just slowly working our way through. Like that. A little bit of highlight to the trees on the bottom. Interspersed. Should be darker than the other version, so I'm going to do less light diffused, less light kind of just softly blending that way, but we'll still do a couple little taps, and then some of this light just on the tops of these trees. Have it work its way down and in, but dissipate relatively quickly. That's good. That's good. And more. There we go. So here we are yet again with the flip test, which I think looks pretty great. It's definitely darker, but I think it's meant to be, and it also makes sense that it is a little more green, because when you make yellow a little bit more green, that's what you get. So at this point, very happy there. I think I'm going to start re-interjecting the larger trees that we have here into our reflection. And to do this, I'm going to simply resketch in portions of the trees. I think the easiest way go about this is to take a ruler, put it at the base. I say, okay, is this even? Is this flat? Yes. I can make a little line there. I'm going to use Conte because it's one of those things where you can erase it if you want, or you can use a little bit of water to take it off rather. So it's pretty malleable with acrylics. So I'm going to redraw on all of my prominent trees, at least the lines. Another way you can do this is using a projector. You can use the traceable that you have access to up over on Patreon. But yeah, I think I'm going to take about 10 minutes, just transfer the lines. Yeah, probably just the lines. And then we'll go in and we'll start painting the trees together. So on to yet another fun step. We are back. We have all of the lines drawn in from the trees above, and it's time to start our mix. We'll do so with the large 1-inch flat-headed brush. We'll grab some of our green, titanium white, and oxide black. We want a relatively neutral mix in this, nothing too bright or too dark, but it should be our mid value, and it should be a little bit darker
than our previous mid value up here. That said, I think our previous mid value was just a little bit brighter, maybe a little bit more green. We're just working away from the oxide black, and remember, it's okay to just keep mixing your pigment until you get what you really want. So I'm going to do a little test up here, and I like it, but to be honest, I think it could have a little bit of Naples yellow. So I'm going to put the brush down, head over to my pigment. Here we have Liquitex Naples yellow. I'll get that out, and I am almost out of this pigment, but it seems we do have enough. So that is very good. Now, yet again, grabbing just a little bit, warm it up, and I love that. Very, very good. Now, we'll switch on over to the liner brush, make sure it is nice and damp. We can make some concise applications. Now this is upside down, and we can flip the canvas upside down and paint upside down as we have been doing. Really up to you and your comfort level. But remember, when we're going in to paint these trees, the first and most important thing we do is not make larger individual lines. We make a series of small lines that connect and build up into the larger trees that we eventually inevitably have. And this just gives them a more natural, organic look. Talked about this a lot when we were initially painting them, but this is your friendly reminder, a good ways into the painting. And again, hopefully by painting everything in the reflection essentially twice, it all holds in the head well, and we all remember for our future painting endeavors. That said, so far so good. I do think this will be another one of those processes that will look a little awkward before it looks correct. As always, that's a-okay. You can see just how watery these markings are by how transparent they are. This has a little bit more pigment, it's a little bit more stark. But I do have quite a bit of water on my brush right now because I am trying to make these nice and sharp, very concise. We'll build out the actual branches shortly, but we begin with the body, similar to how we initially did all of these trees. And then they're quite tiny over here. So not too much to worry about. That said, I think in just a second I am going to flip my canvas and we can start working on the details together. Alright, so yet again, things are upside down. This should make the painting process a whole lot smoother. And we are going to begin by just putting some tiny branches on the tops of this tree, and then we'll have them build out as we work our way towards the bottom. And I'll ask you before I note it, do you recall the general movements we try to implement in our trees as they progress? Because the way in which we apply these taps and these strokes differs pretty dramatically based off where we are in the tree. Now, we always start at the top and with little bell-like shapes. So the markings are going up diagonally, and that's because the branches are young, they don't have a lot of weight to them, and they can just kind of freely stretch upwards. However, when you get towards the middle of the tree, those branches have been around a little bit longer, they have a bit more weight, and they have this great sturdy look to them where they become a bit more horizontal. I'm going to, again, be quite mindful with our applications here. And then as we get towards the bottom, they become much more heavy. There's a lot of foliage, and they start to work their way down. And you're really just jumping back and forth between those applications and styles with your trees. Now we are just putting on our base layer right now, which means that we'll be going in with darker values, we'll be going in with brighter values, we'll be going in with a lot of values. But we do have to start somewhere, and I think this is a strong place to start. We'll also be adding in the backing more orange trees once we have these a bit more established. And I am going back into the bodies of the larger branches, as you can see, once the pigment dries and it's not so watery, and I'm making more thick applications. Here, for instance, it's very semi-transparent and we want it to be more opaque towards the centers. So we just go in 2, 3, 4 applications until it feels right. Let me get you a bit closer and we'll continue. We are closer and we are going to continue developing these lovely trees by tapping tiny little markings towards the top, medium markings towards the middle, and then larger markings towards the base. And remember, when we're doing this, it's really important that we leave space between a lot of our taps. So if I tap on the right hand side here, then I might skip a little bit of space and then go on the left and vice versa. You really want to make your branches feel unique on both sides, and that means rarely going directly across. It's kind of this dance back and forth. But we do get there. We get there pretty quickly. I think that's another thing. We talk about this all the time, but the fact that we've done this before will make this feel a whole lot easier. And we'll just kind of fly through it. It's one of those things where pretty soon it'll be bittersweet because we've been working on this painting for so long and it's been so much fun. We're going to be done. We're going to wish we had more. I wish we had additional pieces to continue working on. I feel like there are always special pieces like that. I think once you've invested so much time and love into a piece, it's just something you want to continue, you know? That's it. We can definitely put it up. Very happily live with it. I think we'll grab some more pigment. I'm not sure if you can hear in the background, but it's getting a little windy tonight. Maybe that adds to the atmosphere. Gives it a bit more of an ASMR experience, you know? I always loved the sound of the wind. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that, but it's decently powerful. Now we'll of course be going into all of these and we'll be adding shadows, we'll be adding highlights, we'll be adding snow, we'll be adding light. A lot of layers to come, but all of those things have one thing in common, and that is that they are on a base of mid-value green, that which we are currently applying to the canvas. So once this is on, we can have some real fun with the additions and the details and all of the portions that make this three-dimensional stand out. There we are. And you can see how they're slowly getting smaller as we work our way through here. That's important. We'll also start to lose some of the applications, values, aesthetics within this background because we're working into similar values now. It's not a bad thing. Don't
feel like you have to fight to have something that stands out. That'll happen more so when we have our highlights and our shadows. Right now we're still just building bases, and it's okay if those bases are less prominent, less stark than that which we've had to the right hand side. Okay, I think we can add in some little trees in between to kind of break up the monotony. Very good. I think it looks pretty great in terms of the spacing between the trees, the height of the trees, their relation to each other. That's really what's important now. It's really just balancing all of this in accordance with that. Though this is just about dry, so we are going to make a darker mix, add in some oxide black to that which we were already working with, and we'll render a similar value to what we have at the heart of these trees, and we'll do a little tap test. That's good. I think it actually needs to be a little bit brighter now. And we desaturated it when we added the titanium white, so we'll re-interject the green. Just go back and forth until we find that right pigment. Again, I'll go in, I'll do a little test, and that's great. So let's head back into the middle of these trees and start building out some depth, because the center is not facing light, it's farthest away from the light, so it'll have a real shadow where the edges will remain brighter, and we'll even add more highlights to those after, just like we did with the original sky and the area where the trees touch it. We're going to go into the mid portions, the areas that are the most opaque and the widest, and as I apply this, as you can see, we're actually not getting that dark of an application. Part of me wonders if it just needs to dry to be a little bit darker. Part of me wonders if I just need to make the mix a little bit darker. When we did the test, it seemed to work pretty well, but I was standing at an angle and maybe I just saw too much reflection on the paint to have the most accurate read on it. We'll know pretty soon, and while I wait to figure it out, I will just head on over to this one and get this started. Worst case scenario, we go in, we do another layer, and we have a bonus layer of values, which just makes everything look even more three-dimensional than it did. Let's see. That's really the benefit of enjoying painting as well. If you have to do another layer, then oh no, I have to do more of that which I love. What a hardship. There we go. No, this really is a lot of fun. You know, I'm going to take a couple of steps back. I think that actually makes sense. And it'll look darker once we have the highlighted hues around it. I think that's really what it is. This is more about relation to the hues around, and because we don't have the oranges and the highlights yet, it doesn't look as dark. That's something else we have to consider when we do these paintings, that colors and values are made to look brighter, darker, more saturated, less saturated by that which is around them. And at the base, we already have the real highlights in there, the areas that make the darks look significantly more stark. We don't up here, so the darks don't look the same up here as what they do towards the bottom. And this is easily remediable by just, as you can see, continuing on, and then eventually adding those highlights into the equation. That said, you probably want a little bit less water in these markings, because you want the pigment to be quite dark, and it'll be a lot darker if you don't have too much water thinning it, because when you thin it, you see the pigments underneath, and the pigments underneath are brighter. So, one more thing to consider through this process. There I do have water, probably too much, to be honest. That's another thing. I think painting is great because it teaches us to be accountable to ourselves and the realities that we work in. If something's not working, we have to kind of be honest and say, okay, why is it not working? What am I doing that allows me to fix this? And I think just asking yourself questions like that in general are really healthy. I think giving yourself a conduit to problem solving, like painting does, giving yourself a conduit to having humility and saying, I didn't do everything right. How do I make this better? I think that's really important. I think painting in general just teaches you a lot of great skills outside of the technique of actually painting. Teaches patience, that's for sure. This is going to be probably a 10-hour painting by the end. That takes a lot of patience. And I'm glad. Always interesting to see the people who really love the long paintings. Hear what the backstories are. I think a lot of only children end up really liking art and painting because they don't have siblings around, and you have to figure out ways to occupy your time and make yourself entertained. I think art is a great conduit for that. Also just a great thing to do if you have a brother or sister to do with them. Actually, something I always love seeing it, is when we get messages and it's something along the lines of, oh yes, I just stopped in on the Patreon and I'm supporting, and me and my son or me and my granddaughter are painting together. I love hearing when the paintings bring the families together. I think it's such a fun thing to introduce and keeps all parties accountable, teaches a skill. I feel like my parents are very creative, very artistic people, and because of that, I think I have a lot of great memories of my dad sketching when I was a little one, and I was, on the floor sketching. He was in his chair, and we were doing that. And my mom, she loves knitting and making blankets, and I think, every time I've ever tried any creative endeavor, there's also a memory where my mom is right there in the room, being creative, making that as well. It can also be things as little as, or not little, but as common as baking cookies. I feel like my mom always got very artsy and creative with those, different designs on them, and just again, bonding with the family through creation and art. I love that. Now, I don't have too many more of these, but we are going to continue doing our best, working our way down the line to create this photorealistic style of painting. We're definitely getting there. We're definitely getting close. And again, it just kind of gets lost in the background there. Now, remember when we were looking at this earlier and I was saying, I don't know if it's dark enough. I feel like it might be too bright. Now we take these steps back and we can see it's definitely dark enough. We are going to do a lot to this to make it look better, but I think we're at a great foundational step. And now I think we are ready for the next step. But yeah, we're doing well. Okay, so things are nice and dry. We have a clean brush and water. So I'm going to begin on the highlights that we have through here. To begin, we'll grab our Naples yellow, titanium white, good amount of both of those.
A little bit of our cadmium orange because we do want this to be a nice warm hue. That's beautiful. You can tell that it's not just like the yellow, it has more of a peachy look to it. And then we'll grab our liner brush yet again. With this, I'm going to do a little test in the bottom. And okay, I like this a lot for the potential highlights on the edges, but I actually want more of an orange in it. So we're going to double down on the cad orange in the mix, like so. Maybe add some extra Naples yellow to desaturate it a hint. And again, we go into test. That is pretty much perfect. It's a little bit darker, it's a little more pigmented than what we had down at the bottom, but that's what we want. And we have reflection of a tree right through here. Remember how we painted in extra trees in the orange at the base? We still are yet to do that at the top. And this is one of those applications that's going to give us substantially more depth in the painting. And then we can take a similar pigment to this and apply it to the trees for their highlight. Admittedly, I almost forgot about this step, but it is an important one. So we remember just on time. You can see it's pretty subtle, but it does make an impact. Lots of little ones in the back here. These are all much farther away, engulfed in light. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, when we head over here, there's one kind of between these two trees, which is neat. And that means that in between them is quite warm. You can even break up your trees by adding in these little spots of highlight in between previously applied areas. That's always fun. If you do too much, you can always go back in and rework it. So no harm there. If you overdo it, it's very easy to just apply some green back on top and keep it simple. I think we also have some extra potential for trees through here. And because this is a bit more rich, a bit more saturated, it's good for the reflection because the reflection should be darker. And here, this is really how it presents itself. That said, we do start to lose these right around this area, so we're not going to do too much more on that. Instead, we'll start taking this and we'll start applying it to, for the most part, the right hand of our tree until we get to the sun, which is here, at which point it'll be on the left-hand side for this, but we don't actually have any over here, so this is very simple. We're just adding highlights to the tops, the right-hand side of these branches. Nice and easy. And this is going to represent the snow, which is catching light, portions of the tree that are catching light. I'm just going to make it a bit more detailed. I think we could go with a slightly more white mix for this though, because we are farther away from that backing light. So I'll just take some extra titanium, like that, a little extra Naples yellow, like that. Great color. And I will find my liner brush yet again on the top of the easel. And on the note of the easel, I sometimes get asked where I purchased my easel, and the answer is I think I got it at Michael's about a decade ago. Not sure if they have Michael's in the US, but we have a lot of them in Canada. It's where you can buy a lot of your art supplies. I'm not sure if they still have these in stock, but I am a big believer in buying an easel that inspires you to paint, makes you happy. For me, I needed something that was
a bit more mobile, just because I also film and I have to move things around with the camera. But I think finding an easel that makes you inspired, feels comfy, is such a good step in a creative processor journey. They can be pretty expensive, so it might be one of those things where we wait until a birthday or a holiday or but you can find some really nice old wooden ones at thrift stores and places like that. Mine is a bit more modern, kind of sleek black, but to be honest, I think aesthetically I prefer the classic older ones, something with wood. This is just far too convenient to trade out when I'm making videos in the space that I am. One of those things where we do reside in a Toronto condo, and there's only so much space in a Toronto condo. If you're from Canada, you know what I mean. But yeah, have to be mindful of such things, and that's okay. I'm going to take a step back. I think it's looking quite good. Something to remember is that down here we had this very light wash go over all of it, which muted it, which brought pigments, colors, values together. We haven't done that up here yet, so everything's going to look a lot more stark, but that isn't how it will look long term, and recognizing that is important. So we're just going to keep on keeping on, adding these lovely little highlights throughout. There we are. Let's get you a bit closer. We grab some pigment, we find a tree that inspires, we tap on some snow to the predominantly right-hand side, but occasionally we cut through the middle of the tree because snow will fall on all sides of it. And then we move on to the next one. Hopefully we still have a bit of paint. Hopefully our brush is still nice and damp. We can add some little trees in the background. Just really fill it out. There we go, that looks pretty natural. These are quite tiny, so we don't have to worry too much about them. It's more about just getting the idea and the general feeling correct. This is also, again, so easy for all of it to go back and fix up. So don't worry too much about any of it. There we go. Love this. Love all of it. Oh, and there's a big gust of wind. That's a powerful one. Kind of funny. Live in the middle of the city, you don't expect the elements to be so prominent, but they're pretty high up. We actually had another blizzard today here in Toronto, and it was kind of funny because I think 3 days ago we had 15-degree weather. It was so warm. We were back to wearing t-shirts for a day. It was incredible. And now, winter 3, I think. It's a joke we all have here, where the first time it seems like spring has come, it's not actually spring, it's fake spring. And then we have winter 2, and that comes for a while. And then it gets a little warmer again. We say, oh, is this fake spring again? And then we get winter 3. And I think we're currently in the middle of winter 3. Typically, after winter 3, we actually get real spring. So there is hope that this is our final blizzard of the year. However, it's kind of nice. It's kind of fitting for this painting. It feels good. And I think finishing this painting will be a nice bit adieu to the season. this time, this year. I have something to remember the season by. I always love having a painting for each season. Sometimes I try hard to finish them for close to the beginning of the season so I have something to put up and live with, encapsulate the spirit of it. But sometimes I just like to really take my time, like with this one, paint it throughout the entirety of the season, and then it allows me to continuously romanticize the season, which I think is really important for just general happiness and appreciation of that which you live in. Again, we're dealing with another blizzard, and it's winter 3 for us. But because I'm painting it, because we're romanticizing it through art, it's much more appreciated. It's much more enjoyed in a way that I don't know that it would have been otherwise. So, just different things to consider. And this is all to say, I think we're finishing at the perfect time. I'm just doing some extra little trees back here. But realistically, you will start to lose light on them over here just because we are getting farther and farther away from the light. So these are a bit more ambiguous, a bit more loose, but they are still partially in here. When we take a step back, it all make a lot of sense. Okay, so from here, I think things are looking pretty great. It's time to add the nice, misty, hazy light that we have through there into this section. I'm going to do so with a clean, flat-headed brush. We're going to make it nice and damp with more clean water. We are, yet again, and we've done this a number of times, going to take some titanium white, put it over here, take some Naples yellow, put it over there, take a little bit of our cad orange, mix it in, make it this great watercolor-like effect. And then in theory, the light is actually right around this area, and then we blend it out. So I'm actually going to put it there first. That way it's not too strong anywhere else. And we'll just work this across a lot of these trees. Same as we did when we were working on the top. We can grab some more, double down at the base, because it will be more prominent right through there. Grab a little more titanium white, work that in, this will thicken it. Just make something slightly more prominent. And I think that's actually pretty perfect. So, little things that carry big weight. Still have a lot of steps to go, but I think we're at the point where we start working on this frosty piece that kind of connects the water with the snow. And we also have some reflections of the snow up here, and we have another little landmass through there. But I think we get a bit closer and we start working on this area because it'll be a lot of fun. This is a bit frosty. It'll be a good reflection of what we have up here, but it'll be very much augmented, muted. It'll be a reflection, but one in which that isn't crystal clear. So it'll be this interesting variance, and again, a subject that kind of works between this and this. With that, we are going to begin with more of our Naples yellow. We'll create the really bright area that's similar to the sky. For those reflective pieces, we start with the brighter and then we work to the darker. Grab some of our cad orange, titanium white. That's looking quite nice, but we also want this all to be a bit more desaturated than that which we've had before, so I will add in a hint, I do mean a hint of Oxide black, just to tone down the vibrancy of our pigment. Then we are going to look, for the most part, in between where our trees are. So that'll be right through here. And you know what? Immediately I can tell this needs to be a bit more white, a bit brighter. So let's add some extra titanium white. We're mixing up a lot of it because we have a lot of surface area to cover. Let's actually test up here. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And you know what? I think I'll actually put this into all of the negative space to begin, and then we'll add the darker reflections in with it as well. But I think this will just be a more comfy way of approaching it. So, grab that pigment, a little bit more, work it through there, like so. And then it's going to follow forward into this little nook, like so. Work its way over some of these trees, and then downwards. That said, I don't want to go too far down because I still want you to be able to see pretty easily that we are going to have some of it work its way out into the water. We just want this to be evolving continuously, naturally, in unique ways. And that's really the big goal. That said, I think with this, we can now do a little bit more up here. Just make sure it's nice and thick. Make sure that it stays wet because we do want to blend into it. And we'll do that in just a second. But that's a good start. Like that. And now, again, we need a pigment that's similar to the greens but muted. So we'll grab some of our green, Oxide black, titanium white. This will be more titanium white and oxide black than it will be green this time, but there will be green present. We don't want it to be as dark as the trees, but it will become brighter just by virtue of being mixed into the yellow. So here you can see that we are mixing this in. Back and forth. Just continuing all of my trees upwards. Do little taps and drags around the edges. So the trees get smaller. Your markings need to as well. But the idea is that we're still translating the subjects on the top to the bottom. We're just doing it in a less crystal clear way. That's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. It's going to create a lot of really nice diversity in the piece. I have a pretty big tree over here. It's nice to work a bit more fluidly after all of the more constrained applications earlier. Almost feels like a little bit of a break. But then we can jump back into the details and that'll feel rewarding, so it all works together in the end, you know? There we go. There we go. Going back in, delivering some darker hues into the middle, here and there. Now I think we switch on over the liner brush yet again, as we have many a time. Go back into the center. Deliver some additional taps. because there will be little divots and such in this frosty space. So also give us an opportunity to build up the darker values towards the centers. We're still keeping it a bit more ambiguous. We're still keeping it a bit brighter than the actual sharp reflection. But I do think this helps. As a whole, it should also be brighter through here because we have the light. There we go. We just kind of keep applying it until we get what we really want. Lots of resilience. Taking a step back to look at it, I think it's looking pretty nice. But there are definitely areas for improvement. Notably right through here, you can see I'm going back in with the darker hue. We're doing the taps and the drags left and right. And there we are. Have a good amount of it through here. We are moving farther away from the light. It makes sense that this would get a little bit darker. And then we've been going back in and adding all of the extra shadows. We can also go back in and add more of the extra light, should we want to. Work this into the middle. You want it to look a little bit less sharp, a little bit more blended, where the actual trees are much more sharp. So there's a variance. There we go. You can see how I kind of test the top, just make sure that we're applying this in the right areas. It should be much less detailed than the actual trees, but I think that looks pretty great. We'll also have almost a line of the highlight right under the snow. Have the light kind of just rip across there. This makes it look much more reflective. There we are. Down here as well. Very good. Still lots to do, but we are making real progress. I think now, just taking a look at it, we also want to add a bit of a darker hue that separates it from the water. So we're going to take our brush, we're going to grab a little bit of our blue, a little bit of our green, a little bit of our oxide black, just a hint of the titanium white. We want this to be a really dark mix as a whole. Take our liner yet again. And in the same way, we just added a highlight to the top of the frosted area. We're going to add this to the base of it. Show some depth. Show where it ends. This can also be at the base of a lot of these little movements, which again makes them slightly more three-dimensional. There we go. It's all starting to come together. Okay, now from here, we do need to add in the reflection of our snow. And we do have some blue on our brush, so I think now is a good time. I'm just going to move the camera a little bit and we'll continue. Okay, so from here, we're going to work on this little strip. We'll begin with that same large flat-headed brush. Try to render a blue similar to that of our snow. So the cerulean blue, titanium white, oxide black will give this little test. You can tell we've been painting a while because we are getting our mixes very, very quickly. That feels good. We're just going to work this in. You can see that my brush is a little muddy though. There is some green on there. It's not because I put green in the mix. So we'll just go over it with a thicker blue this time. And remember, this cannon should be a little bit darker than the original mix. So this is just an opportunity for me to remember that, make it a little darker, and then fill this in as well. Nice little reflection. And initially it won't look like a reflection because they'll be just pretty similar put together like that. I'm going to move the camera for a second. Yeah. Okay, not a bad thing, but we do want to put some separation between them. And in theory, there's little parts of the ground that we should be able to see underneath a lot of the snow. So we'll grab some oxide black, work that into the mix. Now it's a cool, dark blue. We're going to work this as kind of a dividing line, making it via a series of taps. It's going to get smaller over here. We're going to have little breaks with it. There we go. We can have little areas where it protrudes. And this just shows that there's exposed rock and dirt along the pathway. All you need to remember is that if you do something on the top, you need to do it on the bottom. And if you want some real detail, as always, there is the liner brush. I can see in the reference photo there's some of this coming from the top around the snow, so we'll just interject that down here as well. But the goal is just to connect the top and the bottom in a believable way. Here we are, quite a bit closer. Again, making markings on the top and the bottom to reflect each other. It's always a fun part of the process. I think we'll also maybe go over here, do a little marking. Like so. Again, just tiny little rocks and such throughout the snow in the distance. Great ways of adding minute details in no time at all. This is a lot of fun. You can even incorporate incorporate it more into the foreground if you want. Just be careful not to overdo it. Okay, and now we're going to move right down into this section for a little while. And that means creating more of this frosty area. You can see how we stopped with the Naples yellow. We're going to work into that, but we're going to do so with more of a cerulean blue mix. So we have an abundance of cerulean blue because we have a large area, titanium white, oxide black. In the reference photo, it's quite dark at the very bottom. But I think I'll start with this. I'll make it both brighter and darker, okay? It's nice and malleable at this point. It is, as you can see, slightly darker than the snow. That's my beginning point. Work this out. Lots of little divots that protrude. Nice and easy. And this is just a base layer, so don't worry too much if it's not the most perfect thing ever. I know now that the rest of the painting's starting to look good, we probably have that urge to make everything as good as it can be, but it doesn't have to be just yet. We're going to grab some oxide black, work that into the mix, extra cerulean blue. I'm going to put that at the very bottom and work it up. I'm going to go for a nice soft blend. Move one into the other. Again, nice and simple. Now we'll make a much brighter version. More titanium white for the top. This is where we'll start going over our Naples yellow mix. But as you can see, we are blending it down into our past pigment as well. Getting these streaks look nice and gray, very icy. I'm going to start working that up. Add more titanium white. And that's really just going to be the rule here. We're going to add more titanium white, and more titanium white, and then, you guessed it, more titanium white. I'll fix up my snow after. Not too worried about that. As we move up and we run out of pigment, we'll have more of the Naples yellow showing through in the mix. But we can always go back and just add Naples yellow into this yet again. Like so. Titanium white, Naples yellow, it'll probably turn a little green, that's okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Really just moving from one pigment to the other slowly. That's beautiful. Those are the hues we're talking about. A little more complex. Apologies if my hand gets in the way here. I do need to work a little bit quickly just to do this while it's all still wet, or at least semi-damp. There, I thought I would move the camera just so you could see a little bit better. Hopefully that helps. But as you can see, things are going pretty well. My brush is fairly damp, which is why I'm able to move this pigment over this semi-dry pigment so smoothly. We are just brightening this up. Like so. We kind of find that middle ground Could re-interject some water if we want. But we do want lots of little divots and breaks, openings. Speaking of openings, we can add actual openings. Probably be a little warmer than that. But there we are. That looks pretty good. Again, we just want to create more randomization in the hearts of it. You don't have to follow your reference photo perfectly. I'm certainly not. We are getting creative. Staying creative, you know? But I do like this. There's just different levels of it frosting over. Now we do want a brighter mix, probably similar to what we have up here. So titanium white, Naples yellow, work that down into our past pigment, switch to a liner brush, and we're going to apply this around the edges of the frost, towards the tops of them. This is just going to show that light is wrapping around our subjects, that it is in fact a reflective subject, different from the snow, different from the water. You can do little taps in there, showing the highlight glistening. These are the little details that make a world of difference later in the piece. Again, just lots of little taps. That's how we get this to look frosty from a distance. When you get to the middle here, these taps will probably get lost in the background. It's not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing at all. It'll make it feel more integrated. We talked about this at the start of the lesson, but more detail isn't always correct. It doesn't always have to be high contrast. Sometimes things can just get subtle. Subtle, subtle, subtle. There we go. You know, I think this bottom area could actually be a bit brighter. It's not too late to fix it. So we'll grab our brush, a little bit of blue, Oxide black, titanium white, a hint of Naples yellow. It's probably a little too bright. More Oxide black. It's better. It's definitely better. And creating these just strange variances is, again, good as a whole. If the eye can't immediately discern what it's looking at, it speaks to a better level of complexity in this area, to be honest. So I'm trying to create some more ambiguity between the subjects. There we are. not bad. Adding some saturation directly back in. Will it be too much? We'll find out. Can't be afraid to try. Simplifying a lot. We'll soon see if that's correct. Oh, I do like that. I think I really like that, actually. Just double down on the brightness. Light's coming through here. Adding more highlight to these little areas. I think if we create really long markings as a whole, it'll look too much like snow. So again, I'm going to keep those predominantly just for the edging. And then I'm going to go in with more of the minute taps. Hopefully this shows you that even when you've been painting for decades, things don't always go right the first time, and that's okay. We just keep painting until they do. Don't have to let it get to you. I think framing's important. We just frame it as something, an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to get better. That is a beautiful thing. Again, just trying to make this look more and more frosty. Nice little glisten. I think we'll also have some darker blues, a little bit of titanium white, because we'll have rocks in the foreground as well that are right around here. One that can kind of work its way up into the snow. Two right through here. You see them typically towards the base of your snow, because the snow will be covering a lot of it, but there will be portions that stick out like that. This added contrast will be really nice once you have enough of it that it feels integrated. And typically around the edges, like this, is where it finds itself. See how quick and easy this all turned out? One of those practices that requires very little effort but does a lot for a piece. You can also work it in to your snow here and there, should you so choose. And then if you want, you can also mix it with your snow color and then do a little bit of a tapped reflection down here. But you do want this to be pretty subtle and imperfect, because this isn't a clean reflective area. It is texture. You know, we can actually take some of that and work it out into this area. If by the end all of this is just amalgamation of little taps,
probably ends up looking a whole lot better. There we go. We can also have the actual rocks out in the snow occasionally, out in the frost occasionally. Like so. Maybe we do a bigger one right through here. Just trying to create some unique shapes. And then we'll mix it with blue and do the darker reflective portion underneath. A little bit of blue separating both of them. Probably want some highlight towards the top. Naples yellow, cad orange, titanium white, extreme wind outside, apparently. Apparently that's an important part of this. I won't argue it. Surely you can hear it at this point. Pretty dramatic. Again, just adds to the atmosphere. Can add a little bit of this highlight to the edges of these rocks. You know, when we work on such a big canvas, we have so much room for these opportunities. Just adding a hint of a highlight to a lot of the rocks. Got little spurts of the orange through here. And I think at a certain point we need to take a step back and just make sure it's all working together. Hello, hello, hello. It is a brand new day. We are continuing to work on this big piece here. And that means that we have clean brushes, clean water, and quite a lot of things to do still. For instance, I think a big part of it is brightening up the snow right under the sun and then continuing that wave of light right through here, really building that up. We need to go over here to the right hand side, really build out this more mid-ground focused piece of land. There's some snow on top. In the reference photo, there were also trees on top of it, though admittedly I'm a bit hesitant to incorporate those because I really like that area and I don't know that we need to draw the eye that much over there. So that'll be a decision for a bit later. I also want to open up a little bit of this. We want to incorporate some rocks. So again, a fair portion of additions to be made. We are going to begin with adding some nice warm light through here, and that means we are going to begin by using our large, damp, flat-headed brush, our titanium white, Naples yellow, little bit of our cadmium orange. There we go. Honestly, already beautiful color. Make it nice and damp. And we'll start this application with you at a bit of a distance. That way you can see just how we stretch this. Again, I'm going to build that light all the way through. I'm going to leave a little bit of the dark blue lip at the bottom because there is going to be this area that comes down. It's not going to have that sunlight directly touch it. We'll add to here. And then what we can do, and this is a bold move, we can just add the light like that and then blend it out on both sides. This will make both the darker and the lighter portions of this little stretch even brighter. We can do it again. Because I have so much water, this is all quite subtle. I don't think that's a bad thing. Don't think that's a bad thing at all. Now I also want to go back up here, do a soft blend of this so it kind of dissipates into the rest of the canvas. Just getting softer and softer as we get farther away from the light. There we are. I'm also going to try to soften the edge that this creates at the lip of the snow. I think that's honestly pretty great. You can see how it really just brings it all together. Adds so much more light. Now, again, we can continue to double down on this, should we so choose. I want to be relatively careful and make sure that I don't do too much, but I think maybe we could do just a little bit more through this section, and then we'll also increase the warmth and the brightness on this frosted area and the water as well. So we'll just do a bit more blending. Maybe carry some of this highlight out on the tops of the snow towards the edges. So now you can see I'm going over just the areas that protrude and catch light, but not the darker spots down below. I think that's quite nice. Again, we'll add in some extra rock to make that more interesting. But in addition, we'll grab some titanium white, a little bit of Naples yellow, a little bit of cad orange, less Naples yellow and cad orange than what we initially had. The initial mix was pretty saturated. This is not. And I'm going to get you closer for this next step because it's a bit more detail oriented. So now we're switching to a filbert brush, which again is a great brush for softer applications and subjects, things like clouds, mist, fog, reflections. Here again, no sharp corners, so we're going to pick up some of our pigment with it. We're going to go from here, we're going to add some highlight on the snow, softly blend that out. This is a great brush for it because, as you can see, everything looks very soft. But then we're going to continue it down into here. Continue to build out that highlight. I think I actually need more pigment on the palette. I liked the pigment we had, so we can kind of double down on it. Titanium white, Naples yellow, hint of the cad orange. Predominantly it is a titanium white heavy mix. It's just a warm white. Like that. We're jumping between brushes. I'm going to put my palette down just so I can really focus on the painting. A bit more light under there. Bit more light there, bit more light there. And then again, right through here. We have this really frosty area. Build this out. And then we'll come back up here and soften this once we don't have too much paint on our brush. I wanted to do this earlier, but because I still had a lot of paint, if I applied it here, it would have just built on it in a very dramatic way. And I want that extra highlight. I want it to be more powerful, but I still need some level of subtlety in it. Now we're essentially dry brushing, which means that my brush doesn't really have any water on it, it just has a hint of paint. And we're just pushing that paint around with this brush again. This is a great brush for it. Now we're going to take some more of that highlight
We have water right here. Really brighten that. And then we have it yet again on the frosted portion. But what's important is building out this beam of light that kind of works its way down and then finds itself into a lot of our snow. And then when we hit the snow, well, we already have some highlight on it. We can add more with the liner brush. So now we're using our third brush. Just because this is such a bright pigment, the brightest we've used thus far. So we're going to go in and just make sure that we're continuing this line. Not applying this highlight everywhere. We're being pretty intentional. There we go. That's some really nice light. Now we can also add some rays of light to the sky and make it much more, I guess the word would be leading line heavy. Something that draws the eye in to a much greater degree. Yeah. Now here, the idea is that we add lines of light going out from the sun in a wide variety of directions. I'm going to be very careful by taking a ruler, making sure that my lines are nice and straight. I'm using Conte because, again, we can use Conte to allocate colors. It also comes off with water, which is nice, as long as you don't press hard into the canvas. So I'm going to be mindful about pressing pretty light here, but we could have a ray of light working its way straight up. That's like that. Maybe we have a diagonal one. You could also use a protractor for something like this. And we're just creating lines of different lengths. You don't have to do too many of these, you don't have to do any of them. But I do think they can be a nice addition. Trying to make sure they're different on both sides, just so that it's unique and it remains so. I don't think that line led into the light properly. Probably redraw it a little more carefully. This is why, again, we use Conte. There we go. So I've done some sketching. I can't imagine that you can actually see what I've done because it's so light. Even stepping back here, I don't really see it. And that's really the goal. You really want it to be something difficult to discern unless you are really looking for it. That way, if you decide you don't want this on the canvas and you kind of struggle to take it off, it's okay because you don't really see it anyway. But we're essentially just making very minute, very difficult to see marks that make it so we have somewhat of a guideline for this. Again, you don't have to do this. I would recommend you watch me do it first, see if you actually like the idea of it. But let me get you closer and we will implement those ideas we just sketched on. Now I'm going to use the same mix that we used for the bottom in all of this reflection. I'm going to actually take off the majority of the paint elsewhere. You could do so down here. You could do so in here, really wherever you feel like there could be extra highlight. And then once you have a small amount of it left, we just go in, very soft, subtle marks,
and we work it into the canvas. Then you can soften the edges quite simply by going over them numerous times. You can barely see it, but that's, again, the goal, at least for the first application. Then in later applications, if you want, you can really build. There we are. You'll also really struggle to see it down towards the base, and then you'll see it a lot more as you get higher, because you move into this area that's darker. Now I'm really blending this out. Again, making it more and more subtle. It doesn't have to be a small hard line. I actually much prefer it subtle. I'm sure for you it looks like we're spending a lot of time just pressing very little into the canvas, but in reality we're spending a lot of time pressing very little into the canvas. So that is correct. I think that's just the safest way of going about it. And we put so much time and love into our canvas at this point, we want to take that time to make sure that we do it right. Could we always redo the sky? Yeah. Do we want to at this point? Probably not. There we are. Some of it you can have behind the trees, some of it you can have coming through the trees. Probably want some level of variety. I think we double down on this one. I like this one a lot in theory, but it was very subtle initially. I think we can also do another one close to it. Notice how I'm trying not to make this directly in between these two. By having it slightly off to one side, it becomes much more natural looking. And then I'll go in and I'll soften. I'll go back to this one and I'll soften the edges. Now that I have less pigment on my brush. And you can kind of continue to extend them out farther and farther as you see fit. There we go. I think I like that. I think I like that a lot. Okay, at this point, I think we've done quite a lot. We probably want to take some steps back and see as a whole how it's looking. It's also worth noting that as a lot of this dries, it'll look more subtle. But let's see. Okay, so taking a step back, I think it actually looks nice and subtle. I don't know that we need to do any more to it, but it is definitely there. If we add any more, it'll be later. It'll be dependent on the rest of the piece. But again, I would call that a success. We wanted something subtle. We got something subtle. And now I think I actually want to make the snow a little bit brighter yet again. This is just something we can continue to build on slowly, but I will grab a little bit more of that pigment that we're using in the sky. I'll work that along the base of our snow, and we'll build it up in the same way that we did earlier. However, this time I am still using the filbert brush that I was using up top because it is just so nice and soft for these applications. So yet again, we add some light. I like that light. We might add a little bit more later, but I do want to let that dry before we go ahead and do so. In the meantime, we can go ahead and add a little bit more light in here, add a little more light through there, there, and then just as we did before, we create the line downwards, and then we blend back and forth. Give it that nice diffused, glowing look right through the center. Adds another nice leading line. We talked about how leading line heavy this would be. It's a leading line that moves into the canvas. These all are, this is. There's a lot of great movement over there. And I think it's necessary because we have so much visual impact by the mountain and the reflection of the mountain. This is a highly detailed piece. This is a highly detailed piece. And to have both of them together like that, it's just a lot for the eye to feel the ability to move anywhere else, right? So by creating all the lines that lead to the light, it does give the eye that equal force and reason to be a little bit more fluid in its movements. So I think that turned out quite well, and I think we're just about ready to move on to our next step, and that's going to be a couple of things, because again, there's a lot that we want to get done in this painting still, though I think I really do want to add another rock right into the side here. And we'll do so by taking our large flat-headed brush, which, as you can see, still has a lot of our Naples yellow titanium white on it. So I'll just clean that a little bit, take the majority of it off. We'll grab some cerulean blue, oxide black, titanium white, and we'll get you a lot closer for the actual application of the rock. Now, I do want this rock to be rather large, at least in comparison to the other. So typically while I go in with a smaller brush for the sake of shaping, I'm actually going to go in with this one for the sake of forcing myself to make it larger. I know that I want it to be higher up than what we have here. That way we have this progression of this rock into another one. I think we want to place it right about here. I think we just go for it. Going to create a slant this way, that way it pushes the eye up. We'll have it come down and kind of get lost beneath or behind one of these areas of snow. And we just naturally have a lot of these areas that are raised, so it's not hard to find an area in which this can work. You can also just cover an area that you don't love. So you have a lot of option, but you can see that I'm working it around my previous snow in here. And eventually, I will create another line like this. And I might create another protrusion, and then maybe it flattens a little bit. And now we can start connecting everything in the middle. But I think we have a pretty good shape for a rock. We have some nice bends. It works relatively well in relation to all of the other rocks that we have. We can create other little ones in the back to try to balance it out too, to show that it's not the only one in this space, and maybe we have one kind of moving off of the canvas also, to show that we don't just end at the edge of the canvas, so there's a lot of different room for additional landscape. And now, as you can see, you paint one or two and then immediately you just feel the urge to paint significantly more, which I don't think is a bad thing at all. It's just complexifying this area of the painting and also balancing the dark values that you have in the mountain on the other side. This isn't something that I initially intended to do. It's not something in the reference photo, but it's just one of those things you realize down the road, like, oh yeah, we can actually make this much more interesting. We can actually balance this even better if we're not afraid to take some artistic liberties, make some changes, and just build out our piece. And that's what we're doing. So I'm going to make our mix a little bit darker. I'm going to add this to the sides of the rock which are not facing the light. So the areas at the bottom, the areas that
are opposite to the light. You can see how this is a little bit darker, this is a little bit darker, this is a little bit darker. I even accidentally had a little bit here that's darker. We're going to follow that same principle with these rocks. So the left-hand side of them and the bottoms will be darker. And this will already instigate some nice depth within some very simple subjects. Now, I think we'll also take the majority of the paint off our brush. We'll grab some cadmium orange, some titanium white. This will be a muddy mix, but that's okay because we're going to be mixing into a really dark mix anyway. So titanium white, cad orange, Naples yellow. Now we'll grab our liner brush, should I be able to find it, and I did. Take that pigment, and again the light is working its way down here, which means it'll touch the right hand side of this rock. So we're going to press this to the portions of the rock which we think will get some nice highlight, like so. And if you want, you can blend it. It's really dependent on how reflective you want the rock to be, how sharp the edges of the rock you want to be. I'm starting off by just creating some sharp, clean lines. Nothing too fancy. But it's pretty intuitive. The tops of the rock and the right-hand side, the sides that are facing the light, are the areas that catch light. I think I will do a little bit of a blend. So I'm just going to take that pigment, I'm going to work it back in my rock a little bit. Gets darker as you move towards the back, of course. There we go. Nice and subtle. Lots of little taps for texture. I like that. We can introduce a little bit of it into these. Nice little taps. That's a pretty cool rock. And just work on it until we're fully satisfied with the movements and the highlights. There we go. You can see the highlights on it are now a bit darker than what we have in the snow. Differentiating them, not a bad idea. Though, admittedly, I don't love how the slant of this rock is on the same angle as the slant of the snow. When you look at it from far away, they kind of blend together optically in a way that's not the most flattering for either of them. Which means that we either change the shape of our rock or we change the shape of our snow. I think I'm going to go with the harder option, which is actually changing the shape of the snow. I'm going to grab some of our cerulean blue, titanium white, and I'm changing the snow because I do really like the rock. I like the movement. I think it's very intentional. Where the snow just kind of felt like that because I was making a lot of snow and I needed to continue diversifying it so that it felt natural. But here again, we'll mix up a good portion of blue. Hope it's pretty similar to what we used to have. Not bad. Not bad. Blend that in. Oh yeah, that already looks better. Okay. We need a brighter portion of the snow as well. A little more blue, a little more titanium white. Yeah. Oh wow, I can't believe it was that easy. That is a sign we have been painting this painting for a very long time. Because it would not have been that smooth if we didn't remix these pigments time and time and time again. So that's a big win. I think I also want to take some of the blue that we have here and add it into this frosty bit just to show that there's some openings and such. So for that, we'll again probably mix a similar blue. Just do a test, see how close or far we are with it.
So this is a pretty neutral, middle of the road blue. There we go. I'm going to do a test in the actual water. Oh, we're so close. Make it a little brighter. Hint more cerulean, moving farther away from the Oxide black. We'll test again. Again, we're close. It needs to be brighter. Okay, we'll go in with a test of this. Okay. That's really close. It just doesn't have the warmth that the rest of it has. So we add in a hint of Naples yellow. And then I think we can head in here. Just add this slight little area where you can still see the water. Now it feels like there are these open areas in the frost. We can do tiny little ones. We can do much larger ones. Not really a right or wrong here, we're just building it out to be a bit more detailed and interesting. There we are. I think I like that. I think I need a smaller one just to make it a bit more believable. Some nice little openings for puddles and such. Yeah, I think that worked really well. You know what? After taking a step back, I think I'd actually prefer this to be snow than more water. So I'm going to make an even brighter mix of what we had. Again, just more titanium white. I'm going to add some highlight with the liner brush to the top of it. Let it kind of dissipate as we move back and down. And we can just turn these into additional subjects. It's so simple. I don't know why I didn't think to do it. But I like that it adds some volume. And it makes sense that there would be a little bit of snow out here too. You know? You can add some tiny little portions. Just minute amounts of the snow working its way out there. Okay, taking more steps back. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Let's make a slightly darker version. Put that down towards the back of the snow, just so that it is 3 levels of values and depth. Very good. Okay, now yet again, we are going to take this big step back, take a look at how it's all going, and I think, again, I'm very happy. So our next step is working on this area right here, the final spot of pure white canvas, and we are going to begin very simply by taking abundance of our Oxide black, a little bit of our Cerulean blue, make a very dark mix, hint of titanium white just to desaturate it a little bit, and then we are going to fill this in nice and easy. Predominantly applying this to the center of it, like so. This is going to be both the reflection and the subject itself. So we're going to apply it to the top and the bottom. There we go. That's one side. Now we'll get a little more water on the brush, that way it just stays nice and fluid. Now we'll work this into the bottom, try to recreate the same movements that we had at the top. They're subtle, but they matter. And once this is filled in, we'll get a little bit closer. We'll start painting in some details, and we'll bring this to life in the same way we did everything else. Okay, so we let this fully dry. Now we are going to go back in with our damp, large, flat-headed brush. We'll make some snow, and we'll begin with a cooler snow. So I'll grab just a hint of our Naples yellow, but it's a very small amount. And we'll grab a little bit of our Oxide black, make it a bit more gray. We have, again, a lot of visual interest over here on this side of the canvas. We don't need this to be the most complex or standout subject. We just need it to fit well within everything else. And I'm going to do a little test with this blue that I rendered into the background here, just see how it stacks up. I think that's nice. It's a little bit more of a bright value than what we have here, but not by a lot. And I think that's a great place to build. So we are going to apply some snow using our large flat-headed brush to what will be a large set of rocks right here. And as you can see, we are applying it to the very top of all of this, quite intentionally. And then we'll bring it down, but I'm moving my brush in these little bit of a swooping motions, like so. That way we have areas that look a little bit open to show that there's rock underneath. There we are. And this is just going to create a wide variety of smaller platforms for the snow to find itself on. There we are. Again, all of the black that you can see, or almost black, that is essentially rock. Now we're going to try to mimic that which we just did on the base, and then we can build it all out together. But it starts much like everything else by mirroring what we have at the top. It can be a little bit more compressed because it is a reflection, but it's the same idea as a whole. This moves up, and then it moves back down, like that. We have this opening in the middle, another little opening through there. Just trying to figure this out little bit by little bit. We painted a lot of our reflections upside down. Not doing that this time, just to show you that you can paint it right side up. But we're looking to recreate those ideas that we had at the top to the best of our ability. Now, a lot of this is very watery because I actually wanted to sketch on the canvas, and it's a lot easier to sketch with watery pigment because it flows. But it does mean we have to go back and reallocate a lot of these applications. We also want to create a line that works its way through this, showcasing that there is a break in the water. So I'll just take the liner brush, and with this I'm actually just going to softly make a series of little markings like this. We can do some little taps to show that there's movement in the water by the edge. It's a little less pristine at the bottom. And this is one of the very few areas where you will see movement. There we are. A couple little lines that cut across our reflection. Very minute, very tiny, but certainly impactful. Go over some of these again. I'm going to try to make this line inconsistent in the opacity
So some areas are going to be more full, while some will be significantly less so. And the idea there is it'll show more movement in the water because the water will hit rock and settle in it in different areas in different ways. Now yet again, minute strokes. And then we probably want to go back up into this and add more highlights. So I'm going to get you even closer and we'll continue to add that together. So here, again, we'll probably have a bit more light as it is facing the light, and it'll get darker as we move back, but I don't know that we go in with a yellow or a warm light. I think we can just rest on a brighter version of what we currently have. So I'll grab some extra titanium white, some of our cerulean blue. I'm going to leave the last mix off to the side, that way I can always use it as a reference. Grab a little bit of oxide black, mix this together, more blue, more titanium white, and again, we're just rebuilding slightly brighter. Once we have this, I'm going to go back to the liner brush. I'm going to apply it to the nose of the snow that is facing the light. We're just going to apply this very subtle bit of light to our snow. And we can work that in the areas that we feel will be most affected, building volume in a good number of places, like so. The top of it remains key, so we'll go over that a couple of times, but we don't want it to look like an outline, so remember to blend it down in the areas in which it presents opportunity to do so. There we are. Now we add just a little bit of this to the base. But again, we want our reflections to be darker than that of our actual subjects. So this is one of those things you apply minimally, like so. So now we have this rock. We have some snow on top of it. We could have trees on top of that. But again, I don't really want to bring the eye over here. I want to keep the balance that we already established and just have this new, unique, and interesting subject. So we'll just clean this up to begin with. Do a little bit more highlight in the water. Again, being selective with the areas in which we make brighter. But I do like that. Now, as we take a step back, yet again, one thing I really want us to consider is balance, flow, and with this, we have a beautiful, really desaturated, organic, earthy orange hue presented in a lot of the rock. It even blends into some blue. This is a great color that is exclusively within this portion of the painting. And typically when you introduce a new color, even when it's as subtle as this is, you want to incorporate it elsewhere within the piece. And I think right through here is a really nice way of moving the eye up, getting it onto the other side, and furthering that balance. The highlights on this are something that we can't have over here. They can't be present because there just isn't that much light in this area of the painting. But the more mid values and the subtle hues that we have through here can definitely be incorporated to build out the rock through here. That way it isn't simply just a negative space. So that is our next step. We are heading over here and we're doing so with the mid values that we constructed in here. So this all does begin, as one would expect, with a mix.
And I'm going to clean my brush just a little bit. It will still have some blue and gray on it because I'm not cleaning it fully, and that's okay because we want this mix to be a bit muddy anyway. We're going to grab some of our cadmium orange. We'll grab some of our titanium white. Again, this titanium white has blue in it. I'm not worried about that. We're going to grab some of our oxide black. We'll mix that in. And then, as we've noted, not worried about our colors mixing. We're getting a little bit of our cerulean blue. We'll work that in as well. And we end up with this really beautiful, complex mix with the cadmium orange, cerulean blue. Now I'll take my liner brush. We'll take this pigment. We'll add a little bit of this to the edge of our rock, which will be catching light. This is going to be the brightest point in the rock. We'll add it down into our reflection. And we'll put it there as well. Now, this piece of land protrudes, and it'll have probably a bit more rock right through there. So we'll expand that. This piece of land protrudes. It has a part of the rock which does, again, extend. We'll elaborate on that. And then we'll have the rock kind of move backwards a little bit. And then we'll get textured, transition it into a series of taps as we get farther back. We can do something similar through here, but I find a little bit of line work can also be really nice. So I'm going to interject these more vertical lines and then transition them into taps as well. And we just let this light dissipate as we move back into the shadows of the rock. Now here we won't have much light at all, nor will we up here, but we can have little tapped textures. And then maybe there's a portion that kind of protrudes and extends out. Very ambiguous, because it is so much in shadow. But we can have these occasional linear markings. Like so. And then again, various randomized taps that we mirror on the top and the bottom. Just establishing more and more texture. Using the side of my brush for portions of this, just to further randomize my mark making. But as long as they look similar, the top and the bottom, you're in a good place. And you can barely see what I did because it's incredibly subtle, and that's very much the point. I'll get you a little bit closer and we'll continue. Okay, now we'll take a little bit more titanium white. We'll work that into our mix. Maybe a hint of our Naples yellow. We'll add this to that real highlighted edge. Right through there. Add it right here and here. Build it back just a hint. This is all very, very little, right? That's important. Now, we'll blend that out into the rest. That way we get a kind of half and half mix where it's not quite as bright as this, not quite as dark as this. And we'll do more taps towards the back. I have this distinct area of rock which kind of protrudes, catches a little bit more light. I think that one's interesting. Maybe we have these more vertical markings. They have this sharp dip right here in the snow. So I'm adding a vertical marking there. That's typically a good indicator. When your subject is splitting or breaking, that's an opportunity. Here we'll do a little bit more of the rock. And I'm jumping back and forth as we feel like we need
more or less highlight. There we are. Have to be careful of long horizontal lines because we don't want it to conflict with the separation of the water that we have. But if we just add a little bit of movement in there, typically it'll turn out okay. Doing a little bit of finger painting, get some extra texture in there, soften some areas. Not too complex, but just building out almost these indiscernible little patches of land. There we are. Okay, so now taking a step back, I think it's looking pretty wonderful. We're getting so close to completing this, and that feels pretty surreal to say after, I think, almost 10 hours of painting. This will likely be 10 hours of painting by the very end. But we do want to continue working on this to a point. As I step back, I realize that we can make it have significantly more depth, because while there is a light hitting the front here, the back should be quite dark. So we're going to mix up a darker blue, cerulean blue, oxide black, titanium white. We know the color that we have here because it's still right here on our palette. We're rendering a darker version of it. We still want it to be pretty gray. So I'm doubling down on the titanium white and the oxide black, but we also need it to be cool, which is why the blue is still interjected. And we're going to try this right back here. Actually, you know what? This is very similar to what we have when the darker, almost black shows through. So this isn't perfect. We will go darker yet again. More oxide black. Like so. We'll try that. I think we add some extra blue to it, just because, while it got darker, we lost some saturation that we can re-interject. And I'm not going to apply this to the very top. We're just going to work this around the bottoms, the edges. We can make it even darker yet again. Re-interject more blue. And just slowly create that larger gradient from darker snow here to lighter snow over here. This is one of those things that's just going to take some time. There we are. You can have a hint of it towards the bottom of this snow, kind of creating a lip that's darker. Don't forget to interject this into all of your reflections, because it will be present down here as well. And the reflections as a whole, again, should be darker than everything else. So this is really its place to shine. I'm going to take a step back, take a look. That does look so much better. That is a lot more depth. I'm very happy about that. We can also take our liner brush, grab more of it, work it into these more fine detailed areas just towards the base of our snow. Again, creating those layers of depth quite simply. There we are. We can also take this and interject little bits of snow down here, should we want to. Complexify it, create additional little landings and ledges, should we want to. We don't have to, but should we want to, there is portions and areas for this right now.
and I like that as well. We can blend some of these darker pigments up into our brighter pigments by just adding more water to our brush and softly blending. This creates a wet and a dry blend, which at this point we should all be pretty familiar with. But we're essentially just thinning that darker paint up into the lighter paint until we have a mix that is nice and subtle. And you want to do this once you've applied the paint and it's almost started to dry a little bit. Not that much, just a little bit. That way, enough of it will stay where you want it and hold, but you have a little bit to move around and create that blend with. There we are. Going to take another step back. Again, great volumes, good depth. I like how we balanced our warmer, earthy tones. I think I might actually add just a hint of highlight to the edge of this. That's more akin to the cadmium orange and the Naples yellow. So we'll grab a little bit of our cadmium orange, a little bit of our Naples yellow, a little bit of our titanium white. You can even have some blue in it, because we want this to be a little bit warmer, but nothing substantial. We're not looking for a glow. We're just looking for a hint of highlight on the edge of our snow. And that's it. Yeah. Something like that. You can do a wet and a dry blend if you want, if you feel it needs it, but I'm trying hard to not move the eye too much over there. I'm still trying to keep it, for the most part, in the places it already exists. This is just a little bonus portion of the piece. We can add a hint of this highlight into the water that separates. Just on the edge there. Really nice when it's both the blue and this more Naples yellow heavy mix. Just adding a couple little lines in there to show that it is water and reflection, because we don't really have that note anywhere else, and I think that's okay. We can also add a little bit of this highlight to these patches of snow, which are, again, fairly close to the actual light, and therefore they should definitely be present here. Yeah. With that, I think that is the conclusion of our big 20 by 16 inch piece. I think again we are at about the 10 hour of recording, the 10th hour of recording. However, this has taken me months to put together. There's been a lot of time in figuring things out and doing little tests and going back and forth on how we do things. I talk about this all the time, but typically a painting session is you're actually at the canvas for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you take 20 minutes to sit in your chair in your studio and stare at that which you are working on and ask yourself, what if I did this or that? And it's a lot of contemplative problem solving in a very fun way. And I hope that through the painting process that you have been able to experience that as well, that it's been fulfilling, that you feel like you've come to the conclusion of something that you can look back on and be proud of you creating. And if you are somebody who has watched 10 hours of me painting this before you've started painting it, then I think you have learned a whole lot. And I think when you go in to paint your own rendition of this, you will do excellent. We've done so many iterations of each subject. We've done a lot of them twice because of the reflections, and I think that this will likely lead to a lot of success. I hope you can, of course, also take a lot of these ideas and lessons into your future paintings. The goal is always not only to teach you how to paint this, but how to take these ideas into additional paintings in the future. And I just look forward to hearing about and seeing how you go about changing it and making your own if you so choose. I think even when I do these lessons and they are kind of walking you through a step-by-step process, I think often we deviate in our own ways because we all have subjective preferences, and please feel welcome to take those different journeys through the creative process and make it your own whenever you feel the desire to. But this was such a pleasure. This was a big Patreon exclusive lesson, and that everybody up over on Patreon got to see all of this from, I guess at this point, months in advance. And if you would like to work on large paintings like this with me, you can do so, of course, up over on Patreon. Up there, you can get the real-time sketching videos where I draw all of these out in real time, talk about the compositions and how I go about sketching. You can also watch the color breakdowns where I open up the reference photos in Photoshop and I figure out which pigments to use in a painting. I think that can be difficult when you start painting, but there are some definitely good strategies you can implement